Chapter 351 Sorry, Bock. You know so much. What? Asa was stunned for a while, and couldn't react for a long while. Bock noticed Ashia's expression, and immediately became more certain of his previous judgment, and couldn't help but say with emotion, I have to say that you have a wonderful son. You'd better tell me what you know. Asa immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. She grabbed Bock by the collar and put her wand against his head, threatening. Bock hesitated. He really didn't know whether to say it or not. He felt that since Marx had been hiding Isaiah, there must be a reason. He was a little worried that Marx would be dissatisfied with him after saying it. Seeing Bock hesitating and reluctant to say it, Asa took out a transparent test tube and shook it. You should know what this thing is. Do you want to say it yourself, or should I let you say it? Veritaserum. Bock's pupils shrank, his face changed again and again, and finally he had no choice but to speak. Actually, you should ask McClown yourself, not me. When you finish speaking, I will naturally ask him again. Asa didn't let Bock mean. Marx is her child. If she doesn't say anything, she is always difficult to ask him, but she doesn't know Bock. Be merciful. Well, I can tell you everything. Bock sighed. He knew he had no choice. And he said it only after being forced to ask. McClown shouldn't blame him, right? Did you not have a big business with the Ministry of Magic last year? A large number of protective items were sold, and McClown planned to set up secret doors in these protective items so that the Ministry of Magic could be dismantled effortlessly. The most elite force, Bock said. He wants to target the Ministry of Magic and the Aura? Why? Asa frowned. Why could it be? Of course it was a plot to sit in that position. A small fight in Knockoff Alley can't satisfy his appetite, Bock said with a sneer. He had been acquainted with the Dark Lord in his youth for a while, so he knew that these talented wizards were by no means willing to be ordinary people. More importantly, in these days of conversation, he tried many times and vaguely sensed that Marx was extremely dissatisfied with the status quo of the magical world. It was likely that he had accumulated power in the dark to plan a shocking change. Albus Dumbledore, the strongest man in the magic world, is very old, and Minister of Magic Fudge is a wine bag. Bock really can't think of anyone who can stop the rise of Marx McClown in the future. Because of this, he chose to surrender so decisively. Bock didn't mean to conceal it either, and he was about to come out with his own guesses and Marx's heavy plans. Are you sure? Asa was surprised, with a very strange expression. Although Bock said the same thing, she always felt that Bock was thinking too much. Don't you notice it at all? Bock smiled disdainfully. He felt that Asa was really unwise, and he was kept in the dark after spending so long with Marx. On the other hand, I easily got an insight into Marx's meticulous plan, and I can see which one is higher and lower at a glance. Listening to Bock's words, Asa was silent. Marx has indeed done a lot of abnormal things in the past 2 years, such as befriending those werewolf wizards, and increasing his strength crazy. Especially for the latter, Asa had been a little puzzled before. It was the time when the little wizard at this age liked to play the most, but Marx was devoting himself to learning. In addition to asking her about alchemy when he was at home, he was studying potions or some powerful magic. Every time he returned from HogWarts, his strength would change drastically. However, Marx's strength has been far behind his peers. Why do you have to work so hard? Now Asa has some understanding. However, unlike what Bock had imagined, Asa suspected that Marx was probably aware of that, and that's why the idea of controlling the magic world was born. Because if you want to achieve that goal, you must have strong strength and influence to do it. Boggart also told her that Marx might be preparing in secret, and Asa had been half-believing at that time. Looking back now, what Boggart said was not wrong. Thinking of Marx all these years in order not to worry about him, while preparing secretly while working hard to improve his strength, Asa feels very distressed. It's really hard for him. Looks like you finally thought about it. Bock grinned, and he knew that Isaiah was mentioned so by himself, and he would soon figure it out. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to be in Knockdown Alley. Fighting for so many years, I've been neglecting it before, mostly because Isaiah has no big ambitions and never thought about it. So I have no malice against McClown. The alchemy knowledge is just a certificate of fame. I believe McClown will be able to feel my sincerity soon. Bock talked eloquently, but didn't notice that Isaiah's eyes became more and more dangerous when he watched him, and the wand held in his right hand also glowed with a dangerous black light. After confirming Marx's lofty ideals and goals, even if as Adang entered, he felt that Marx was too cautious in doing things. How can such an important and meticulous plan tell the outsider Bock? Marx also let Bock participate in the discussion in a carefree manner, preparing to include Bock under his command. However, Asa knows that Bock is very strong and has a lot of thoughts. Before Marx has grown up, he does not have the strength to control Bock at all. Don't look at him. He will behave very honestly. Novel.com, but I'm not sure when he will change his mind. Disclosing this news for some benefit will endanger Marx's safety. Bomb. Ashia's pervasive killing intent, and the black light on the top of the wand, made Bock keenly aware of what was wrong. He stopped what he said and turned to look at Asa with a little fear, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Sorry, Bock, I think you know too much," Asa said with a sullen face, looking at Bock. Slowly, Bock's mind was stunned, but with his cleverness, he quickly realized that Asa was jealous of himself, and he couldn't help but said in a hurry, "Isaiah, you have to believe me. I will never reveal this secret. Otherwise you can set up a secret magic for me." "Really? I don't think it's rare to break such a contract to kill you," Asa interrupted Bock's words with a sneer. As a master alchemist, Bock is naturally proficient in all kinds of contract magic, and he also knows how to get around the restrictions. Isaiah can't be trusted. Chapter 352 Recruit Werewolves. Facing Ashia's question, Bock didn't know how to defend him for a while. He never thought that his identity as a master alchemist would one day become a hindrance. Seeing Asa lift up his wand, Bock couldn't help but smile horribly. He suddenly thought that maybe he shouldn't be smart. If he didn't know Marx's plan for the Ministry of Magic, maybe he still had a chance to survive. However, after Asa hesitated for a while, she temporarily put down her wand, then took out the Veritaserum, and forcibly poured it down on Bock. Before killing Bock, Asa wants to find out if the other party's previous words are still hidden. If possible, she is also going to let Bock reveal all the core alchemy knowledge. At the same time, in the empty ruins on the side of Knockdown Alley, Marx, who taught Hermione and Walker, didn't know that Bock was being treated inhumanely. He was still concentrating on the areas that they had missed during the practice. "Walker, don't show me anything, concentrate." And Hermione, "Your emotions are not intense enough. Know that the effect of this magic is blasting. You can imagine the feeling of destroying everything as much as possible. Slowly shake the wand down, pick it up again, and now say the spell." A thunderbolt exploded. Hermione muttered loudly. A tiny flame floated from the top of the wand, and then slowly expanded into a fist-sized orange-wood fireball, then crashed into the ruins ahead. Boom! With a roar and smoke, a huge boulder in the ruins was blown out of a pit the size of a human head. "Very good. It looks like you have successfully learned it." Marx turned to look at Hermione, and said with a smile. Hermione happily closed her mouth from ear to ear, but still reservedly said that she was still far away and needed to continue practicing. She clearly remembered that the thunderbolt released by Marx could easily blow up a wall. In comparison, her magical power was too weak. Marx shook her head amusedly, and Hermione was undoubtedly asking for trouble for comparing him. But Marx didn't mean to persuade Hermione. It is good to set a higher goal. At least the little witch is much better than her in the original time and space. If the magical world becomes chaotic in the future, Hermione can also protect herself. "Miss Granger, did you learn so soon?" Walker was also attracted by the sound of the explosion. He looked at the blasted hole in the boulder and said in a speechless voice, "He has just figured out some clues, and he doesn't know how long it will take to master the explosion." "Well, I'm going to miss you now." Marx knew Walker's temperament, so he deliberately stimulated, "Look at it, I'm fast too." at most 20 minutes. Walker gritted his teeth and worked harder while admiring Hermione. Marx stood by and corrected Walker's mistakes while casting spells, while Hermione continued to review. With Walker's hard work, he finally mastered this difficult magic before the sky was completely dark, and the ruins of stone piles were once again devastated. Because Walker was 5 or 6 years older than Hermione, and had much more magical power than her, the power of the thunderbolt explosion was amazing, and it instantly blasted a large rock into pieces. After seeing the destruction he had caused, Walker's previously defeated confidence was regained. Then he let himself go. One after another thunderbolt exploded towards the rubble, causing rubble to splash everywhere, and it was a great time to play. Okay, don't play anymore. Time is almost up, let's go back first. Yifan interrupted aloud after looking at the dim sky. Walker stopped unfinished, and Marx then called Hermione again, and the three of them walked along the path towards the makeshift mansion. Halfway through, Marx remembered that when he had eaten before, seeing Friend's expression seemed a little gloomy. He asked aloud, "Walker, are you having any troubles lately? I think Friend doesn't seem to be happy these days." The happy look on Walker's face suddenly drooped, and he pours bitterness towards Marx. Since the Ministry of Magic found the corpses of several werewolf wizards in the Bock magic store some time ago, it is already well known that the lives of these werewolves in Knockdown Alley became more and more difficult. Many shops are reluctant to provide them with jobs. They feel that the werewolf wizards are a group of thugs, and even suspect that they participated in the attack on the magic shop. No matter how Friend and others explain it, it will not help. If they hadn't been able to eat meals in the temporary mansion these days, they might have been hungry. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Marx didn't expect that his raid on the Bock magic shop would cause such a big dilemma for Friend and others. Friend said he was going to try another day or two. If I can't persuade those stores, I will trouble you again. Walker scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "What's the trouble with this? You risked your life before and helped me catch Bock. Speaking of it, I haven't had time to thank you." Marx smiled, and then continued to speak. "When you go back, you can talk to Friend and ask him if he is willing to work for me. As for the salary, it will be paid according to the salary of the general staff and Diagon Alley." "Really? That's great," Walker said excitedly. And Friend had been worried about working for them for several days. Not to mention that sometimes even if they find a suitable job, the salaries offered by those businesses are extremely low. www.mentalnovel.com is not enough for their monthly daily expenses. In contrast, Marx is simply too generous, actually preparing to pay them the same salary as normal wizards, or according to the standards of Diagon Alley. This makes Walker feel like a dream. But while excited, Walker also became a little worried, because in his opinion, Marx didn't seem to need so much manpower. But if he doesn't do anything with such a high salary, Walker always feels very awkward. Thinking of this, Walker tentatively asked, "McClown, I don't know what you are going to let us do." Marx pondered for a moment, thinking that he had learned some interesting alchemy knowledge from Bock, and said, "I will probably open a branch in Diagon Alley next year. It will definitely need someone to take care of it, and you will have to take care of extra security work. Before that, you will help me with one more thing. I heard from Bock that he originally arranged some spies to go out to inquire about the news. Your task is to find them all." Chapter 353. Did you kill him? Why, of course, isn't it just looking for someone? There is no problem. Hearing Marx's request, Walker promised with a careless pat on his chest. "Then this is my test for you." Marx smiled and said casually. Walker nodded solemnly. While chatting like this, the three quickly returned to the temporary mansion. Marx just opened the door and found that Asa was sitting in the hall, flipping through a thick notebook. "You are back," noticed the movement at the door, and Asa raised her head. Noting the dust and exhaustion on their bodies, Asa took out her magic wand and ordered a bit on the round table. A plate of delicious desserts and a few glasses of milk juice were placed on the table. "How is it? Is it going well? Would you like to have some supper?" Axio asked with a smile. very smoothly. Hermione learned this spell much faster than I expected. There is also Walker. The thunderbolt he used to explode is very powerful. It seems that this spell is very suitable for him. Marx looked at it. Glancing at Hermione and Walker, she said in praise. Hermione pursed her mouth restrainedly, her eyes filled with joy, and Walker touched the back of her head and smiled triumphantly. After practicing outside for so long, the three of them were a little hungry. Marx picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, and then drank half a glass of juice into it. Although he didn't need to practice spelling, he was tired after explaining it for several hours. By the way, there is one thing I haven't told you, that Bock is dead, Asa said suddenly. What? Marx, who was drinking the juice, almost squirted the juice out in one sip. Didn't he remember that Bock wanted to open it recently? Obviously, I had a very happy chat with him in the afternoon. Could it be that she suddenly became autistic again? It's a pity for Marx. In his opinion, Bock has a lot of crooked ideas, and he hasn't learned all Bock's alchemy knowledge yet, so he originally wanted Bock to live for a while. Anyway, you come with me first. Asa put down her notebook and stood up, her expression very serious. Marx nodded, and followed us into the room where Bock was held. After seeing Bock's body, Marx realized that the situation was different from what he had imagined. Bock didn't commit suicide at all, but was killed by some powerful black magic, and there was a faint black mist infiltrating the corpse. Marx frowned, subconsciously thinking that someone had sneaked in and killed Bock for some purpose, but then dismissed the idea because Marx noticed that an empty reagent bottle was being dropped on the ground. Marx remembered that it was used to hold veritaserum. After making it and using it once, he threw it into the storage room and put it together with the other potions. It was not very conspicuous. If someone sneaks in, it's impossible to know where the veritaserum is stored, let alone take the veritaserum for use in an upright manner. It is true that the others in the mansion are blind. Therefore, there is only one possibility, and that is Ashia's hands. Mom, you killed him? Why? Marx looked at Isaiah in confusion. Although he knows that Asa and Bock have been fighting for many years, he has been annoyed, but since he has not done anything before, it proves that Asa can still tolerate Bock alive. Do you dare to ask me why? It's not because you told him so many things that shouldn't be said. Why don't you think about what if Bock didn't spread the door around? How much impact would it have on us? Asa squeezed Marx's cheek angrily, and rebuked a little angrily. Marx was stunned for a moment, but after another thought, he quickly understood what Asa was talking about. Because of self-confidence, Marx did not dare to refute. Indeed, without consent, he privately shared and discussed the core alchemy knowledge of Professor Raya with Bock. However, Marx did not intend to let Bock go out alive, so he rashly determined that Bock could not have a chance to leak. Now think about it wrongly. After all, the people who had the opportunity to come into contact with Bock, in addition to him and Asa, there were also those werewolf wizards. They should be more or less guarded. Thinking of this, Marx assured Isaiah again and again that he would make a decision after discussing it with her next time. After finally letting Isaiah calm down, Marx then brought up another matter. Mom, Fren and the others lost their jobs because of our previous attack on the Birkenbock store, so I just agreed to recruit them to work for us. As for wages, don't worry. I made a lot of money at HogWarts last year. If I put out a part of it, it will be enough for a long time. It is inevitable that Aya disagreed, and Marx directly took Fren and others' wages. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to add up to a month. After the branch in Diagonally opens, it won't be long before you can make it back. Asa had already guessed that Marx wanted to win over Fren and the others, and used these werewolf wizards as the core team to develop forces, so she agreed. Fren and others have been watching the performance of Fren and others in the past 2 years. She has investigated the details of the werewolf wizard some time ago. There is nothing doubtful about it, and it can be trusted. But thinking of this, Asa hesitated for a moment. and couldn't help rubbing Marx's hair to raise it. There are some things you don't need to worry about, it's never too late to do it in a few years. I felt that Marx seemed a little too anxious. Even if he had the ideal of transforming the magic world and was ready to target Dumbledore, it would take one step at a time. And it would be better to wait until he became an adult to arrange it slowly. How can it work? Marx shook his head firmly. www.mentalnovel.com for him. Of course, the sooner the better. Don't look at Bock's death now, and those dark wizards who need to be vigilant have also been killed completely. But Knockover Alley is not safe after all. It is better to open the magic shop to Diagon Alley. Do it with you. Looking at the stubborn Marx, Asa sighed. Now that Marx insisted on doing so, Asa stopped persuading him, and instead gave him the notebook she had been carrying before. This is what I asked from Bock using Veritaserum. It should be something he has kept without teaching you. Marx took this thick notebook over and looked at it, and found that the contents recorded in it were all advanced alchemy and dark magic knowledge, which should be the things that Bock really pressed at the bottom of the box. Marx was very pleasantly surprised. He was a pity that he lacked a mentor who could help him quickly improve alchemy after Bock died, but he didn't expect that Asa would actually use Veritaserum to record this knowledge. Chapter 354 Marx. What? My ambition swelled again. After getting this alchemy note, Marx couldn't wait to go back and study it. Aya waved her magic wand, releasing a few wisps of fierce fire, which slowly landed on Bock's chest, and then the fierce fire became more and more vigorous, and the tongue of fire gradually licked the entire corpse. After a while, the fierce fire gradually extinguished under the control of Asa, and Bock's body also turned to ashes, floating in the air. After the corpse was destroyed, Asa turned and left. She was shocked too much today, and she had to digest it. It just so happens that she also needs to think about how to help Marx complete such a huge plan. On the other side, Marx, who returned to the room, was flipping through the alchemy notes, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the task, become the king of Knockdown Alley first ring has been completed. Marx stopped reading the pages of the book. After a while, he remembered that this task was received during the summer vacation of the first grade. Thinking of this, Marx opened the taskbar and checked it. Become the king of Knockdown Alley first ring. Mission objective: conquer the werewolf wizard in Knockdown Alley. Mission period: 2 years. Task status: completed. Task reward: powerful wolf poison potion formula not received. Is it because I officially hired those werewolf wizards? Marx muttered to himself while looking at the task panel, touching his chin. During last summer vacation, he had a very good relationship with Fren and others, and he was even able to ask them to help himself with some things. However, Marx was still very strange that this task was not completed for a long time, so I temporarily left it behind. I didn't expect that a reminder of task completion was automatically popped up today. It looks like it should be related to telling Walker that he is willing to hire them. Received the reward. After thinking about it, Marx said silently in his heart. The next moment, the formula of the powerful wolf poison potion was displayed in the system bar. Strong wolf poison potion formula. Required materials: werewolf blood, soothing flower, sage rhizome, wolf-shaped aconite, lovage, moonstone powder. Description: this is a special improved potion. The werewolf wizard who drinks it will have the ability to freely control the transformation within 50 days and stay awake at all times in the transformation state. Note: werewolves in this state no longer have the ability to infect. After checking the effect of the powerful wolf poison potion, Marx was very surprised. Although this is somewhat different from what he had previously expected, it does not have the function to completely heal the werewolf wizard, but in a certain way, it is more powerful than the cure for the werewolf wizard, because this can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of Furon and others. After all, the physical fitness of the wizard in the werewolf state will be enhanced a lot, and he has a certain magic resistance and extraordinary recovery ability. If you are sane, It will definitely be a nightmare for most wizards. It can be clearly seen from the previous raid on the Bock magic show that Walker was able to withstand several spells and rushed into the crowd at the time, causing panic and riots, and easily defeated them for Doobt and others. The Black Robe Wizard provides convenience. A werewolf wizard who can freely control his transformation, even so terrifying, let alone a group. Marx can even predict how friends' opponents will collapse when they find a group of werewolves who use various tactics rushing towards them. It seems that I promised them before, and I have something to deal with. Marx couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knows that Fren and others are so partial to him. Part of the factor is that he hopes that he can develop a potion to cure werewolves. Although the powerful wolf poison potion can't do this, it is still one step closer to the goal. The new mission has been activated. While Marx was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Marx was not too surprised. Since the previous task was the first ring, there must be a second ring and a third ring. So I looked through it. Become the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission goal: Unified Knockdown Alley Second Ring Road. Task progress: 9%. Quest reward: Courageous Loyalty Mantra. Task description: after having the first minion composed of werewolf wizards, your ambition gradually expands. However, before achieving the more ambitious goals, you decide to form your own forces first. Note: cunning hunters usually hide their bodies in the dark before launching an offensive. The chaotic and unattended knockout alley is your best target. System: you are here again. Marx looked at the task description and remarks displayed on the taskbar, and was really powerless to complain. He just wants to be a salted fish wizard, study magic every day, earn a little gold and live a life of leisure, instead of thinking about how to do things all day long. Look at the first two Dark Kings who are doing things. One is worse than the other. Marx feels that his life is going well and he has no lofty ambitions. It's better not to die. The most important thing is that the reward for this task is really mediocre. It is an extremely powerful magic that he can't use at all. Loyalty spell. The effect of this magic is very single, and its function is to hide a secret in the soul of a living person forever. For example, in the original Time and Space, in order to protect the safety of James and Lily, Dumbledore imposed a loyalty curse on their house. Novel.com, turning the existence of this house into a secret and hiding it in the keeper in the soul of Peter Pettigrew. After the spell came into effect, the house was protected by powerful magic, and other insiders could never tell the location of the house. As long as the secretaries don't betray, even if Voldemort puts his nose on the glass in the living room of James's house, they can't find where they are. And there is only one known way to crack the curse of courageous loyalty, that is, the confidential person actively leaks information to let others know. That was what Peter Pettigrew did. He told Voldemort where James and Lily were, making this powerful curse invalid. If the confidential person dies halfway, all the insiders that still exist will be transformed into new confidential persons. The increase in the number of confidential people means that as long as there is a traitor among them, the hidden secret will be revealed. This kind of magic is usually used to avoid chasing and killing, or to build a secret army station. System means obviously the latter. However, Marx does not intend to do this kind of thing. It's not fragrant to earn some money in the magic world safely and steadily these years, then find a place to fish all day, and do something that interests you. Why should I be forced to take the risk of being chased by the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, and keep making troubles? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 355. This task will not be completed by yourself, right? Thinking of this, Marx even wondered if the system was bound to the wrong person. If you change to an ambitious traveler who wants to do a big business, you will be ecstatic to get this system, because you only need to follow the system's prompts to complete the task step by step, and you will be able to successfully reach the top of the magic world. Although Marx often complains about the system's unreliability, but in my heart he understands that if he wants to recruit people to do a big business, Knockdown Alley is indeed a good choice. The magical world has just experienced a turmoil more than 10 years ago. If anyone dares to follow the old path of the two Dark Kings, publicize their ideas and win over wizards to form forces, they will definitely arouse the attention and fear of the Ministry of Magic, and they may not grow up yet. Getting Up was strangled in advance. But Knockdown Alley is different. It is far away from the sight of the Ministry of Magic. It is not so easy to attract attention. It is a hidden dragon under tiger. There are a large number of dangerous dark wizards. If it can be integrated, it is definitely a force that cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, I am not the piece of the Dark Lord. Marx shook his head mockingly. I know my family's affairs, and Marx knows very well that he has no management skills. If he has a lot of dark wizards, it will be just plain guilt for himself. Therefore, even if this system task is arranged, Marx is not going to touch it. Anyway, there is no task penalty. Just let it go. It can't be done by itself, right? Marx smiled. He remembered the last time the Dark Lord wished that this task was done by Tom for him. Now that it is a coincidence, since it was determined that the newly appeared task was unlikely to be completed, Marx threw it aside and continued to study Bock's alchemy notes, and did not fall asleep until late at night. The next day, early, after eating breakfast in a hurry, Marx entered the hall, planning to ask Fren and others for some wolf blood to make the latest type of wolf poison potion. I didn't expect to stroll around, but Marx unexpectedly discovered that the werewolf wizards weren't here. Marx asked Isaiah very strangely, only to learn that they had gone out at night last night and have not come back yet. Waited until the afternoon, when Fren and the others walked in from the door with a look of exhaustion. Several werewolves carrying two strange wizards on their shoulders. Fren, what are you guys? Marx had some guesses in his heart when he saw their dusty appearance, but he wasn't sure yet. Before Fren could answer, Walker said with a grin, "Didn't you let us catch the spies sent by Bock?" "No, we've already caught you." "So fast? You didn't sleep all night, right?" Marx confirmed the previous guess. And combined with Ashir's previous rhetoric, he knew that they must have started the action last night. "Hey, I told everyone about your willingness to hire us to work last night, but they couldn't sleep with excitement, so everyone discussed and planned to finish the test you gave us before we talked." Walker scratched his head, said with a smile. Marx shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted these werewolf wizards to help him deal with these potential troubles, he was not so anxious. It would be fine for a few days later. It should be sooner rather than later to catch these spies. Once they are alert to escape, it won't be so easy to find them again. Fren explained aloud. Other werewolf wizards also said that they were too idle lately and had nothing to do, so they went out to catch a few spies at night, just to move their bones. And with the clues Marx got from Bock, and the exchange codes, it was relatively simple to find someone. Fren put the black wizard down on his shoulders, then his expression became more serious, and he continued to speak. "We have only caught 2 people for the time being, and 4 others have not been found for the time being. Judging from the information we found out, they may have escaped from Knockout Alley. I am afraid that we want to capture these people for some time." 4 people? Marx's heart moved, remembering that he and Sirius had eliminated Bock's 4 men in Knockturn Alley, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about those 4 people, they should be dead by now." Fren was stunned, and didn't quite understand why Marx was so sure. But Furen didn't ask too much. Marx is not an ordinary little wizard. Since that's what he said, he has his own reason. Maybe he got some definite news. Since this incident involved a time converter, it was too troublesome to say. Marx didn't explain the meaning carefully, so he skipped it, and instead told the news that he had improved a new type of wolf poison potion. What? Hearing that Marx had new results so soon, Fren and others became excited. Of course, this improved wolf's poison potion cannot completely cure your disease. It can only be regarded as an enhanced version of the ordinary wolf's poison potion. You will know the specific effect when I make it. Misunderstanding, and finally disappointed, he added. There was no disappointed expression on Furin's face. He didn't think that the problems that had troubled him for decades would be solved so quickly, but he said gratefully, "This is already very good. I really don't know how to thank you, McClown. I didn't expect you to keep thinking about the wolf poison potion." Walker and others are also very touchy. McClonovel.com in their opinion, Marx has paid too much for their werewolf wizards to live a normal life as soon as possible. Although they don't know how difficult it is to improve the potion, it is definitely not easy to do. It usually takes a lot of time and energy to try. No wonder Marx is always holding a book or note. It must be researching the improvement method of the wolf poison potion. After trying to understand, many werewolf wizards hurriedly spoke out to persuade Marx not to be too eager, and to pay more attention to rest. The time in the future is still very long. They can afford to wait. Marx was a little embarrassed. In fact, he didn't spend much time on the wolf poison potion. Both formulas were still given by the system. But in the gratitude and encouragement of everyone, Marx could not slap himself in the face, but had to accept it cheeky. "By the way, my improved potion still needs someone to test the medicine. Who of you would like to help?" Thinking of the purpose of looking for them, Marx asked. Although drinking a modified potion would accompany many unknown risks, the werewolf wizards present did not care and all expressed their willingness to be his tester. After all, Marx, an outsider, has worked so hard. How can these werewolf wizards fear the risk to hinder Marx? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 356. This is the side effect you are talking about? Don't fight, let me do it. Fren interrupted Walker and the others, and directly took over the task of testing the medicine. How can that work? Walker shook his head. He felt that he had the ability to transform into a werewolf freely. It would be better for him to test the dangerous work of medicine. In case something goes wrong, his survival rate is also good. Higher. However, the other werewolf wizards disagreed with this, because Walker came to try the medicine last time. So this time it's hard to let him take the risk again. Seeing these werewolf wizards, you quarreled with me, and even planned to quarrel. Marx was speechless and stopped speaking. Okay, you guys stop for a while. After Marx spoke, Fren and others stopped talking and turned to look at him. Are you so unconfident in the potion I made? Marx shook his head helplessly, then cleared his throat and continued. I just want to find someone to experiment with the specific effects of the potion. I can assure you that there is no danger in this process. Anyone can come. Marx is all about it. Walker and others are not fighting. And finally Fren insists that he drink the improved wolf poison potion. Marx again asked the werewolf wizards for some wolf blood, then went back to the room to make potions, and told them that if nothing else, the new wolf poison potion could be finished tomorrow morning. Fren, Walker and others are both looking forward to and embarrassed, that is, they hope to get a surprise. And they are also worried about whether Marx's potion improvement will succeed. Fren has even thought out some comforting words in advance. In case there is something unexpected with the improved version of the wolf poison potion or the effect is not ideal, he will give a few words of comfort, so that Marx will not lose confidence because of it. Spent the night like this. The next morning, when Marx came out of the room with the boiled wolf poison potion, Fren and others were already waiting in the hall. Isaiah and Doogt, who heard about this, are also here. Especially Doog's look at Marx was very strange. He remembered that Isaiah told him that after Marx's return this time, the level of alchemy had been greatly improved, and it had already surpassed her. As far as he knows, Marx's strength has also improved a lot during this time, and now he can still spare time to improve the potion. Even a genius is too exaggerated, right? Doug sighed inwardly. At this time, Fren has already taken the potion that Marx handed over, and poured it down sharply. Gurgling, the icy cold potion flowed from the throat to the stomach, and then gradually spread to the whole body. Fren closed his eyes and felt it. and always felt that it was no different from the original version of the wolf's poison potion. Did it fail, or does the improved version of the wolf poison potion only extend the duration of the potion so he can't feel it? Just as Fren was thinking this way, he heard Marx's voice coming over. "Now you can try to see if you can become a werewolf." Become a werewolf? Fren was stunned, and everyone else present also showed doubts. It is not the night of the full moon, unless, thinking of this, Fren tried hard, recalling the feeling of transforming on the night of the full moon. After a while, Fren's figure began to swell rapidly. His limbs quickly elongated and became strong and powerful, and silver-white hair also crazily extended from the body. Along with the howling of a wolf, a silver-white werewolf with a strong physique more than 2 meters tall appeared in front of everyone, and the brown eyes on the big head showed an unbelievable look. He turned into a werewolf without a full moon? Fren looked down at his furry, very sturdy hands. It was indeed a werewolf form. "Is this the effect of improving the wolf poison potion?" Fran asked with a big mouthful of fangs, with a hint of excitement. The other werewolf wizards turned their heads one after another and turned their eyes to Marx's body. They were also shocked when they saw Fren turned into a werewolf. It should be known that except for the aliens like Walker, werewolf wizards cannot transform unless the moon is full. This makes them no different from ordinary wizards except for stronger vitality most of the time. Not only does not enjoy the bonus of combat power in the form of werewolves, but also suffers from the discriminatory eyes of others. Yes, under everyone's gaze, Marx nodded. "So we can all be the same as Walker?" "How long can the effect of this potion last?" Fren shook his fist and felt the power that was constantly emerging in his body. He felt that if he could keep fighting in this form, his combat power would definitely double. "This potion can last about 50 days, Marx explained. "That is to say, during the whole 50 days, we can switch back and forth between the two forms of werewolf and wizard at will." Furin was very surprised. The improved potion Marx developed was beyond him imagination. He originally thought that the wolf poison potion improved by Marx would extend the duration and reduce the cost, but he did not expect that the effect would be so powerful. "That's right," Marx smiled, and then continued. "But this improved potion has another effect. I don't know if this is considered a side effect." Hearing Marx's words, Walker and the others suddenly became nervous, but Fren felt normal. Novel.com After all, this potion has such a strong effect, and some side effects are not unacceptable. But if the side effects are too strong, such as life loss, you need to weigh whether the situation is urgent or not. Fren's brows were frowning, but Marx had guessed what he was thinking, and spoke to dispel the doubts in their hearts. "Don't worry, it's not that serious. It just temporarily loses the ability to infect other wizards." In Marx's view, the biggest threat to a werewolf is not the outstanding recovery ability and physical fitness, but the ability to infect the enemy into the same kind through teeth and claws. This makes the wizards who are fighting against them have to put up 12 points of energy, so as not to be scratched or bitten by the opponent, and thus restrain their hands and feet, greatly reducing their combat power. "That's it?" Furin couldn't laugh or cry for a while. What a side effect. Walker and others also breathed a sigh of relief, and then some people gradually realized that Marx seemed to have said something extraordinary. A werewolf wizard took the lead to react, eagerly grasping Marx's wrist, and asked with trembling lips, "McClown. You just said that this potion can make us lose the ability to infect other wizards?" P.S. There is a reason why Marx was not kicked back to the original time point. I will mention it later. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, chapter 357 Doomed. I had guessed that he had a big picture. Is this real? The werewolves cast their eyes on Marx, their eyes full of expectation. After seeing Marx nodding again, the werewolf wizards could no longer restrain their emotions, and suddenly burst into tears. Although Marx also knew that the effects of the new potion would be helpful to these werewolf wizards, he didn't quite understand why they were so excited. "Thank you, McClown. You show us the hope of being truly accepted by the magical world. At this time, Fren, who had changed from a werewolf form back to his original appearance, came up with emotion and patted Marx on the shoulder and spoke. Noting the puzzled look on Marx's face, Fren quickly explained it to him. The reason why wizards in the magical world fear werewolf wizards so much, in addition to losing their minds and running away every full moon night, more importantly, they are afraid of being bitten by themselves. After all, there is no cure in the magical world today. Once attacked, it will inevitably be infected and transformed into a new werewolf, and the werewolf wizard in normal form is not absolutely safe, and still has a slight transmission ability. So few wizards are willing to be friends with werewolves. The improved potion that Marx has developed now undoubtedly allows them to see the possibility of being accepted by the magic world. If all werewolves can take this potion regularly, then it will take a few years for the magic world to have an attitude towards werewolves greatly changed. After a while of collective excitement, Furin and others soon realized a very important question. That is, how much does this improved potion cost? Can they afford it? The werewolf wizards once again looked at Marx eagerly, waiting for his answer. I still need to continue to study and improve this version of the wolf poison potion, so I won't sell it for the time being. Marx shook his head and explained. The modified wolf poison potion is different from the original version of the wolf poison potion. It can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the werewolf wizard. Of course, it is impossible for Marx to let it flow into the market. Just like this time, a werewolf wizard chose to collude with Bock to attack Isaiah in order to obtain the recipe of the wolf poison potion. After Voldemort's resurrection in the original time and space, he also attracted a large number of werewolves to join the Death Eater army, so Marx would not add obstacles to himself. Potential enemies increase their combat power. But for Fren and others, of course Marx will not restrict them from obtaining improved wolf poison potions, so I plan to provide them with a bottle every 50 days, which is regarded as a welfare for their employees. No, McClown, you have done too much for us, and researching potions always requires funding. Let's buy them at the normal price, Fren said sincerely. He didn't agree with Marx's idea of providing wolf poison potions for free. He felt that Marx had helped them a lot, and Fran was really embarrassed to accept Marx's kindness with the shame. Walker and others have the same idea. Since Marx provides them with a stable job, they are more willing to use their own salary to buy it. Seeing Fren and the others insist on being so persistent, Marx's face is a little weird, but he can't say anything. A potion of improved wolf poison is not cheap, although he promised to pay Fren and others with the treatment of Dijiao Alley employees. In fact, the salary of Dijiao Alley employees is generally not high, compared with Knockdown Alley. It appears to be more. Buy a bottle of modified wolf poison. The medicine will cost 60 to 70% of their salary. In other words, he only needs to spend some time every 50 days to boil a few bottles of potions for them, and give them some money to eat, so that they can work for themselves, and Fren and others have to thank themselves in turn. Thinking of this, Marx inevitably feels that he is an evil capitalist desperately squeezing employees. But soon, Marx put this illusion behind in the gratitude of the werewolf wizards. Evil capitalists and exploiters can't get the compliments from employees. At the same time, Dujert, who was watching this scene silently, couldn't help but exclaimed with emotion, "Little Marx really surpassed my expectations. He was able to develop such a powerful potion for improvement." Aya also nodded secretly in his heart. In this way, Fren and others not only increased their strength, but also expressed gratitude to Marx. What surprised Isaiah even more was that Marx did not covet the small profit to sell the improved wolf poison potion, but chose to hold this potion tightly in his hand, becoming a bargaining chip to attract many werewolf wizards to come and take refuge. Control their foundation. This method is not smart, but it is extremely effective. If you get used to the power and convenience of taking the wolf poison potion regularly, those werewolves might say that they are reluctant to leave. Doogt, "Do you remember what you told me last time?" As he thought, Atchi turned her head to look at Doogt, and said, "You mean?" Doogt was stunned, then looked at Isaiah in surprise. Of course he knows what Isaiah is talking about. As early as the summer vacation of the last school year, Doogt keenly noticed that Marx's plan was very big, and even saw that person's shadow in Marx's body. So he discussed it with Asa privately, but Asa didn't really believe his rhetoric at the time, saying that he would consider it after Marx became an adult. "Now I understand that you are right. If I hadn't used Veritaserum to learn a lot from Bock.untilnovel.com, I am afraid he has been kept in the dark." AI sighed, spoke out. "Little Marx has always had his own thoughts. If he deliberately conceals one thing, it is normal that you can't find out." Speaking of this, Doug shook his head. "Many of Marx's recent behaviors are even somewhat elusive for him. I can't see through. For example, this time the improvement of the wolf's poison potion." Dugter doubted whether Marx had already developed the perfect wolf's poison potion last year, which could completely cure werewolves. Just kept secret, and deliberately made some defective products. But they are taking them out one by one. Used the low-end wolf poison potion for sale to earn gold gallons and increase fame, gaining the favor of most werewolf wizards. The improved version of the wolf poison potion is used to improve the combat power of the werewolves who are loyal to him. The remaining ones are used as bait, and one of them is taken out every few years. In short, these werewolf wizards have been hanging around so that they can't betray the idea. If it weren't like that, how could Marx be able to make the effect of the wolf poison potion qualitatively improved in just 1 year? You must know that Marx spends most of his time in class, and he has not lost his strength and alchemy. So, this is the only possibility. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 358. Give him another surprise when he comes back. Wanting to understand this, Doogt is more certain of his guess, and can't help feeling that Marx has such deep thoughts at a young age. But Marx's so good performance also made Doogt move some thoughts. He thought this might be an opportunity for him, a chance to recapture everything that was lost. Thinking over and over again, Doogt's deadly heart can't help but agitated. Over the years, he has been hiding in Knockout Alley, drunk and dreaming, just because he can't see any hope. But it is different now. With Marx's talent and potential, it will take a few years to grow up to the level of the previous Dark Lord. Such power, coupled with Marx's meticulous mind and his assistant, it is not difficult to dominate the entire magical world. Just thinking about it, Doogt is a burst of enthusiasm. He had anticipated the scene when he returned to St. Mungo's magical injury hospital with a large number of people in a few years. How surprised Bowen's face would be. Then he will let his father know whose choice is right. Aya saw Dooget's reaction in her eyes, and a smile was drawn at the corner of her mouth. She understood that Dooget had taken the bait, and once Dooget's extensive contacts were available to help, many things would become much easier. Marx on the other side knows nothing about it. After experimenting with the effect of the improved wolf poison potion, and confirming that it was not different from the one shown on the system, Marx acted as a handshaker and sent Fren and others to Isaiah, and asked her to arrange to be responsible for these werewolf wizards. For his work, he can study other topics with peace of mind. He didn't forget that there is one last thing to do, which is to study the improved compound decoction, and then ask Hermione at that time to give medicine to the past self to complete the final time loop. Some time ago, because Bock performed well and taught himself alchemy, Marx was not embarrassed to use Bock as a guinea mouse, and the development of the potion temporarily stopped. Now Furon has just brought back 2 spies who can be used as new testers, so the research can be resumed. A few days passed in a flash. The research progress of the improved compound decoction is much faster than Marx expected, because he found a large number of evil human experiments in the precious black magic books he obtained from the Bock magic shop. saving a lot of research time. Row is so, the two little mice have also been tortured horribly in the past few days. Without the forgetting curse to eliminate the memory, they are a little mentally disordered. So after the potion was boiled, Marx kindly ended their lives, incidentally, using the repaired ring of fierce fire, burned their bodies to ashes. Everything went smoothly and couldn't go smoothly. The only thing that made Marx a little puzzled was why he hadn't been teleported back to his original time and space. Is this time staying so long? Marx frowned involuntarily. Before officially using the time converter to reverse time and space, he had done a test, which proved that as long as the time of a single retrospect exceeds 5 hours, it will be kicked back to the original time at any time. However, the specific residence time has not been calculated. It seems to be completely random, and there is no rule at all. Forget it. Anyway, I've done everything that I should do, so I just return to Hogwarts tomorrow. Marx picked up the improved compound soup and put it in the pocket of the wizard's robe, muttering to himself. He has been in Turn Down Alley for 2 full months, and the day after tomorrow is the day when school starts on September 1st. In addition, Marx did not forget that he was riding a eagle-headed horse with a winged beast. If this big guy is still waiting for him in the jungle, he will have to bring the other back home again. Marx made a decision secretly in his heart, so in the afternoon, Marx went to Isaiah to talk about his plan to go to Hogwarts tomorrow. Tomorrow? But didn't you start school the day after tomorrow? Boggart asked strangely. Marx also didn't explain. He arbitrarily prevaricates the past. He didn't talk to Boggart about the time converter, lest he should be guessed by Boggart that he'd bombed his home. Boggart didn't mean to ask any more. After Marx left, he asked Asa, "Should we discuss that matter with Marx in advance?" "No." Isaiah hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. Since Marx intends to return to Hogwarts, it is better not to mention it, lest he be distracted while studying. Anyway, Fren and others are now greatly increasing their combat power, and Boggart has also summoned many friends to help. This is already an extremely powerful force in Knockdown Alley, so it's better to wait for Marx to surprise him when he comes back. Doug nodded, and did not refute, but continued to ask another important question. "What about the funding? Have you thought about it?" "Don't worry about this. I asked Bock about the location of the store vault. There are tens of thousands of people in it. Even if we recruit some more people, I don't have to worry about funding in a short time," Asa explained. "It's a pity that she can't get the large sums of money the Bock family has saved in Gringotts.untilnovel.com, but she can still find a way to take over the business of Bock, and then take over the wizarding market in the future. There is no need to worry about the shortage of funds." "That's good." Boggart was relieved immediately, although his friends were all good at it. The asking price was not cheap. "By the way, Boggart, do you have a way to get it from the Book and Bock magic shop?" Asa thought of the title deed that Marx had brought back. She hadn't paid attention to Book and Bock magic shop before, because she didn't want to cause trouble. After all, Bock was killed by them. If she participated in the fight for the ownership of the magic shop, she might be found out by the Ministry of Magic. But since Marx has such ambitious ambitions, she can take a bit more aggressive risk in acting. After all, the location of the Bock and Bock magic shop is very good, and it is also a transit point in Knockdown Alley. It is very suitable for transforming into a power station and gathering base. Bock's magic shop. Boggart frowned. As far as he knew, the Bock and Bock magic shop was spotted by a few difficult characters, and it was not easy to take it down. But when Asa took out the title deed, Boggart's frowning brow eased again. He didn't expect Asa to get this. It would indeed work. It happened that his house was blown up by the people of Bock, and there was still a place to stay. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 359. Return to Hogwarts. The next morning, Marx, who had had breakfast, took Hermione out to return to Hogwarts. Before leaving, Marx turned his head and said to Aya and the others who had come to send him, "Mom, Dean Boggart, then he'll go back to school first. And Fren, Walker, if you have anything, remember to write to me." A group of werewolf wizards patted their chests and promised Marx that they could rest assured. Marx nodded. A group of werewolf wizards who can transform freely are an extremely powerful force in Knockdown Alley, enough to deal with most of the troubles. And Bock is dead. The black wizards who slipped through the net were killed completely, and no one else in Knockdown Alley would deliberately target Isaiah. Thinking of this, Marx no longer cared, and said to Hermione beside him, "Let's go, Hermione." Hermione replied, holding Marx's wrist tightly. Apparition. Marx chanted the spell and waved his wand, accompanied by a burst of light and shadow. The two figures seemed to be sucked into the whirlpool, and disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. Hermione only felt the world spin, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar wood. A retro station can be seen in the distance, which is vaguely familiar. It seems that they travel to the wizarding station of HogWarts every year. "Where is this? Aren't we going to HogWarts?" the little witch asked aloud in confusion. "HogWarts is equipped with anti-phantom shifting magic. We can't go there directly. And we have to take a big guy back with us, if it's still here," Marx explained casually. In a word, he looked around, sensing the tracking magic previously set. Since 2 full months have passed, Marx found that the magic he had set had become very vague, and he could only sense the opponent's general direction. After a day or two, this magic would probably be completely ineffective. Hermione was confused, and she didn't understand what Marx meant. When she was about to ask, Marx suddenly looked towards the sky and spoke. "It's coming." Who is coming?" Hermione followed Marx's gaze. Then her eyes widened. In the sky, a reddish-brown behemoth was swooping down towards them with its wide wings stretched out, and the beautiful feathers shimmered in the sun, appearing extremely dazzling. "This is the eagle-headed horse and beast." "But why is it here?" Hermione's brown eyes were full of surprise, and she quickly recognized that this big guy was probably in Hagrid's class. "The one I saw above. Of course I brought it from the Forbidden Forest, so now I have to take it back with me," Marx said with a smile. The two of them chatted about this time. The red-brown eagle-headed horse and beast had already shaken its wings and landed in front of Marx, actively leaning over the huge head, and licking Marx with his tongue. On his cheek, he leaned into the pocket of Marx the wizard's robe and sniffed for something. "Good buddy, it seems that you have a good memory." Marx stretched out his hand and stroked the eagle-headed horse and beast's head, but immediately noticed the opponent's movements and continued with some helplessness. "Don't look for it. This time I don't have the vitality potion." Perhaps after he understood Marx's words, the reddish-brown behemoth raised his head with disappointment in his eyes, but soon his attention was attracted by Hermione again, and looked at her with a little caution. Noting the closeness of the eagle-headed horse and beast to Marx, the clever little witch quickly understood that Marx had already tamed this behemoth. It's no wonder that in the magical animal protection class, the other party would take the initiative to lean in. "Are we going to ride it back to HogWarts this time?" Hermione was a little worried. She had never tried riding an eagle-headed horse with a winged beast to school. "Yes, but you have to get its approval before that," Marx said with a smile. "You haven't forgotten what Hagrid taught during class? Of course, you need to bow to it and wait for the other person's response. In the process, you need to stare at the eyes of the eagle-headed horse and winged beasts. This helps to gain their trust." Hermione gushed and repeated what Hagrid had said in class, but she was a little nervous when she really faced the behemoth. She suddenly remembered that in Hagrid's class, this big guy didn't seem to like herself very much, so she was worried that she would not be recognized by the eagle-headed horse and beast. However, under Marx's encouraging gaze, Hermione remained calm, staring at the red-brown behemoth in front of him, and bent down and bowed. The eagle-headed horse and beast slapped its nose and let out a crisp eagle cry from time to time, examining the weak witch in front of him, unwilling to lower the proud head. Hermione didn't give up, looked at her with her slightly sour eyes, and bowed again later. Perhaps it was the sense of Hermione's sincere attitude that the eagle-headed horse and beast's attitude softened, and Marx was soothing by the side. and it didn't take long to bend its scaly front knee to face Hermione bowed. The little witch was so happy. Until novel.com cautiously approaching a few steps, seeing that the eagle-headed horse and beast did not react too much, she stretched out her hand and stroked the red-brown feathers. The eagle-headed horse and beast also responded positively, enjoying Hermione's petting, and licking Hermione's palm with his tongue. Marx was a little surprised to see that the eagle-headed horse and beast was so close to Hermione. He also remembered that this red-brown behemoth was not friendly to Hermione when he was in the magical animal protection class, so Marx even managed to appease the eagle-headed horse and beast by himself, allowing it to temporarily allow Hermione and himself the idea of riding together. Just like Harry in the original Time and Space as a rider, he can take Hermione and Sirius to fly together. But things went smoother than he expected, or it was beyond his expectations. Come on. Marx didn't think much, and quickly leapt to the back of the eagle-headed horse and beast, and then stretched out her hand to pull Hermione up and let her sit in front of her. After the little witch sat down, the eagle-headed horse and beast flapped its wings spiritually, brought up a cloud of smoke, and flew straight into the sky. Hermione was taken aback, holding the feathers on the back of the eagle-headed horse with winged beasts in both hands. This was the first time she rode this behemoth. When Malfoy was almost attacked in class, Hermione did not. There was no chance to ride a eagle-headed horse and beast into the air like everyone else. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 360. Annoying Dementors. The strong wind blew Hermione's face, making her a little bit unable to open her eyes, and the upward momentum shook her figure a little, as if she was about to fall. Don't worry, just hold it firmly, it won't fall off. Marx noticed that Hermione was very nervous, so he smiled comfortingly, and then teased. And don't forget that we are wizards and know how to use magic. Even if we fall, we only need to release a slow falling or floating curse on ourselves in time. What if I don't release the magic in time? Hermione asked nervously. Then there is still me, isn't it? You should always have some confidence in me, Marx replied with a smile. Hermione nodded, thinking that Marx was right behind her. She couldn't help but feel relieved a lot. After a tight mind relaxed, the little witch soon experienced the fun of flying on a ride, which was completely different from the feeling of flying in the air with a broomstick. There was no need for distracted control and you could admire the scenery along the way. At this time, the eagle-headed horse and beast began to glide smoothly in the air. Hermione looked over, and the towering mountains shrouded in clouds and mist in the distance were greeted by a large area of lush woods. Hermione really enjoys such a peaceful feeling, but after the short-term novelty faded away, the long-distance trip became a bit boring. For several hours, I couldn't see any people, sitting on an eagle-headed horse with a winged beast, and far away from a train. Comfortable inside. Fortunately, the two can still pass the time with small talk, talking to each other some interesting things, and soon, the HogWarts castle in the distance is in sight. In order to avoid being seen, Marx cast a spell on the eagle-headed horse and beast underneath him to bless the illusion spell, and then put on the invisibility cloak together with Hermione, and then directed the eagle-headed horse and beast towards the forbidden forest. Fly away. Just then, a scorching sensation came from his chest. Marx frowned, stretched out his hand to take out the time converter hanging on his chest. This golden hourglass pendant has become more and more hot. This situation means that he will soon be kicked back to the original time. Marx, what's the matter? Hermione noticed Marx's movement behind her, turned her head, and asked. It's nothing, but I should go back soon. Marx put the time converter back in and replied casually. Hermione was stunned first, and then quickly realized that Marx was back to the original point in time, and suddenly asked in a flustered manner. Then what should we do? Are we still in the sky now? Let's land quickly. Speaking, Hermione was directing the eagle-headed horse and beast to land, but Marx stopped it. Don't worry about it, it's not that fast. Generally speaking, I still have more than 10 minutes of residence time, enough to fly to the Forbidden Forest. Marx explained. The time converter started to get hot, obviously an early warning mechanism specially set up by the producer. Judging from his previous experience using the time converter several times, after the time converter gives an obvious reminder, a short period of time will be reserved for the holder to prepare calmly, so that some embarrassing things will not happen. Even if there is an accident, he is still a powerful wizard. He will not fall from the sky to death. Marx is a little worried about Hermione being here alone, so it is better to take her back with him. Fortunately, it is very close to Hogwarts Castle, and it can be reached within a few minutes at most. The smooth journey made Marx couldn't help feeling that his luck was good this time, but he remembers that when he came to London from Hogwarts on an eagle-headed horse and winged beast, it rained heavily on the way. The feeling of being wet is terrible. However, just as Marx was thinking this way, he saw that the originally clear sky slowly dimmed. In the distance, there seemed to be a large group of black clouds drifting towards this side, and there was something faintly inside. The entanglement surged. The originally clear sky was covered by clouds and mist, and the deep cold air gradually spread. Hermione couldn't help but shudder, and Marx suddenly realized that something was wrong. The eagle-headed horse and the winged beast made an uneasy eagle cry, and tried to deflect and flew higher to avoid it. But the black clouds and mist seemed to be conscious, and quickly followed. When the black clouds got closer, Marx realized that it was not a cloud at all, but a large group of corrupt figures in tattered cloaks. "It's a Dementor." Hermione shuddered, shaking her body. Marx hurriedly hugged her, covered her mouth with his right hand, signaled her not to speak, tried to hide her body in an invisibility cloak, and at the same time let the eagle-headed horse and beast speed up. It's just that there are too many Dementors, and they quickly dispersed and blocked Marx and others in the air. Marx shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Dumbledore was right. Even the invisibility cloak can't hide these disgusting monsters. Dozens of Dementors float around in a gathering, forming a space composed of darkness and cold. Here, as if all the light and heat have been deprived of it, the happy things in my mind gradually fade away. www.mentalnovel.com. The pain buried deep in my heart and the things that I don't want to recall all come to my heart. Flame, kill, blood. Hermione's face turned pale, her hands tightly pulled the feathers of the eagle-headed horse and the winged beast, and scenes of killings continued to flow in her mind, and the voices of wailing and pain continued to echo in her ears. Looking at the Dementors who got closer and closer, Marx was also affected a lot, and the occlumency was activated for the first time, which made it easier. At the same time, Marx was also a little upset. He didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to send these Dementors to Hogwarts before school started. "Are you planning to conduct a full search of Hogwarts while the students are away? If I knew it, I should come back a few days earlier, instead of crashing into the defensive net built by the Dementors. Because these Dementors are employed by the Ministry of Magic, Marx doesn't have a valid reason, and it is not easy to deal with them. After all, the situation this time is a little different from last time. The Dementors are responsible for intercepting a person trying to break into the castle. On the contrary, he can't explain why he rode into Hogwarts with a winged beast on an eagle-in. In this short period of time, the Dementors have floated in front of them, staring directly at Marx's direction with their hollow eyes, as if they were sensing something. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 361. Although there is no evidence, I suspect that you are Sirius. The invisibility cloak on Marx hindered their perception. The Dementors could only vaguely feel that there were various thoughts floating in the direction of Marx, which was very delicious. Marx was hesitating whether to take action to drive away these annoying monsters. Once the war starts, there will be a lot of noise, unless he can kill all these Dementors, otherwise this matter will definitely be reported, and it is impossible to hide it from Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic will certainly respond to this. Marx hadn't heard the slightest sound of wind before, so he was worried that if he acted rashly, it would change history. However, Hermione couldn't hold it anymore at this time, and she was extremely nervous. The memory that emerged in her mind impacted her consciousness, and her body was also shaky. Noting that Hermione's state was a bit wrong, Marx was very anxious, coupled with the burning of the time converter in his chest. He was no longer silent. "Go away, there is no one you are looking for here," Marx murmured with a hoarse voice. "The Dementors are getting closer." Don't believe Marx's words at all, and most people won't fly to Hogwarts at this time. Although there is no evidence, they suspect that the person in front of them is the wanted criminal Sirius. Dementors can't speak, but they still convey their thoughts in some way. Marx hesitated, and didn't want to conflict with them, so he said casually, "I'm an employee at Hogwarts. I found a missing eagle-headed horse and beast outside, so I plan to take it to the Forbidden Forest." The Dementors did not disperse. Their IQs were not high, but they would not be fooled by Marx. The most important thing is that they are used by the unscrupulous Ministry of Magic as a search tool. They have not had a full meal for many days. Now they have finally caught a guy who is suspected to be Sirius. Of course, it is impossible to let it go easily. A large number of Dementors are ready to move. They are not patient creatures, and the rules of the Ministry of Magic are gradually forgotten. They only know that they are hungry, very hungry. Very hungry. A Dementor soon drifted to Marx's side, and stretched out the withered, crusted palms to take off Marx's body that could affect their perception, so that they could absorb more delicious emotions. Just when the scabbed hand stretched out in front of him, a burst of white light was ignited from the invisibility cloak, and the Dementor was shot and flew out instantly, hitting a few of the same kind behind him. Originally wandering nearby, the Dementors who still had some consideration were immediately enraged. They swarmed towards Marx, covering the sky and the sun like a black wave, swallowing down. "Hush and guard." Marx waved his wand and the vast white mist gathered into a strong shield and stood in front of him. A large number of Dementors hit the shield made up of white mist, rippling waves, making a sound of corroding, but unable to break through the defense. Angrily, the nearest Dementors even took off their hoods, revealing the weird faces under the brim of their hats. Their heads are dry and thin. The only place where they should have eyes is the thin skin with grey scabs, and underneath is a big hollow mouth, sucking something with big mouths. The white mist shield gradually becomes thinner, and the surrounding area becomes more and more cold. Hermione leaned back hard, shivering in Marx's arms, cold sweat on her forehead, and a lot of illusory things with various colors were constantly being stripped from her body. Marx, who was still scrupulous, is not keeping his hands. Although Marx could not summon the shadow of the unicorn in order to conceal his identity, so as not to be approached by the Ministry of Magic, his patron Saint Curse has improved a lot during this period, and he can play many tricks. Under the wave of the magic wand, the white mist surging in midair condensed in a short period of time, and turned into a light group consisting of white mist and rolled directly forward. The few unprepared Dementors couldn't dodge at all. They were smashed into pieces, and their bodies were a little loose. More Dementors from the rear gathered angrily. The light ball exploded suddenly, the white mist spread to the surroundings, and the Dementors who were trying to approach were quickly blown out. Although there are a large number of Dementors in Hogwarts, the white fog created by Marx's patron Saint Curse is related to the special bloodline magic, which is much stronger than that released by normal wizards, and it is even more important for Dementors, a full-fledged nemesis. But Marx didn't want to make things too much. He just used the patron Saint Curse to knock the Dementors in front of him into the air, and then drove the eagle-headed horse and beast into a rampage, rushing out of the encirclement abruptly. "Quick, go to the Forbidden Forest." The long-lost sunlight spreads on his body. While he was relieved, Marx did not dare to stay too much. He directed the eagle-headed horse and beast to fly to the Forbidden Forest at the fastest speed. Behind, a large number of unwilling Dementors tried to catch up again. Marx expelled them again and again. After several times, these monsters who learned the lesson gave up the idea of approaching. Some of them separated or reported the situation, and the remaining part only dared to hover in the air far away. Marx ignored them. The time converter on his neck was getting hotter and hotter. Fortunately, the eagle-headed horse and beast flew very quickly. MTLnovel.com and flew into the Forbidden Forest in a few moments and landed successfully. Marx turned over and leapt off the back of the eagle-headed horse and beast, turned his head, looked at Hermione, who was slightly pale, helped her down, and asked aloud, "Hermione, are you okay?" Hermione shook her head, so that Marx didn't have to worry, and she was much better now without the disgusting Dementors. At this time, the eagle-headed horse and beast on the side suddenly let out an eagle cry, and its big orange eyes stared at Hermione angrily. Marx was a little strange at first, and then noticed that some reddish-brown feathers seemed to be stuck on Hermione's hands. "I was a bit too nervous just now. I always wanted to grab something, so I'm sorry." Hermione stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, and said apologetically at the eagle-headed horse with winged beasts. The eagle-headed horse and beast didn't buy it. He raised his neck proudly. Finally, under Marx's comfort, it was considered that he had let go of the hostility to Hermione, but still did not allow Hermione to touch it anymore. The little witch looked very disappointed. Marx smiled, and when he was about to say a few words of comfort, the time and space around him suddenly froze. "Damn it, so fast, why can't you wait a little longer?" Marx wanted to yell, but he couldn't make a sound at all. He could only watch time go by. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 362 Cycle of Fate. Vague colors and shapes fill the entire space, and everything around is changing rapidly. Marx's wide-eyed eyes, he desperately wanted to know what happened to this place after he left, whether Hermione had reached Hogwarts Castle safely, and whether the Dementors had caught up. But the speed of the surrounding changes was too fast, and Marx could only see a large number of black shadows falling from the sky at a certain moment, and then scattered. Occasionally, a few fuzzy-shaped animals pass by. More often the day and night alternate. I don't know how long it took, and everything finally stabilized, and Marx regained his ability to act. Raised his eyes to look at the sky. It was already evening. Marx knew that he should have returned to the normal time. He remembered that it was in the evening when he used the time converter. "I don't know what happened to Hermione," Marx sighed. "The dark shadows I saw before." Marx guessed that the Dementors were searching for him and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest. "I hope that the little witch has already left by then. Otherwise," Marx glanced at the time converter in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't use it. He decided to go to the castle to see the situation first. If everything goes well, Hermione should have already returned. Thinking of this, Marx took out the live map, tapped his magic wand, and muttered, "I solemnly swear that I did nothing good." On a piece of blank parchment, many delicate inclines suddenly appeared, spreading like spiderweb lines, connecting and spreading to every corner of the parchment, drawing a map clearly marked with names. Peter Pettigrew was sleeping in the dormitory, Ron and Harry stayed in the common room, and Dumbledore stayed peacefully in his principal's room. As for Hermione, Marx searched for a circle, and successfully found the name of the little witch, which seemed to be moving fast, maybe somewhere to go. Marx was holding the map and counting Hermione's movement trajectory, while walking quickly towards Hogwarts Castle, easily blocking her in the corridor. "Hermione," Marx greeted. The little witch, who rushed around in the castle, hurriedly turned her head suddenly after hearing Marx's voice, and said angrily while holding a book, "Finally found you, Marx. You used a coma spell on me just now. It's too much." The angry words of the little witch made Marx stunned, but when he noticed the beads of sweat on Hermione's forehead and the thick books in her hands, she quickly understood what was going on. Before Marx could respond, Hermione stuffed the book in Marx's arms. "I found some records in this book. You can take a look at it. It should be able to help." Marx lowered his head and glanced. "This is exactly the black magic uncensored." "Thank you, Hermione." Marx did not open the book, but said with emotion, "Don't talk about this now." The little witch shook her head eagerly, and signaled Marx to turn the book quickly. The content is on page 125 of this book. Marx only turned a few pages. Since he had read all the contents, he only turned it over later. Seeing that there are a large number of cruel black magic experimental analysis in the book Black Magic Decryption, I remembered the previous puzzles, but had not had time to ask. By the way, Hermione, how did you think of looking for this book? Don't you usually never read black magic books? Hermione hesitated for a while, and when she woke up, she found an extra note on the bedside. Then she took out the folded note from the pocket of the wizard's robe and punched it open. Marx clearly sees that it says, Forbidden Book Area. The bookshelf in the 13th row and the 9th column. Black Magic Decryption. The most important thing is that Marx recognizes that it is Hermione's handwriting. Remember the question you asked me? What happens when the potion is used on the dead wizard? Hermione said very quickly, and then continued to explain. I'm not as smart as you, so I checked a lot of books and thought about it for a long time without a clue. But since the time converter can go back to the past, why can't the future self tell us the answer? Why? You are much smarter than me, Hermione. Such a good method. Even I can't even think of it. Marx couldn't help but look at the talking little witch in front of him. When the potion research was in trouble before, he had never thought of such a novel method. Just like Hermione said, as long as the calculation is right, he can completely help his future self to solve some headaches. In addition, Marx was relieved that since Hermione got the note, it proved that she avoided the Dementor's search in the future and returned to the castle safely. Was praised by Marx. Hermione raised the corner of her mouth slightly, very happy. She felt that her hard work these days was finally in vain. But in the end, he still reservedly stated that he was just studying hard and was a little clever. How about, is the content of this book useful? Hermione looked forward to watching Marx.novel.com. Well, it's very useful. Marx nodded in response. I said I would definitely be able to help. Then we will start to study now, the little witch said confidently. However, Marx did not respond. He hesitated to explain to Hermione. Marx's silence made Hermione faintly aware of something wrong. The happy expression on the little witch's face slowly dimmed, and she suddenly thought that Marx might have ended this time travel, and her previous efforts might have been in vain. Have you done what you want to do? Hermione pursed her lips, and said depressedly. Yes. Marx nodded, then smiled at Hermione, who was unhappy. That's why I just wanted to thank you, Hermione. This time, you really helped a lot. You mean? Hermione's brown eyes turned round, and she looked at Marx blankly. Of course she could understand the consciousness in Marx's words. The little witch reacted after a long time, and then said in a flustered manner, But, I haven't done anything yet. So, do you want to take an adventure now? But it might be a bit dangerous. Marx took off the time converter from her body, hung it on Hermione's neck, and asked. Marx has realized that if she doesn't send away the current little witch, she will never be able to touch her in the future. Because the time of departure is also the time of return after the stay time arrives. Chapter 363 New Legend Event. Of course, Hermione nodded without hesitation. She didn't forget that Marx had promised her that she would take her with her every time she used the time converter. And when Professor Dumbledore gave them the time converter, they also asked them to supervise each other. Thinking of this, Hermione's cheeks were slightly red, because she found that she didn't seem to be playing a supervisory role at all. After Hermione agreed, Marx wondered how to get her back to Knockdown Alley 3 months ago. I can't just sit with an eagle-headed horse and a winged beast like I did before, right? That's too painful. Marx thought a little, and soon got an idea, snapped his fingers, and said hello. More than. The next moment, an ugly house elf with big eyes flashed in front of the two of them. Do you have any orders, sir? Dobby asked in a shrill voice. Take us to Knockdown Alley. Marx took Hermione's hand and said to Dobby, although Hogwarts has the magic of anti-shifting and shadow changing, house elves do not have this restriction. Dobby's magic is enough to transport the two of them from here to Knockdown Alley. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Dobby immediately carried it out, holding out Marx's wrist with his left hand, and snapping a finger with his right hand. There was a shift in space, and when Marx came back to his senses, what attracted his eyes was a small alley that was both unfamiliar and familiar. If he remembers correctly, this place seems to be the place where Hermione stopped the two black-robed wizards in the first place. Such a coincidence? Marx was a little surprised, but he didn't care too much. Marx took out the invisibility cloak and handed it to Hermione, and explained, "If you want to help me, you have to go back more than 3 months ago. That is, 2,400 revolutions. Of course, I spent a lot of money from Hogwarts to London riding a griffin and winged beast. Time, so you make 5 more turns and it's almost the same." Hermione was a little bit stunned. For more than 2,000 laps, she was a little worried that she might make a mistake. If nothing else, if you wait there for a while, you will see 2 wizards in black robes passing by. At that time, I would want to kill them. You only need to stop me. Here, remember to wear the invisibility cloak during the process. Yifan added. Hermione tried hard to remember all Marx's words in her heart, and said with some doubts, "Did you wear an invisible cloak? How should I find you?" "Just pay attention to the magic wand that pops up suddenly. I don't think it will trouble you, right?" Marx said with a smile. Hermione nodded, and then began to verbally inquire, "What else? What should I do after that? Is there anything that needs special attention?" While talking, the little witch took out the magic quill from the pocket of the wizard robe, and unfolded the wrinkled note. She looked at Marx seriously, as if she wanted to write down what Marx said next. "No, Hermione, I have nothing to remind you, and there is nothing to pay special attention to." Seeing this posture, Marx shook his head, not crying or laughing for a while. He thought that he had imagined that he could get a clearance strategy and acted according to the instructions above. He didn't expect Hermione to have the same idea. "But I still don't know what you want to do," Hermione said flusteredly. Marx had been researching potions day and night, but she saw that there must be a very important thing to accomplish. She didn't want to cause anything wrong because of her negligence. "Then you need to understand it yourself," Marx said casually, and comforted her a few more words to let her not worry, and then handed the compound decoction made before to Hermione so that she could pass it on to herself when that time comes. Since Marx said that, it meant that everything should go smoothly on this trip. After trying to understand this, Hermione relaxed a little. Then, Hermione took the reagent bottle containing the compound decoction, put it in place, and put on the invisibility cloak, ready to use the time converter. At this time, Marx suddenly remembered one thing and said, "By the way, after you passed, I should ask you some questions at that time." You just need to tell him not to try to change the past, but to learn to follow the context of history. For example, think about what you have seen. Is it all right to say that? Hermione was confused, not able to understand Marx's meaning. Is this too general? Well, that's enough. But now he definitely doesn't understand, so he doesn't want to think about anything. Marx said with some emotion. He can be regarded as understanding why he failed to get the so-called clearance strategy, because there is no need to intervene at all, and destiny will lead everything to the desired result. Everything just goes with the flow. Hermione looked at Marx with a weird look, silently remembered these words in her heart, converged her mind, and began to turn the time converter. Marx couldn't see Hermione in the invisibility cloak, but seeing that she hadn't responded for a long time, she knew that the little witch should have left. "Let's go, Dobby. Let's go back." Marx looked at the house elf on the side and said www.mtlnovel.com. "Okay, sir." Dobby replied, and returned to Hogwarts with Marx. 2 consecutive ultra-long-distance teleportations. Dobby was too tired. His pointed ears drooped, and his wrinkled face was full of exhaustion. Marx saw these in his eyes, and couldn't help speaking. "Thanks for your hard work these days, Dobby. I should have nothing important for the next 2 days. You can take a good rest and treat it as your vacation." "Take a rest?" Dobby's exhaustion was swept away. It raised its head in surprise, blinked its bulb-sized eyes, hesitated for a while, and then screamed in surprise. "You mean? My God, Dobby has a vacation." The sharp high pitch almost broke Marx's eardrum. Marx rubbed his ears. He didn't expect it was just a vacation. Dobby would have such a big reaction. Before he had time to say anything, Dobby choked himself. "Sir, you are so kind. Not only are you willing to pay Dobby a salary, but you are also willing to give Dobby a vacation. You are simply the greatest person in the wizarding world. Greater than Harry Potter." Tears accumulated in Dobby's eyes, and he seemed to want to hold his thigh and cry. Marx was very speechless. It seemed that Harry's name as the savior was only worth Sika's salary every Monday and 2 days of vacation. Ding! A new legendary event has been generated. When Marx was about to comfort Dobby, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 364 Damaged Time Converter. Marx's attention was immediately drawn to him. Since the prompt appeared at this time, it was probably related to his time travel, so he opened the system bar to check it. Legendary title, Ouroboros. Legend event, you use the power of the time converter to go back to the past, complete the history, and direct the result in the expected direction. Although the process is rarely known, it is still worthy of reward. Legend 1. Special reward, stable time and space node already issued in advance. Note, are you playing with time, or time playing with you? Ouroboros? Marx muttered to himself silently, looking at the legendary title this time. Ouroboros refers to a snake that devours its tail. It can consume itself as a nourishment, and then grow and be consumed forever. A fantasy creature or state is often used to symbolize time and space and the universe, representing an infinite loop. It is also very appropriate to use this to describe his experience these days. If he takes the day he goes home during the school year as a time node, and when he uses the time converter as another node, then the two are indeed in a constant loop. After all, the self who has no future returns to set up the scene 3 months ago, so he will not see the death of Asia, and then get the time converter and start planning to return to 3 months ago to do all this, so that the past self I can see the death of Isaiah trying to get the time converter and plan how to arrange the scene. Just thinking about it, Marx felt a bit headache. He immediately felt that he must be more cautious when using the time converter in the future. It is best not to have things like this time again, and to find his own guilt. As stated in the remarks, it is not so much that he played with time, it is better to be teased by time. Marx shook his head, sighed, and then focused on the special reward given by the legendary title. You must know that when I was awarded the title of legend, I had never been rewarded by the system. This time was obviously an accident. Is the space-time node stable? Marx groaned. The system did not give any explanation, but just looking at the literal meaning, Marx can also guess something. This time he stayed for a full 2 months. It is probably related to the system. Otherwise, it would not be a coincidence that he had just brought the eagle-headed horse-body-winged beast back and was kicked back to the original time and space. It was obvious that what he was going to do had already been done, so there was no need to stay any longer. Hermione was still stuck because there was still something to be done. "Sir, what's the matter with you?" Marx stayed on the spot for a long time, his expression constantly changing, which made Dobby feel a little strange on the side, and asked suspiciously, It's nothing, just thinking about something." Marx was stunned for a short time, and quickly reacted, said something, and then sent Dobby to rest sooner. When Dobby left, Marx took out the map to look at. Just as he had expected, Hermione's name appeared again in Hogwarts Castle, near an unmanned classroom. "Stand still." Marx found the nearest underpass and walked over. He desperately wanted to know what happened after he was kicked back to the original time in the Forbidden Forest, and how Hermione got rid of those conspirators. Weird. Walking out of the dark tunnel, Marx soon saw the sad little witch standing in front of the classroom. "Hermione." Marx said hello. "Marx?" Hermione was taken aback, and she subconsciously hid her right hand behind her, her expression a little flustered. "Well, you are in a normal time period, right? Marx hesitated for a moment, feeling that Hermione's reaction was a bit wrong. With the previous oolong, Marx also became suspicious, suspecting that the little witch in front of him might have come back from another time period. Hermione nodded sadly. "What's wrong? Did something happen before?" Marx asked with some worry. It cracked. Hermione pursed her mouth, said in a vague way, and then took the right hand that was behind her back to her and opened it. Marx clearly saw that in Hermione's white palm, a long thin gold chain was placed, and a small golden hourglass hung under the chain. Compared to before, there are many more fine cracks on the hourglass. Although the fine sand inside does not leak out, it looks like it may burst at any time. When was it damaged? Marx frowned, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Just now. Hermione pursed her lips, quite annoyed. She felt it was her fault. The previous daytime arrived. After returning to the normal time and space, the time converter was fine, but she temporarily remembered the matter of sending a note to herself, so she used it again, returning to a few days ago. So Hermione felt that if she hadn't considered the endurance limit of the time converter, this thing would not be damaged. What should we do now? Do you have a way to fix it? Hermione looked at Marx in a panic. Novel.com and asked with a hint of anticipation. Marx thought for a while, took the time converter in Hermione's hand, and opened the magic item bar of the system to check the status of the time converter. Magic item, time converter. Magic power, weak strong. Special status, damaged. Effect, every time you turn the pointer, the time will go back by 1 hour, and the risk will increase by 1 point. Unavailable. Description: this is an exquisite magical product with a powerful ability that can affect time, but due to multiple high-intensity uses, it has exceeded its tolerance. Note: it felt that it had had enough, so it cracked. I noticed the words damaged on the special status, and Marx had a headache. After reading the instructions, I thought of the special rewards given by the legendary title. I didn't know that the system was messing up. The power of the time converter itself is obviously impossible for him and Hermione to stay in that time and space for such a long time. It was only because of the systematic influence that it lasted for a few months. Now that the legendary event has been completed and the influence of the system has disappeared, the time converter is naturally unable to withstand it and is broken. How is it? Can it be fixed? Hermione looked at Marx very nervously. No, it's completely broken, and I can't do anything. Marx shook his head helplessly. When he got the time converter, he thought about studying it. However, the power of time is too profound. He has no way of starting, let alone repairing it. Chapter 365. We won't be caught by the Ministry of Magic in Azkaban, will we? I accidentally broke it. Professor Dumbledore won't expel me for that. Hearing that even Marx couldn't find a way, Hermione was completely broken. Thinking of having to pay a large sum of Jinjialong to the Ministry of Magic after she was expelled, she might even be burdened by Professor McGonagall, who helped her guarantee her. Hermione almost cried. Don't worry, it won't. Marx hurriedly comforted, and then said again. Besides, they should punish me as well. This matter has nothing to do with you. You use the time converter too much to help me. I will explain this to them then. Since I understand that the time converter is damaged due to system reasons, Marx certainly wouldn't let Hermione, an unaware little witch, take this responsibility. However, Hermione was not very grateful, and stared at Marx angrily. She felt that since the time converter was broken in her own hands, she was very responsible. Only quickly, Hermione's anger slowly turned to worry again. She pursed her mouth, and asked in fear. If we broke such an important thing, we won't be caught by the Ministry of Magic in Azkaban, will we? How is that possible? Marx shook his head and continued to pretend to be relaxed. It's a big deal to compensate some Jinjialong. You don't know that I made thousands of Jialong from Lockhart last year, and it should be enough to pay it. And I am still a Merlin medal winner, and a minor wizard. The Ministry of Magic will not do anything to us. Even though I said so, Marx had no bottom in his heart. We must know that the production method of the time converter seems to have been lost. That is to say, Every time converter is extremely precious, and the bad one is one less. He does not know how much it is worth, and he does not know the gold how long he saved. Is it enough? However, it is impossible for the Ministry of Magic to capture 2 minor wizards to Azkaban because of a time converter. Marx can still confirm this. Anyway, let's go to the principal's office now and ask Professor Dumbledore. Marx said helplessly. If possible, Marx would not really want to see Dumbledore. After all, he has a lot of secrets, and there is always some anxiety in meeting this master of mind trapping. But the time converter can't be left alone like that. They still have class tomorrow. If you miss a few consecutive classes, there will definitely be a professor who will report their absence to Dumbledore, so you can't hide it at all. It's better to honestly admit your mistakes. Maybe his confession was sincere, so Dumbledore wouldn't be held accountable. Of course, Hermione has no opinion, and finding Professor Dumbledore is the only choice now. On the way to the principal's office, Marx did not forget to tell Hermione, and remember to kill her by then, saying that it was because the two of them were too passionate about learning, so they used the time converter too frequently, which eventually caused the time converter to be damaged. After all, using the time converter privately to go back to the past is not a small matter. He will definitely be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic and questioned what he did when he went back to the past. Maybe people from the Ministry of Magic would think of the Bock store being attacked, conduct an in-depth investigation, and then fire him or arrest him in Azkaban. But if we say that, do the people at the Ministry of Magic really believe it? What if they use Veritaserum on us? Hermione was very skeptical, and said that she really loves learning too much. She couldn't say it anyway. Reassure, the Ministry of Magic will not use Veritaserum indiscriminately, and we are not prisoners. Actually, even prisoners won't use it easily. So we can convince them by showing something beyond our peers. Marx explained. In fact, Marx has always felt that some methods of the Ministry of Magic are fascinating. For example, Veritaserum is a weapon of interrogation, but the Ministry of Magic rarely uses it. Just like the last Wizarding War, a large number of Death Eaters only need to insist that they are controlled by the Imperious Curse to be able to successfully exonerate, and the Ministry of Magic has no intention of using Veritaserum from beginning to end. The same was true when Voldemort returned. A few drops of Veritaserum can tell what Harry said is true, and Fudge and the Ministry of Magic just don't use it. Although there may be some political factors in this. For example, many Death Eaters who have escaped sanctions have a prominent life experience, and the imprisoned pureblood wizards are some diehards who died by themselves. Another example is that Fudge wants to pretend to be an ostrich and he does not want to believe the fact that Voldemort has returned. But it is obvious that Veritaserum cannot be used at will. Since I don't need to drink Veritaserum, Marx certainly does not worry about his words being broken. The production method of the time converter has been lost for hundreds of years. No one in the Ministry of Magic should be able to see the specific use of this time converter before it was damaged. With his 6th level alchemy level, he can only make a preliminary judgment that this time converter was damaged due to overuse. You are reading www.uukanzu.com specifically how to overuse it, and how long ago it was impossible to detect at all. Come out, let alone those from the Ministry of Magic. On the way to the principal's office, Marx and Hermione colluded with a confession. By the time he arrived at the door, the lie had been made up by him. Considering Hermione is not good at telling lies, Marx asked her not to speak casually after letting her in. The Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore just let him deal with it. Made all preparations, and when they arrived in front of the principal's office, the two of them were dumbfounded, and they were dumbfounded in front of the huge stone beast guarding the gate. It's over. We haven't had time to ask what the password of the principal's office is. Marx patted his head. He patronized to make up the reason, but forgot to find a professor to ask about the password. Sweet honey candy, toffee finger pancakes, cockroach pile. Marx tried one by one at the huge stone beasts. When it came to the pile of cockroaches, the stone beasts shook abruptly, whirled slowly upwards with a dull sound, and finally hidden behind the stairs. It was revealed. Evan, how did you guess it? Hermione looked at Marx in surprise. I have been to the principal's office several times before and found that Professor Dumbledore usually uses some sweets and drinks that he usually likes as his password. So I tried it. It seems that my luck is good, Marx explained with a smile, and then strode in. Hermione realized this, and then became a little annoyed. Why didn't she think of this before? Chapter 366. You will be even more surprised this time. Marx winded up the stairs, and the subconscious operation in the brain started a clumency. But then Marx thought that Hermione didn't know a clumency, and Dumbledore had nothing to do with it. Entered the principal's room with a nervous heart, and Marx saw Dumbledore wearing a grey wizard robe, standing with his back to him, teasing Phoenix Fox. Marx looked a little greedy. After receiving the legendary title of Ouroboros, his legendary value has once again made up 5 points, and he can already merge the next bloodline, and the blood of the Phoenix has always been his first choice. McClown, Ms. Granger, is there anything you came to see me for? Dumbledore noticed the movement behind him, turned his head to look at the two of them, and asked a little surprised. Yes, Professor, we came to you because of an important thing. Marx organized the language and hesitated where to start. Sit down and talk. Dumbledore stepped and sat behind the desk. With a light wave of his wand, there were 2 more stools beside Marx and Hermione. I still remember that every time you came to me, you brought some unexpected news to me. It seems that this time is no exception. Dumbledore's long slender fingers were facing each other, and the blue eyes under the half-moon glasses stared at Marx closely, and there was a hint of teasing in his words. It's usually you who come to me, Marx murmured to himself in his heart, and then said with embarrassment, then you will be even more surprised this time. Marx prepared Dumbledore mentally, then put the damaged time converter on the table and spoke again. Do you remember the time converter that you gave us before? Now it broken. Seeing the time converter that is full of cracks and may burst open at any time, Dumbledore's face was stunned, and it took a long time before he raised his head and looked at Marx and Hermione in a weird voice, and said in a deep voice, I think you need to explain to me what is going on. How did you break it? Marx explained with a hint of apology. Professor, I'm sorry. I was researching the improvement plan of the compound decoction before, and I was too fascinated for a while. I frequently used the power of the time converter and miscalculated its limit, which led to this result. Marx said all the rhetoric he had already thought of, and even actively throughout his own research and development of improved compound decoction during this period. Because Dumbledore can learn from Snape that he has asked for some knowledge about potion improvement with a little investigation. This matter cannot be concealed, and there is no need to conceal it. He can say that since he developed the wolf poison potion by himself last school year and gained the glory and attention, he was a little addicted to it. This semester is going to make persistent efforts to make big news or something. Professor, I am also responsible for this matter. The time converter broke in my hand, Hermione hurriedly said. Marx gave Hermione a helpless look. Girl, isn't it time to grab a responsibility? The reason why he took all the responsibilities was to keep Dumbledore's attention all on himself, so that Dumbledore would not see if Hermione's disguise was not in place. Hermione also stared at Marx dissatisfiedly. They had previously agreed to take responsibility together, but Marx threw her aside again. The eye contact between the two did not last long, and was interrupted by Dumbledore's words. I think I warned you that the power of the time converter needs to be used with caution. You also promised me not to use its power outside of class. Dumbledore's face was full of seriousness, and his deep eyes slowly swept across the two of them. After a short stay on Hermione's body, he quickly turned to Marx's body. And I think it's not as simple as you said, isn't it? McClown. Dumbledore took out a few letters from the drawer, turned it over, and continued. About a month ago, The day before school started, the Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic to guard Hogwarts stopped a suspected Sirius Bright not far from the castle and planned to enter from the air. The people at Hogwarts. Of course, the interception of these Dementors finally failed. For this reason, the Minister of Magic Fudge wrote several letters to me, wanting to send more Dementors into Hogwarts for a full search. But I turned it down. Dumbledore said while watching Marx's reaction. As far as he knew, there were not many wizards capable of breaking through dozens of Dementors, especially from the news from the Ministry of Magic. The other party seemed to have defeated the Dementors in order to conceal their identity without even releasing the patron saint. Sirius Black could never do this, was sent along with this news, and the news that Marx had saved his classmates by expelling a large number of Dementors on the Hogwarts train the next day. At that time, he had some doubts, and coupled with the timetable that Marx handed in, Dumbledore had a certainty of 6 or 7 points. Until novel.com, since he could think of it, other people were certainly not fools. So he stopped the application that McGonagall had written for Marx, and only applied for a time converter in the name of Hermione, so that it would not be easy for the Ministry of Magic to think of this. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Marx's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect that he had exposed so early, but he remembered seeing Dumbledore reading these letters when he came to the principal's office at the beginning of school. Before, Marx thought these letters were sent by Dean Bowen, but now it seems that he has misunderstood him. No wonder Dumbledore was not very happy to give the time converter to himself at that time, and even specifically mentioned the danger of using the time converter to himself. Hermione's face turned pale, and she couldn't help casting a questioning look at Marx, wanting to know what to do now. Dumbledore saw the reaction of the two of them, and immediately confirmed his previous guess. Marx quickly eased off, his face unchanged, and said apologetically again, "Sorry, Professor, and please forgive me for using the power of the time converter privately, which caused its damage." Marx didn't fabricate any reason. Under the circumstances that Dumbledore had determined, fabricating a lie would not do any good, because Dumbledore only needs to use contemplation on Hermione to know everything, and even with his full strength, Marx suspects that his occlumency cannot be resisted. It just depends on whether Dumbledore wants to do this. P.S. Ask for monthly ticket, ask for recommendation, ask for subscription. Chapter 367. Why don't you hang them from the roof and whip them fiercely? Because of this, Marx has been reluctant to meet Dumbledore. This powerlessness makes him very uncomfortable. But what makes Marx a little strange is that since entering the door, he hasn't noticed that Dumbledore has used dementia. I don't know if it has been used on Hermione and he didn't notice it. Can you tell me what you did with the time converter? Dumbledore asked. This is something private. It is not convenient for me to tell you. Professor. Marx hesitated and shook his head. What can he say? Said that he went back to Knockdown Alley in order to save us and killed a group of vicious dark wizards. Although some thugs died, he is only a 13-year-old wizard. With so many lives in his hands, it is hard to say what Dumbledore would think after hearing the news. Marx's words disappointed Dumbledore, but he didn't mean to continue to ask. Marx insisted that he didn't want to say it, so I can't ask anything if I ask again. In that case, I must punish you for your violation of the rules this time, Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Marx's heart touched her throat. Hermione pursed her mouth in fear. Dumbledore's fingers were crossed together, his blue eyes looked at Marx, and he spoke. It's you first. McClown. You used the time converter to go back in private and violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Gryffindor Academy will be deducted 100 points for your actions. And you. Miss Granger. Dumbledore's gaze turned to Hermione again. You have not played your due supervisory responsibility, so I will deduct Gryffindor College again. 50 points. This time converter will be confiscated because you do not have the ability to keep it. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he waited silently for the two to digest the news. Hermione lowered her head and was very sad, but Marx was a little surprised. Just That's it. Points deducted. Marx was confused and said after thinking about it, Professor, what about the compensation? I broke the time converter. How much do I need to compensate the Ministry of Magic? Marx asked Dumbledore about the approximate price of the time converter. At the same time, he was a little distressed. Although most of the Jinjialong he saved was exploited from a Lockhart, it was hard money. It's just how long Dumbledore did not continue to speak. Marx's heart sank, and he asked tentatively, is 3,000 gallons enough? 5,000 gallons? Marx felt his heart clenched together, and Dumbledore was silent. 10,000 gallons? Marx was desperate. He could only take out 10,000 gallons. Where did you get so much money? Dumbledore gave Marx a surprised look. He wondered if Marx did something shameful after returning to the past. There is no need for compensation. You have good luck this time. I happen to know a master alchemist who should be able to repair this time converter, Dumbledore explained. Marx slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tight expression relaxed. In this case, they don't have to worry about the Ministry of Magic making trouble for them. Hermione is a little strange. She clearly read in the book that the production method of the time converter has been lost for hundreds of years. It is said that no one now knows how to make and repair a time converter. Marx remembers that Bock had told him that Nicola may still retain the method of making time converters, and Nicola May happened to be one of Dumbledore's friends. So the alchemist in the old professor's mouth could only be him. Thinking of this, Marx is somewhat moved. It is not easy to improve his current alchemy level. Nicola May is one of the few people in the magical world who can teach himself. Marx opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't speak. He just broke a time converter. He really didn't have the face to ask Dumbledore to meet with Nicola May. Besides, he and Nicola May have no relatives, and the other party has no reason to teach him alchemy. Professor Dumbledore, what about our class? Hermione suddenly thought of the schedule scheduled for tomorrow morning. Now that there is no time converter, she no longer has the ability to take several courses at the same time. Then you need to cancel several conflicting courses, and you personally apologize and explain to the professors of each subject. Dumbledore's words paused, and then he said solemnly, so I hope you can remember this profound lesson. Seeing the two nodded solemnly and remembered these words, Dumbledore waved his hand. Well, if nothing else, you can leave. Thank you, Professor. Before leaving, Marx said gratefully. Marx knew that if Dumbledore didn't find someone to help repair the time converter, they would be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic, and it wouldn't be possible to deduct points at that time. After the two left, the principal's Aristotle.novel.com piece was restored here again. Dumbledore stared at the badly damaged time converter in his hand, lost in thought. On the portrait behind, an old man with a long beard chattered, Albus, you are so kind to these students who made mistakes. They broke a precious time converter and planned to lie to conceal what they did. If I were replaced by me as the principal, I would definitely hang them from the roof and whip them fiercely. Go into the little black room again until they are willing to tell the truth. Mr. Black, I need to remind you that the bad habit of corporal punishment of students was abolished decades ago. I must act in accordance with school rules, Dumbledore explained casually. In the existing school regulations, it is not without punishment. Just considering that there are too many lessons for Marx and Hermione and there is little time, these small punishments can't do much. So Dumbledore didn't mention it. As for Marx deliberately concealing what he did in the past, Dumbledore is also somewhat helpless. Unless necessary, he does not want to use the mind to learn everything. Especially he has sensed that Marx is prepared for this, and even learned to make some false memories to fool himself with his brain closed. In this case, the forceful use of dementia will only have a counterproductive effect, making Marx even more dissatisfied and wary of himself. Fox. Take me to Nick. Dumbledore thought for a while, held the time converter, stood up and turned to look at Fox, and said, Chapter 368. Nickleem the Phoenix, who was dozing on the olive branch, opened his eyes, and the beautiful wings flew to Dumbledore's shoulder, and he let out a low cry like a song, and a hot flame ignited all over his body. The flames spread to Dumbledore in a short while, and he almost turned into a fireman, but Dumbledore's face was still calm without any pain, and his robe was intact. The next moment, the flames swelled up, then collapsed suddenly and disappeared, and the figures of Dumbledore and Phoenix also disappeared in the principal's office. When the flames obstructing the view disappeared, Dumbledore had come to a remote suburb, where there was nothing but dirt, gravel, bushes and shrubs. Dumbledore looked around, determined the direction, and walked toward the open grass. Vaguely he felt something obstructing his actions, and then took a few steps forward. The surrounding space suddenly changed, and a vast courtyard appeared in front of him. In the center of the courtyard, there is a strange, as if alive house. Several eye-like windows looked over Dumbledore's body, shaking his huge body from time to time, and thick white smoke constantly emerging from the chimney made it look full of vitality. After Dumbledore approached, there was an extra square channel right in front of him, with jagged spikes on both sides of the channel. But the weird big courtyard opened its big mouth so that the old wizard with white beard could enter its body. Dumbledore was not here for the first time. He walked in without fear, and vaguely felt a rush of heat. The flames beside him were burning in the stove, and the rising heat warmed the interior of the house. The right side of the entire hall is full of bookshelves, densely placed with a large number of books. Some parchment with symbols or patterns scattered on the ground in a mess. A group of small, chirping alchemy creatures, who did not know when they got close to his feet. Dumbledore had to carefully confirm the location of his feet while walking, so as not to step on them. "Albus, why are you suddenly free to see me?" At this time, an old voice sounded. Dumbledore turned his head and looked over. It was Nicola May who came out of the back room. Compared to the last time we met, Dumbledore keenly discovered that Nick's condition was much worse. The wrinkled face was pale and almost invisible. The thin body made people worry about whether it would be blown down by the wind. Only a pair of bright and intelligent eyes were still dazzling. "Long time no see, Nick," Dumbledore said aloud. "Yeah, it should be more than a year." Nick waved away the alchemy creatures gathered around Dumbledore's feet, and said jokingly, "I think there is nothing important. You may not think of coming to me, so let's talk about it inside. You know, my work has always been busy, and I have to deal with some troublesome children. Of course, sometimes there are some troubles that need to be dealt with outside of work." Dumbledore's face was surprisingly thick, and there was no change in Nick's color under Nick's jokes. As he spoke casually, he walked towards the back room. After entering the back room, Dumbledore was surprised to find that this place was very different from the last time he came. It looked more like a mule's living room. TV sets, refrigerators, ovens and other home appliances are all available, but it seems that they have been magicalized. Dumbledore can easily feel that these are alchemy items. Unexpected? Nicola May saw the startled look on Dumbledore's face and smiled. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. Nicola May said with emotion, "These mule-made things are very interesting and always give me a lot of inspiration. It seems that living a long time still has some advantages, especially since the world has suddenly become more interesting in the past 100 years, not as monotonous as before." Speaking of this, it is a pity for Nicola May. He can no longer see a more distant future. "By the way, Albus, did you come to me this time because of that person's business?" Nicola May quickly recovered his emotions and asked about business. "No, Voldemort is fairly safe lately. I don't know where he is hiding, and no news has come." Dumbledore shook his head, then placed a broken time converter on the table and said again, "Can you fix it?" Nicola May glanced around, noticed the fine cracks on the time converter, and said unexpectedly, "It was so damaged." "Thoroughly? How did you do it? I just want to know." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Well, let me take a closer look." Nicola May picked up the time converter and looked at it carefully. Although there is no tool to detect, but with experience, Nicola May can roughly confirm the state of this thing. The specific reason for the damage is that the frequency and intensity of use exceed the limit it can withstand. Nicklim said, and used his wand against the time converter to cast an unknown spell. The golden hourglass turned over, and the fine sand slowly flowed down www.mentalnovel.com. It took nearly a third of the dust and sand before it stopped. After a long time, the hourglass turned upside down again and returned to its original shape. It seems that the user used it to go back 3 months ago and stayed there for a long time, Nick said with certainty. When he was about to continue the analysis, his face showed an unbelievable look because the golden hourglass was once again moved. How is this possible? What's wrong, Nick? Dumbledore asked strangely. No wonder the damage was so thorough, Nick LeMay said to himself before explaining it. Because the power of time is too amazing. In order to avoid accidents when the holder of the time converter is in use, there is a protection mechanism on the time converter. The safe time limit is 5 hours. Once this time limit is exceeded, the thing will become unstable, and it is easy to trigger the protection mechanism to send the user back to the original time and space. Generally speaking, the longer the backtracking time, the more unstable the time converter will be, and it is difficult to stay for long. However, the holder stayed for 2 months. Nick LeMay did not know how the other party did this. The only thing that is certain is that the time converter should have been damaged after that. But the holder used a certain method to make this time converter continue to perform high-intensity work, draining its last trace of magic. Albus, can you tell me who owns this time converter before? Nick LeMay looked at Dumbledore with interest and asked. Chapter 369. What are you worried about? Dumbledore was also surprised after listening to Nick's explanation. When he saw the time converter, although he was surprised by the damage of this thing, he did not expect that Marx would have the ability to affect the operation of the time converter. But soon, Dumbledore recovered from his surprise and said to Nick, his name is Marx McClown, a little wizard who just entered the 3rd grade. I think you should have some reflections of this name. McClown. Was it the one who protected the Philosopher's Stone last time? Nick pondered for a while before thinking of who Dumbledore was talking about, and immediately had some good feelings for Marx. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. That's a coincidence. When I was reading the newspaper, I often saw him in the Daily Prophet, Nick LeMay said with a smile. Dumbledore noticed that there were many newspapers on the side table. The top ones were reports about Marx, and then he remembered that Nick had always read every issue of the newspaper. I remember he should be a potion genius. Does he still know some alchemy? Nick was a little confused. It is not easy to affect the operation of the time converter, and that requires extremely high alchemy. He is probably an extremely rare all-rounder. In the past 2 years, he has produced some very useful magic items. I heard that the Ministry of Magic has purchased a lot. Dumbledore praised. That's really an interesting little wizard. Nick LeMay laughed. Even in his long career, he has never seen someone as good as Marx at the age of 12 or 13. People. This made Nick LeMay interested in this little wizard who had never met before. Albus, since you are familiar with McClown, what do you think of his character? Nick LeMay asked suddenly. What? Are you interested in taking another student? Dumbledore laughed. Then you have to see if it fits or not. My wealth is always bad, and it will be cheaper for the Ministry of Magic. Nick LeMay curled his lips. Has lived for more than 600 years. And Nick LeMay has seen a lot of things. So he originally planned to donate all the books in his collection to HogWarts after his death, and the rest will be handed over to the Ministry of Magic, leaving only this house and some memorable things for his funeral. After all, he has no heirs at all, and none of the students he received in his early years can survive him. It can be said that he has nothing to worry about. But the appearance of Marx rekindled Nick LeMay's interest in accepting disciples. He felt that this might be an arrangement of fate, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. McClown. It's hard to tell. Dumbledore groaned for a while, frowning, and did not give a clear response for a long time. Oh, don't even you can't figure it out? Feel embarrassed? Nick LeMay was very surprised. No matter how genius Marx McClown was, he was nothing more than a 12 or 13-year-old wizard. He is a very complicated little wizard, and please forgive me for using these words to a child. Dumbledore said, with a hint of memory on his face. Dumbledore did not directly talk about his views to Nicola May, but as far as possible to explain to Nicola May from the perspective of an observer what Marx has done in recent years, and let Nick make his own judgment. Among all the students he has taught, Marx is undoubtedly the most special one. He has seen many beautiful qualities in Marx, such as bravery, intelligence, loyalty to friends, and ability to resist temptation, return the old magic wand, and so on. But at the same time, I also know that Marx is eager to improve his strength, even risking his life for it. He is very good at lying and concealing, and he does not care about the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts rules. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Nicola May quietly, looking forward to his evaluation. Wonderful ... really wonderful. Nicola May clapped his hands and couldn't help asking, Albus, are you sure you are talking about what happened, not a fairy tale from somewhere? Nicola May can hardly imagine that the little wizard named Marx McClown had such a magical experience. Fighting monsters, riding dragons and flying, confronting mysterious people twice and defeating them, seeing through and driving away 2 professors of defense against the dark arts. This experience is legendary. It seems my luck is good, Nicola May said with emotion. Dumbledore laughed bitterly. He felt that Nicola May was too optimistic. In his opinion, Marx was a little wizard who could easily go astray without guidance. It is precisely because Marx is so good that he needs to be vigilant and pay attention to guide him in the right direction. Can you imagine, Nick? After defeating the legendary Dark Lord, the first reaction of an 11-year-old kid was to hide himself as much as possible, trying to push this glory off his friends, and his mind make up reasons to fool me. Thinking of the conversation he had with Marx at the end of the first grade, Dumbledore felt a bit of a headache. He couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking about. You should know that he never felt like this when facing Tom when he was a child. Novel.com. You just feel that McClown growth is beyond your control. So I feel uneasy, Nicola May said indifferently, didn't care about Dumbledore's previous words, and then continued. Then I ask you ... does McClown hate muggles? Want to kill them all? No, he doesn't have any bad feelings about muggles. And he has a close relationship with a child born in a muggle family. Dumbledore shook his head. Or is he arrogant, vicious, arrogant, obsessed with the study of black magic? Nick asked every word. Not really. Dumbledore shook his head again. Then what are you still worried about? Nicola May asked puzzledly. You can't impose your standards on him, Albus. Not everyone is a saint, a capable little wizard. Isn't it normal to have your own thoughts? What if he wants to do something? There is nothing wrong with changing someone to be the Minister of Magic. It's better than some incompetent fools coming to power. Nicola May doesn't care about the small shortcomings of Marx that Dumbledore said. Compared with Marx's outstanding ability, these can be ignored. And in his impression of those with great talents and amazing talents, no one is safe and guarded. And it is normal to want to do things. The progress of the world is also driven by these people. Or, you saw your own shadow on him, so you keep on it. Nicola May suddenly realized something and looked at Dumbledore and asked, Chapter 370. Come on, Professor. We have no college points to deduct. Sure. Dumbledore closed his eyes and said solemnly, the more contact Marx is, the more Dumbledore feels that Marx is different from Tom Riddle. Although they all have a dedication and desire for power, Marx knows what love is. What is friendship? But Tom will never understand. So in comparison, Marx is more like himself when he was young, ambitious and thoughtful. And has some bottom lines. It is precisely because of seeing his own shadow in Marx that Dumbledore pays more attention to Marx. He doesn't want him to be the same as himself, waiting for him to do something irreparable before he wakes up. Having strong power is sometimes not a good thing, especially if it is so strong that other people can't fight you at all. Such people usually become arrogant, feel that they are superior and have the ability to control everything. So it's very important to learn how to restrain one's power, so as to ensure that the power can be used in the right place instead of causing damage. Thinking of this, Dumbledore sighed. He didn't realize this until Ariana's death. This is undoubtedly a painful and profound lesson. But McClown is much better than I was at that time, Dumbledore immediately said again, and he could not miss the Deathly Hallows like the old wand, even when he was a young man. He couldn't do it. I agree with this point. Nick LeMay nodded in agreement. Dumbledore was speechless. So you are a bit too wide, Albus. Nick LeMay smiled and continued. I told you at the beginning that we are old. We only need to do our own business and let the young people handle the rest. Don't you think it's good now? Even if the mysterious person is resurrected, there will be some in the future to deal with him. Maybe, Dumbledore said non-committal. He doesn't think so. It turns out that the lawful wizards in the magical world have too serious a fault. Whether it was Grindelwald decades ago or the rising Voldemort, the entire European magical world could not find a wizard to fight against them besides himself. How could he be relieved? If possible, he just wants to be his principal at Hogwarts quietly, but the burden on his body is too heavy, so he can't be free. Nick LeMay saw that Dumbledore did not approve of his words, but Nick did not say much to persuade him. People like them have long been entrenched in their thinking, and they cannot be easily changed with a few words. When are you going to bring him to see me? Nick LeMay said instead. We better wait. I think it's too early. Dumbledore hesitated and persuaded. Those alchemy knowledge is too dangerous, especially about the Philosopher's Stone. You should know the consequences of letting a child who is mentally retarded and still growing up master these. I can teach him step by step, starting from the simplest. Nick LeMay did not agree with Dumbledore's statement, but he still felt the persistence of the old principle, and finally had no choice but to compromise. Well, I can wait, but you need to know that my time is running out. You better, as soon as possible. Nick LeMay would like to meet Dumbledore's little wizard with such a legendary experience in person, but with his current physical condition, it is not easy to go out. What's more, there is still Voldemort who covets the Sorcerer's Stone. Now the Philosopher's Stone has been completely destroyed by them, but the problem is that Voldemort may not be willing to believe it. I understand. It won't be too long, Dumbledore assured him, then set his eyes on the damaged time converter on the table. By the way, what about this time converter? Can you fix it? Of course, no problem. But recently I was working on a very interesting thing. I don't have time to fix it for the time being. You can pick it up later. Nick LeMay waved his hand with lack of interest. Dumbledore nodded, and after putting down the time converter, he called in Phoenix and left the alchemy hut. At the same time, in the Hogwarts dean's office, Professor McGonagall was stern, angrily reprimanding the two little wizards in front of him. Mr. McClown, Miss Granger, I think Principal Dumbledore should have reminded you that the power of the time converter needs to be used with caution. I'm sorry, Professor. I have been thinking about a potion improvement these days. I was too anxious, so I accidentally overused it and broke it. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore told me that he has a friend who can fix this. Marx said apologetically. Hearing that the damaged time converter can be repaired, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief, and then complained again. How can you think like this, McClown? Even for learning and research, there must be a limit. You still have time when you are young now. There is no need to be so anxious. If someone told her that she had broken a time converter because she was too active in studying, McGonagall would not believe it. But Hermione and Marx are different. The little witch usually performs very well and keeps the rules. Marx is even more powerful than his peers, especially in transformation skills, much better than some adult wizards. Until novel.com presumably on weekdays do some hard practice in private. More importantly, Yifan took out his research results an improved version of the compound decoction, which greatly increased the duration of the potion compared with the original version, and the effect became more stable. Of course, this is far less shocking than Marx's development of the wolf poison potion last school year, but it is already a pretty good research result. Professor McGonagall felt a little distressed when he thought of this, and seriously asked about the physical condition of Marx and Hermione, how hard it would be to damage a time converter, if it is not for frequent and high-intensity use in a short period of time. The time converter is not that easy to damage. Marx and Hermione shook their heads quickly, indicating that they are in good physical condition, and they have taken care to take a good rest when using the time converter. Professor McGonagall felt more relieved, and then felt that this matter could not be forgotten, so he sternly said, "Gryffindor was deducted 50 points for your actions. I hope you can remember this lesson." "But Professor, now Gryffindor has no points to deduct," Hermione replied weakly. Professor McGonagall looked at them in surprise. "Our college points have been deducted by Professor Dumbledore a long time ago," Marx explained indifferently. "Anyway, if you have more debt, can you deduct it as a negative number?" Professor McGonagall saw Marx's expression in his eyes, guessed his thoughts, and raised his eyebrows and said to the two, "Then I will save these 50 points for the next deduction." Chapter 371 Get it? We've long been used to it. Professor McGonagall is too serious, actually intends to deduct a negative score. Marx, who came out of the dean's office, said with a headache. He knows Professor McGonagall's temperament very well, and he has always said that he can do it. Since he says that points will be deducted in the future, he will definitely be deducted. That's not true. Professor McGonagall is right. After all, we broke such a precious thing, Hermione retorted, then turned her head worriedly to look at Marx and spoke again. "Right, Marx. Is it really okay for us to say that before?" "Of course it's okay. I believe even Professor Dumbledore doesn't want too many people to know about that thing." Marx nodded. "The less people know about his use of the time converter to go back to the past, the better. So Marx has always fooled the professors of various subjects with the reason that he was too busy studying and was busy developing improved compound decoctions. Because of this, all the professors except Professor McGonagall understood this and let them pass the test easily. By the way, he also cancelled the 2 courses of arithmetic, divination and mole studies, so that they would not have conflicting courses every day. Walking on the way to the auditorium, Marx, who was a little confused about Hermione's choice, couldn't help but ask, "I remember that you don't really hate Professor Trelawney. Do you think she is babbling all day long? Why don't you just cancel the divination class?" "That was before. I don't think so now." Hermione gave Marx a blank look. "Have you forgotten? Professor Trelawney successfully predicted our experience." Then the little witch was excited, speaking of her analysis in a puzzle-solving tone, and completed the predictions given to them by Professor Trelawney. "You will make witness a killing. Blood on the ground is like hell." According to the above statement, the moment you picked up my teacup, the fate of the 2 of us were linked together. So Professor Trelawney must have seen the fate of both of us at the same time when interpreting it. Hermione opened the book, pulled away the confusion and see the future she had been holding, pointed to a certain page and analyzed it, not forgetting to read it twice when she walked. She feels that as long as she works hard, one day she can predict the future like Professor Trelawney and avoid risks in advance. Marx agreed perfunctorily, but he understood that Trelawney's predictive ability was entirely due to talent, and it was impossible to become a prophet just by reading a book. And he and Hermione didn't have the talent to be oracles. Marx thinks that among the people he knows, Luna's temperament and excellent intuition are more suitable for learning this. The 2 walked and talked, and soon arrived at the auditorium. As it happened to be dinner, it seemed very lively. Several little wizards nearby were talking about the Quidditch game in a few days and some interesting things in class. This relaxed atmosphere made Marx, who had just returned from Nocturne Alley, somewhat uncomfortable. Occasionally, his eyes swept across the empty Gryffindor scoring pool that was placed aside, and Marx felt a guilty conscience inexplicably. "After all, I can say that I deducted the Gryffindor Academy all at once." The little witch lowered her head all the way. But when the 2 of them sneaked over to the long table at Gryffindor College and sat down, they discovered that no one was discussing the emptying of the credit pool. Marx was very surprised. He thought that such a big thing had happened. These Gryffindor little lions would definitely eagerly discuss who did it, and even isolate him and Hermione for this reason. The little witch couldn't help but asked in a whisper, "Harry, Ron, haven't you noticed that our Gryffindor college points are all deducted? I've seen it a long time ago. When someone passed by the dean's office just now, I heard Professor McGonagall furious, as if he was still calling your name. So you really did it? Harry said casually, then immediately guessed the truth from Hermione's reaction. Ron also looked at the two with a weird look. What did they do? Can you deduct more than 100 points? It's just a little accident. Marx didn't give much explanation, and then continued to speak curiously. Why don't you seem to care very much? Come on, we are used to it. It's not the first time that the college points have been emptied. At this time, George, who was eating a steak, approached him and said indifferently, "And you will always find a way to add it back at the end of the semester, right?" Fred joked with a grin. In the first 2 academic years, Gryffindor successfully won the Academy Cup with Marx and other talents. Usually, Marx and Hermione have the most extra points. This time, they only deducted more than 100 points. Of course not. Someone will complain about them. Marx glanced around and found that, as George and Fred had said, the little lions in Gryffindor were calm. It's a habit of deducting points, which is no one. Marx shook his head secretly, looked at the Weasley brothers who made fun of him. Mentalnovel.com and said, "Funny. Since you all said that, of course I can't disappoint you, am I?" George and Fred looked at each other. They were just joking, but they didn't expect Marx to look confident, so they immediately asked curiously. Marx kept silent and looked secret. He naturally had to rely on Peter for extra points this time, as long as he uncovered this traitor who was regarded as a hero by the Ministry of Magic, and by the way, allowed Sirius Bright, a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, to be unjustified. Dumbledore would be happy to add a few hundred points to him. That would not be easy. Just as Marx was thinking this way, a familiar voice rang in front of him. "McClown, I heard that you committed something stupid and was scolded severely by your dean, isn't it? I thought you were always a good baby to the professors." Hearing this sound, Marx frowned, turned his head and looked over, and saw the proud Malfoy walking over with his 2 stunned attendants. "Malfoy, haven't you been so scared that you are hiding under the covers and crying these days? Why are you taking care of my business?" Marx didn't even mean to be angry, raised his eyebrows, and said unexpectedly, It was obvious that Malfoy feared him like a tiger some time ago, and would hide away from him every time he met. But today he took the initiative to approach him rather abnormally. "You suddenly became very brave. Boy." Marx gave Malfoy a surprised look. "Also, Malfoy, if I remember correctly, you still owe me a thank you. How about speaking out loud now?" Chapter 372. Are you playing Harry right like this? Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed suddenly. He gritted his teeth. "Don't forget, McClown. That stupid big silly bird almost killed me. If my father knew about this, he would definitely let the Ministry of Magic put that stupid man and his stupid bird into Azkaban. So we are even." Malfoy said loudly on purpose so that everyone could understand that he had actually paid his favor. These days, he has been brooding about Marx saving him. But it is impossible to thank you. It is impossible in this life. Fortunately, he racked his brains and finally thought of such a way. "Isn't that stupid Hagrid a friend of Marx? I let him go," which just offset Marx's kindness. This is why he came to Marx today. "Forget it. If you say it is even, then it will be even." Marx waved his hand uninterestedly. He originally wanted to use this thing to tease Malfoy from time to time. It would be very interesting. But now it seems impossible. For things like Savior, as long as the other party is cheeky and improper, you can't help it, right? Marx's casual attitude made Malfoy a bit awkward. He had imagined Marx's various reactions, and even thought about the following words. However, Marx's attitude made him hit the cotton with a heavy punch. All his previous preparations were lost and he was really suffocated. Very contorted. "Malfoy, even if you tell your dad about that, Hagrid will not be imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry couldn't help correcting the loophole in Malfoy's words. He felt that the reason Buckbeak almost hurt Malfoy was because Malfoy did not act according to Hagrid's instructions. This incident was not Hagrid's fault, and Professor Dumbledore can't let Hagrid be imprisoned. Shut up, Potter. There is nothing to do with you. Malfoy gave Harry a vicious look, startled him, then looked at Marx and said with a throat, "Since you think we have evened, then I won't keep my hands in the next Quidditch match. I will beat you personally on the field." Having said that, Malfoy glanced at the empty Gryffindor scoring pool and grinned. "Of course there is this year's Academy Cup. It looks like it will belong to our Slytherin too." "Sorry, haven't you heard? I stopped playing long ago." Marx shook his head, then sighed and continued. "The Quidditch game at school is really boring. There is not even a decent opponent." Although Marx was not in the mood to participate in the Quidditch competition because of his busy studies and worrying about the safety of his eye, it does not prevent him from sighing so much, isn't it? After hearing Marx's words, the Quidditch players from the surrounding academies turned their heads and glared at him, but no one retorted them. Last year, Marx's performance in the Quidditch competition was so amazing that it left an indelible impression on them, so that the first reaction to learning that Marx would not compete this year was a sigh of relief and felt that this year's championship is hopeful. The anger that follows is precisely because of this. Malfoy had a surprised expression. He had been avoiding Marx before without asking for news, so he didn't know about Marx's withdrawal from Quidditch. "Malfoy, don't even think about this year's Academy Cup. But McClown promised us that these points will be added back sooner or later." George and Fred sneered and wanted Malfoy to dispel his unrealistic ideas. "Really?" Malfoy had eyes on Why Me, and soon realized that Marx was so indifferent. Maybe he had discovered some important secret that could allow Dumbledore to give them extra points. "It's just that the conclusive evidence may not be found yet, so there is no action." In the previous 2 academic years, Marx discovered the anomaly of 2 defense against the dark arts professors and won the Academy Cup for Gryffindor College. Thinking of this, Malfoy's heart moved. He felt that this year's new professor might also have a problem, so he said to Marx enthusiastically, "Then wait and see. I will expose him before you." After a provocation, Malfoy took Gore and Clark away. Marx is at a loss. I don't quite understand why Malfoy is always targeting himself recently. Isn't it possible to take the wrong medicine? Are you playing Harry right like this? Exclamation mark. Marx turned his head and glanced at Harry. Sure enough, Harry also had an angry expression on his face. He was telling Malfoy with Ron that it was not. But Marx did not participate, and these little conflicts with Malfoy were not in his mind. He still has a lot of important things to do. For example, find out where Sirius is, or for example fusion of the blood of the 3rd kind of magical creature. As early as the end of the last school year, the legendary points he had accumulated had reached 4 points. With this legendary incident, there was already enough to redeem the protection mode. As for which kind of magical creature to integrate this semester, Marx hasn't figured out yet. There are many magical creatures in Hogwarts: horsemen, elves, merfolk, eagle-headed horse and beasts, phoenixes, night skies, and other magical creatures hidden in the Forbidden Forest and unknown to Marx. Mentalnovel.com can be said to be rich in species, but Marx is not much interested. First of all, the horseman and the mermaid Marx are not prepared to merge. The horseman has no special place except for his strong body and wisdom. The mermaid can increase his underwater combat ability with a high probability, and the effect is really limited. Elf is a good choice. The fact that some magic can be released without a wand is very exciting for Marx. He can also ask Dobby to draw some blood at any time, which is very convenient. It is a pity that the magic of the elf and the wizard overlap too much, and the blood fusion object is a more important characteristic. After all, after the fusion, usually only a part of the opponent's power can be obtained, so it is an alternative. Eagle-head horses with wings can also be eliminated, because this kind of magical creature has no characteristics. It is not as good as fusing the blood of the night chi. At least the night chi has a special ability, that is, only those who understand death can see it. This trait related to the concept of death may be able to combine with some magic to evolve a good ability. Marx's best fusion object is the natural phoenix. From what I have learned before, the phoenix has at least 3 powerful qualities: controlling flames, teleporting, and rebirth from the ashes. However, Fox stayed in the principal's room all day, so Marx didn't dare to start. Other than that, none of his favorite creatures such as thunderbirds, snails, birds and snakes can be touched now. Marx was absent-mindedly eating dinner, thinking about which kind of magical creature he could come into contact with could bring him even greater improvement. Chapter 373. When are you going to let us change to a new professor? After dinner in such a hurry, Marx returned to the Gryffindor lounge with everyone. Entered the bedroom, Marx slapped his head and remembered something, and then took out the invisibility cloak that had been coming back from Hermione. Harry, your invisibility cloak. Thank you. This thing helped me a lot. Speaking of this, Marx is also a little emotional. If it were not for the help of the invisibility cloak, it would not be so easy for him to solve the group of invading dark wizards and Bock and others. It seems that he had underestimated the power of this deathly hallows before. When the other party did not specially prepare targeted props, few people could prevent them from sneak attacks and assassinations wearing invisible cloaks. So what you have to do is done. So fast. Harry took the invisibility cloak over by accident. He remembered Marx only borrowed it from him last night, and there seems to be no sign of going out today. Well, it's just to deal with some small things. Marx didn't want to mention the time converter, so he said vaguely. Harry saw that Marx was unwilling to say that, although he was still a little curious. He finally shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Marx put his gaze on Scabbard's body, and the grey-black mouse was still dozing off Ron's bedside. Perhaps he felt some malice. Peter Pettigrew suddenly woke up from his sleep. He looked around suspiciously and found nothing unusual, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Can't do it. I want to. When Peter Pettigrew was thinking about it, the whole mouse was suddenly stunned. Have you already said this sentence yourself? In the middle of the night, Peter, who was secretly trying to sneak out, was caught upright again. Marx pinched the grey-black mouse that had passed out and touched his chin. It was strange. He clearly didn't need the little mouse to do the experiment now. Why did Peter run out so actively? Isn't he addicted to being a guinea pig? The next day, in the afternoon, after finishing a potion class, Marx and others walked towards the classroom of Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Along the way, Harry and Ron were discussing the college points Snape had deducted in class, and they were a little bit happy for some reason. I guess when Snape was deducting points, he must have not thought that we had no credits to deduct. Harry said with a smile. He was deducted by Snape today by 20 points. Ron was grinning too. He wanted to know what Snape would look like when he saw the empty scoring pool in Gryffindor. Marx looked weird and looked at the happy appearance of the two of them. Is this still something to be thankful for? After everyone arrived in the classroom and sat down, it took a long time for Lupin, who was the teaching professor, to arrive late and walked in from outside. I haven't seen him for half a month. Lupin's complexion is much better than before, but he is still in that ragged clothes. After raising his hand and placing the tattered old box on the podium, he smiled and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. I am your new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor. You can call me Professor Lupin." At this point, Lupin paused. He looked around and saw that all the little wizards were holding thick textbooks in their hands, and then said again, "Today we are going to take a practical class. So please put the textbooks back in your school bags. You only need to bring your magic wands. Come with me now. Let's go to a wider venue." Lupin picked up the old suitcase on the table and motioned for everyone to follow. The little wizards underneath are expecting and worrying. If they can wave their wands, no one wants to sit in the classroom and listen to the class. But Lockhart really had a very bad start last school year, and it messed up everything, leaving everyone with a psychological shadow. "I hope he doesn't be like Lockhart," Seamus whispered to the little wizard next to him. However, Lupin turned his head abruptly as if he had heard it, and Seamus was taken aback and his face turned pale. Lupin just smiled at him without saying anything, and then led a group of little wizards through the empty corridor, around a corner, and arrived at the door of a classroom. But Pippi, who likes to play pranks, is blocking the door, hanging upside down in the air, and stuffing chewing gum into the keyhole closest to him. It wasn't until everyone was very close that Pippi realized that it was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Lupin, who was close at hand. The smile on his face became worse. It floated into the air, clapping his hands and singing loudly. "Fuzzy Lupin, crazy fool." Seeing that Pippi had the guts to provoke the new professor, everyone was very surprised. They all looked forward to Professor Lupin's reaction and wanted to see how he would deal with the annoying Pippi. "Pippi, if I were you, I would take the gum out of the keyhole." Lupin was still smiling, and he said happily, "You are like this, Mr. Filch can't get in and get the broomstick up." Pippi Ghost pulled out a grimace regardless. It and Filch were already at a loss. The reason why Filch's attention is drawn to Filch when he occasionally catches students who violate the rules is only because he prefers to tease the little ghosts. Mentalnovel.com, seeing them panicked, and enjoy a game of peekaboo. Pippi glanced in the crowd, and when he saw Marx's figure, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he yelled loudly while pulling his throat. "And you, McClown, can you tell me something? When are you going to let us change to a new professor this time?" Lupin's face changed slightly, and he looked at Marx subconsciously. Marx is also a little tired of Pippi, so he suggested, "Professor, I think your first lesson, how about teaching us how to deal with a troublemaker?" I believe everyone should be very interested. Hearing Marx's words, a group of little wizards looked at Pippi Ghosts unkindly. Most of Gryffindor's little lions have been tricked by Pippi Ghosts. Of course, no problem. Pippi's previous words made a gentleman like Lupin also a little angry, so he followed Marx's words and said to everyone, "I know a very useful little spell that can be used specifically for this situation." The triumphant Pippi's face became very ugly at once. It yelled, and then hurriedly flew outside. But it was too late. Lupin quickly raised his wand with his right hand, pointed it at Pippi, and shouted loudly, "Waddy-wassy!" The gum in the keyhole flew out with a swish, and with a swish, it stuffed it into Pippi's left nostril, staggered it, and ran around the corridor in a panic. The rest of the students also learned the same way, raising their wands aloft and making a sound. Waddy-wassy. Chapter 374. The corridor is full of joy. Although these little wizards released this spell for the first time, fortunately, this magic is not difficult to learn. Nearly 40% of the students successfully released this spell. For a while, a large number of buttons, multi-flavored beans, candy bags and other small objects smashed towards Pippi. Pippi was so scared that he let out a harsh scream, quickly got into a pair of armor at the end of the corridor, and never dared to come out again. All the little wizards laughed at the appearance of Pippi Ghosts running away in a hurry, and the hallway was suddenly full of joy. At this time, Lupin turned his head and looked at everyone, with a smile on his face. The people who successfully released the curse just now raised their hands. "Let me see who has learned this little magic." Hermione raised her hand high. Harry was only one step slower than her, and besides the two of them, 3 Gryffindor wizards raised their hands. As for Marx, of course, this magic is easy for him. "Very good. There are 6 people. Because of your outstanding performance, I will add 5 points to each of you." Lupin applauded and said with appreciation, and then he did not forget to comfort the little wizards who failed to successfully cast the spell. Explain the technique of using this magic patiently to them. In just a few minutes, the little wizards who were still questioning Lupin's ability have all changed their minds, and their affection for him has greatly increased. Marx can easily win the favor of these little wizards by watching Lupin, and he is somewhat emotional. If Lupin is a werewolf, he would definitely be able to mix well in the magical world. Okay, let's go in." Lupin opened the door of the staff lounge, and then smiled mysteriously. "Tackling Pippi is just an appetizer for this lesson. You have to be mentally prepared." Harry and the others were nervous and expectant and followed Lupin into the door. "I can accept everything else. I hope it's not just a spider." Ron even quietly complained to Marx. "This is not necessarily true. I heard that there is an 8-eyed giant spider the size of a car in the Forbidden Forest. Maybe Professor Lupin will catch it and let us see the world," Marx said jokingly, and Ron was scared to face up. Marx certainly knew that Lupin's lesson would allow them to deal with Boggart, but for Ron it was no different from dealing with Big Spider. So let him prepare in advance. Stepped into this long classroom, Marx looked around. The decoration inside the classroom looks a bit old, the walls around are inlaid with wooden boards, and the room is full of old chairs that don't match. Lupin, who was walking in front, tapped his magic wand. The tables and chairs were swept to the corner, leaving a large open space, and then he planned to swing his magic wand to close the door. Just then, a gloomy voice came. "Don't close the door, Lupin. I think it's better not to witness your bad teaching methods." Lupin raised his eyebrows and stopped his movements. Marx heard that the reputation passed, and Snape was walking over from the right, holding a reagent bottle in his hand. Ron and others were very angry by Snape's words. After experiencing the previous Pippi, they had a very good sense of Lupin. Harry retorted angrily. "We all think that Professor Lupin taught very well, at least better than—" "Shut up, Potter." Snape interrupted Harry's follow-up words, staring at him with eagle-like eyes. "Whoever insults a professor, Gryffindor deducts 30 points. Harry's pupils stared big, and the other Gryffindor cubs were glaring at Snape. Snape would have been riddled with holes if his eyes could kill. They knew that Snape must have heard what Professor Lupin said to them outside the door, because Lupin had just added 30 points to them before. "Severus, I'm in class now." Professor Lupin frowned and reminded him in a tone of voice. But just as Lupin was about to say something again, Snape revealed the dark brown potion in his hand and dangled it in the air deliberately before handing it to Lupin and speaking. "This is your medicine. I have already prepared it in advance, so don't bother me again when that time comes." Lupin faintly felt something was wrong, but he accepted it silently, and put it away for the first time. Snape didn't stay much, and walked away neatly. "Okay. Let's forget this episode and continue to class." Lupin watched the little wizards change the subject, and then said, "Also, I just decided to give the student who performed the best this time an extra 30 points. So you have to work hard." After Lupin's voice fell, the sound of a heavy door slamming came from behind, and Harry and the others laughed cheerfully. They could guess that Snape's face must be ugly when he closed the door without looking back. Lupin also smiled with everyone, but after staring at Marx, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He suddenly realized why Snape had to give him the wolf poison potion at this time. Mentalnovel.com Because Marx, as the developer of the wolf poison potion, could definitely recognize what this potion was, so he guessed out of his identity. Thinking of this, Lupin felt uneasy, staying in the same place for a long time without moving, which made the little wizards very strange. At this time, Marx, who seemed to be chatting with Hermione, turned his head, looked at Lupin who had been stunned for a long time, and said aloud, "Professor Lupin, what's the matter? Are we not in class?" "Oh, no, it's nothing." Lupin quickly reacted, and after observing Marx's expression, he couldn't find anything unusual and he was relieved. He thought that Marx should have been chatting with that Miss Granger just now, and did not notice the bottle of potion. But what Lupin didn't know was that these were all deliberately pretended by Marx. When Snape took out the bottle of wolf poison potion, Marx guessed that Snape wanted to use his defense against the dark arts class Professor Killer to drive Lupin away. After all, Dumbledore should have asked Snape to guarantee that he would not reveal the identity of Lupin's werewolves, but because of Snape's aversion to Lupin, it was inevitable to engage in small actions in private. The original time-space Resnep introduced to Harry and the others the habits of werewolves and how to distinguish a werewolf during a short substitute lesson, hoping which student would be smarter and proactively discover Lupin's identity. This time it caught his attention. Unfortunately, Snape probably didn't expect that Lupin's identity as a werewolf wizard had long been known, and Marx had no intention of dealing with Lupin. Apart from the identity of a werewolf, Lupin was still very qualified as a professor. Chapter 375 The most scared thing. Come here, all come here. Lupin quickly adjusted his emotions and brought a group of little wizards to the side of an old closet. As everyone approached, the closet suddenly shook violently, and the door of the cabinet was banged and banged, as if something was about to come out of it. Nora and others were taken aback at once, stepped back a few steps frightenedly, and looked at the cabinet suspiciously. Lupin smiled when he saw this scene, stretched out his hand to pat the old closet, and said, "Don't worry, this is what you need to deal with in this class, a Boggart." Boggart likes dark and enclosed spaces. He usually hides in the old closet, in the void under the bed, or in the cupboard under the sink. I once ran into a master clock, Professor Lupin explained to the little wizards, and then continued. This Boggart just moved in yesterday afternoon. I asked the principal to let the professors keep it for us to use in class. Then who knows what Boggart is? Lupin looked around the crowd and asked. Hermione raised her hand high on her toes. Lupin was trying to get her to answer a question when a voice rang from the crowd. Professor, Boggart is a magical creature that can transform. It can see through your heart and become the thing you fear most. If you want to deal with them, the best way to deal with it is to laugh. But few people can laugh in the face of fear, so this usually requires a spell to assist funny. This spell can make Boggart becomes what you think is the most funny. It's also worth mentioning that Boggart is not aggressive, just for the purpose of scaring people, so if you have a good psychological quality, you can completely ignore its existence. And if there are many people around, Boggart can fall into chaos. Let it not know what it should become. Marx talked endlessly about Boggart's characteristics, and finally looked at Lupin and spoke out. Am I right, Professor? I think there is nothing to add, right? Ah, that's right. Good. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Lupin was taken aback for a while, his expression strange. Marx has finished all the content he is going to talk about in this lesson, so what should he talk about later? But I need to remind you, McClown. Please remember to raise your hand first when answering the question next time, Lupin said helplessly. I don't think you can stop a student's eagerness to answer questions. Marx looked at Lupin very seriously, without giving in the slightest. Lupin was very speechless. When he was about to say something, he heard Marx suddenly apologize. I'm sorry, Professor. You should know that I accidentally deducted all of Gryffindor's college points yesterday, so I want to work harder and earn back all the lost college points. After Marx finished speaking, Lupin abruptly suffocated the words that had arrived. He looked at Marx with a little bit of understanding in his eyes. It turned out to be like this, no wonder. Harry and the others rolled their eyes. Regardless of whether Marx had any points deducted before class, he could always think of a way to answer questions as soon as possible, and let the teachers of all subjects have nothing to do with him. Ahem. In that case, you will be the first to deal with Boggart and give you a demonstration. If you can make a good start, I will consider adding 10 more to you. Lupin cleared his throat and said to Marx. Marx nodded happily. He didn't expect that he would have unexpected gains by talking nonsense. It seemed that he could increase a lot of grade points in this class. Thinking like this, Marx walked to the old closet, seeming to notice someone outside the door, and the old closet shook more violently. The little wizards on the sidelines looked forward to this scene. Since Marx has been so popular in school in recent years, it seems that there is nothing he can't do. So many little wizards want to see Marx the most feared. What is the thing? It's hard for Hermione to imagine that there will be something Marx is afraid of in this world. You said the spell against Boggart just now, but I want to remind you that it is funny again. Lupin waved his wand to show Marx the gestures when casting a spell, and then waved his hand to let everyone move away from the field. He was also very interested in what Boggart was about to change. At this time, Marx has already started Occlumency, and I want to try whether Occlumency can affect Boggart's judgment. More importantly, Marx suddenly remembered that what he feared was not easy to expose. If Boggart turns into Achu in a pool of blood in front of everyone, then Dumbledore may have guessed something. Marx's calm guilty conscience is beginning to become a little messy, but on the surface it still looks calm and calm.mtlnovel.com. So, let's start now. Lupin didn't give Marx too much time to think. A string of sparks shot from the wand held in his right hand, and it shot directly at the door handle of the old wardrobe. The closet door suddenly opened, and a group of black, constantly distorting things rushed out, frightening everyone, and several little witches screamed in fear. Don't panic. Let's step back a bit. Boggart just hasn't figured out what to change yet. It seems that he is a little confused and can't find what McClown is afraid of. Lupin comforted the crowd loudly. There was a puzzled expression on his face. It was the first time he had seen this situation. Marx secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Occlumency is more useful than he thought. However, Marx soon discovered that as Boggart got closer and closer to him, his body shape was also changing. The speed was very slow, and it seemed to be disturbed by something. The figure gradually changed from a weird sphere to a humanoid appearance. Boggart imitated and became more and more similar to Marx, but within a moment of effort, another Marx McClown appeared in the crowd. In front of everyone present showed a stunned look. They didn't understand why the person Marx feared the most was himself. The little blonde wizard that Boggart turned into stood opposite Marx, his face full of apologetic expressions. Sorry, actually It opened its mouth and opened its mouth. It was a little unstable, and it was faintly about to change again. However, Marx, who had guessed what it was going to say next, did not give Boggart a chance to continue talking and transform. So he took the first shot. Funny and funny. Chapter 376. Don't pretend I'm showing off. Actually, the blonde little wizard who was opposed to Marx, banged on and put on a flower top hat and lace skirt, with a look of horror on his face. The students behind suddenly burst into bursts of laughter. Marx was stunned when he saw this scene. Right? Why has it become like this? Do I subconsciously think that I look funny in women's clothing? Funny. Marx could only make another shot, actively thinking about the changes in his heart. The woman's version of the blonde little wizard suddenly turned into a short circus clown, dressed in a strange way, wearing a pair of roller shoes, holding a few colorful in his hand and constantly tossing. He couldn't stop in a hurry. Very good presentation. Gryffindor adds very much. Lupin applauded and spoke with satisfaction, and then asked aloud, Boggart seems to have become like you just now. Can you tell me why? Lupin looked at Boggart's abnormal situation before, and he clearly saw that Boggart was interrupted by Marx when he was about to say something. So he was very curious. Maybe I think this is a bit of an invasion of personal privacy. And Lupin deliberately added, of course, it's okay if you don't want to say it, I just think some people are afraid that they are strange. All the little wizards also looked at Marx one after another. No, there is nothing to say. Hearing everyone's gaze, Marx shrugged indifferently, coughed a few times, and continued with a serious face. I'm sorry, I have to show you something. Marx's serious expression made everyone more curious. But Marx heard it with emotion. Actually, I am not a genius. I just spend all your playing time on studying, so I have always been afraid of being discovered by you. Hearing this, Harry and the others rolled their eyes together. They didn't even know where to complain. Lupin also shook his head helplessly. He remembered that when he first arrived, because of the chance encounter on the train, he had asked several teaching professors about the past of the little wizard Marx. I learned from them that besides learning well and being motivated, what impressed their professors the most was that they liked to do strange things and say strange things, which seems to be the case now. Thinking of this, Lupin stopped struggling with this question. Turning to look around, put his eyes on Neville, the worst performer after Boggart rushed out just now, and beckoned him to come forward to replace Marx. Me? Neville shrank into the crowd with a surprised expression. He couldn't believe that Lupin would touch him. After repeated confirmations, Neville tremblingly approached Boggart. At this point of delay, the magic applied to Boggart has become extremely weak, so when Neville walked in front of him, Boggart began to change again. After a while, Professor Snape, wearing a black robe with a gloomy face, appeared in front of everyone, staring at Neville with eagle-like eyes, and walked towards him step by step. Neville was so frightened that his face became pale and blue, and he backed away again and again. "Quick! Spell!" Lupin reminded him from the side. At this moment Snape had already walked to the front of Neville, a face almost stuck in front of him. Neville screamed in fear, and raised his hand tremblingly. Snape was poked with his wand. Face slip funny. With a crisp sound, Snape lifted his head and flew out, fell into a dog, and finally got up from the ground, but his body changed. The black robe on has turned into a lace-up dress, with a tall hat on top of his head, a vulture that has been eaten by insects on the hat, and a big red handbag in his hand. Snape turned into Boggart seemed to have discovered this too, awkwardly covering his lace skirt with a big handbag. The little wizards all around laughed. They had never seen a gloomy Snape dressed up like this, making such a twisted movement. Nor as magic really made them sulking, so all the little wizards looked at him with admiration. Nor I relieved his fear at this time and smiled happily. Marx shook his head secretly in the back. Poor Neville might have to suffer for the next potions class. But looking at the women's version of Snape, Marx also found it interesting. Although it's boring to look at his own women's clothing, it's interesting to see others. Next, Lupin asked the little wizards to face Boggart one by one, casting spells to overcome the fear in his heart. Poor Boggart was played with by everyone, and the tossing was enough, and finally he was on the spot with loud laughter. The explosion turned into scattered smoke. Of course, for some special reason, Lupin didn't let Harry deal with that Boggart. So even if Lupin casually found a reason to add 10 points to Harry at the end of the course, Harry was still a bit aggrieved. At the end of the course, Lupin clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. mentalnovel.com and said, "Okay, let's stop here for our first class. Each of you did a great job. This far exceeded my expectations. As for your homework, please read the textbook about Borg, the special chapter. Let's summarize it in simple words. Due on Monday." While speaking, Lupin remembered his previous promise again, and continued to speak. In addition, the best performer in this class is Mr. McClown. He not only released the spell most calmly, but also helped other students overcome their fear. Then I will honor my promise and give him an extra 30 points. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Marx's mind. Ding! The course of defense against the dark arts is over. This comprehensive class evaluation. Satisfied. Evaluator, Lupin. Reward, academic points 0. Additional bonus points, academic points 40. Seeing the course evaluation in the system column, Marx was very satisfied. He got a full 50 grade points for one class, which is the most rewarding one for him. When other little wizards heard Lupin say that the course was over, they were still a little bit unsatisfied. They thought this was the best defense against the dark arts class they had ever taken. It was novel and interesting, so that after leaving the classroom, he was still discussing interesting things in the class in 2s and 3s. In the corridor, Seamus kept trying to tell everyone how he subdued the horror ghost girl Boggart became. Marx recalled Boggart's performance in class, and suddenly realized that the abilities of this magical creature seemed pretty good. Chapter 377. The idea of merging with new blood. Thinking of this, Marx had some thoughts and included Boggart in the list of options for integration. Don't look at Boggart, this magical creature is very weak and non-aggressive, but this ever-changing ability looks very good to Marx, and it can be used in many situations. After all, Boggart can become too many things, from dead objects such as tables, chairs, pots and pans, to living objects such as wizards and small animals. Even magical creatures can be transformed. For example, In the original time and space, when Harry used Boggart's ability to practice calling the gods, Boggart turned into a Dementor. For a time, Harry realized that he was facing a real Dementor. There was a sense of fear, and he passed out again in a coma. This means that Boggart's transformation is not a simple blind trick or illusion, but a real change of body shape, and the camouflage is extremely high. It is difficult to be seen. Of course, Marx knows very well that Boggart's deformed things cannot have the power of the original version, and they are bound to be accompanied by various restrictions, such as the weakness of being broken after hearing a lot of laughter. Otherwise, Boggart's hazard rating would not be so low. Even a junior wizard can handle it. But even so, it is enough to make Marx tempted. Not to mention that Boggart was able to sense what the other party feared the most. Even his level 5 occlumency cannot block this perception. This is a kind of magical creature with weak strength and very special ability. Is very suitable to be his next fusion target. Just don't know if Boggart has blood? Marx touched his chin and recalled what he had read in the book about Boggart. After this creature died, it would usually explode into wisps of smoke and dissipate. It seemed that there was no such thing as blood. But this will not cause much hindrance. Marx has once seen from Slytherin's research notes that some key things on the opponent's body can be used as substitutes for magical creatures without blood. Marx became more and more interested in thinking about it, gradually increasing Boggart's priority, using it as the first sequence target of this blood fusion together with the Nightshade and the elf. Which one to choose? Yifan hasn't made a decision yet, and is ready to wait for the blood fusion potion to complete before making any plans. Unknowingly, a few people walked all the way from the classroom to the auditorium. While eating dinner, Ron was still excitedly discussing his previous defense against the dark arts class. Professor Lupin is amazing. This is the defense against the dark arts class I've been looking forward to. I don't know what we will deal with in the next class. Three-headed dog, giant, or the Murloc in the lake. How is it possible? It's not Hagrid who is in class ... It should be Red Hat or Cabba. Hermione opened the textbook, and after the chapter introducing Boggart, there were the two magical creatures, Red Hat and Cabba. That's also very interesting. It's better than sitting in a classroom and reading a textbook. Ron's expression was not diminished in excitement. Unfortunately, the next defense against the dark arts class was several days later. Some can't wait. Then Ron remembered that Boggart had turned into a silver-white ball when he approached Lupin in class, and curiously said, "Why do you say Professor Lupin is afraid of a crystal ball?" But this time no one answered him. Hermione vaguely thought of some quick flipping through the book in her hand, and Harry thought about things sullenly. Marx brandished a knife and fork and cut a small piece of cattle into his mouth. He was silent. He knew that Lupin was not afraid of the crystal ball but the full moon, because the night of the full moon will cause the werewolf to transform and lose his mind. It will usually cause great damage, thereby exposing the identity of the werewolf as a wizard and being driven out by other wizards. Lupin must have experienced similar things many times before he was afraid of the full moon. It's just that Marx didn't want Ron and the others to know so quickly, lest they accidentally leak or be heard by others. At the same time, Marx noticed something wrong with Harry's expression, and after swallowing the steak, he looked at Harry and asked aloud, "Harry, what's the matter with you? Are you okay?" Hermione and Ron looked over together, with a worried look on their faces. "It's nothing." Harry shook his head, then hesitated, and said depressed, "I just don't understand why Professor Lupin prevented me from fighting Boggart." "Perhaps he is worried about you," Ron comforted. But Harry interrupted before he could finish his words. "Obviously I can deal with it. It's not difficult, isn't it? Everyone did it." Harry vented his emotions loudly. His face was very ugly. He thinks that Professor Lupin may have underestimated himself because he was on the train and he fainted after seeing the Dementor. He thought he had no ability. How to face Boggart would reproduce the original scene. Ron was taken aback by Harry's extreme reaction and looked at him suspiciously. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know how to comfort Harry. "Oh, sorry, I was a little too excited just now." Harry quickly realized that his tone was too aggressive. Until novel.com said apologetically, "Don't think too much. Professor Lupin should be worried about scaring others. You know, in the eyes of ordinary people, you are the enemy of a mysterious person." Marx noticed that Harry seemed to be a bit tricky and explained, "Are you saying that Professor Lupin is worried about the mysterious people appearing in the class?" Hermione said in a speechless voice. She looked at Harry, and it was indeed possible. "Well, that's probably it." Marx nodded, confirming Hermione's guess. Harry also thought of this, and he felt better, because of the fact that he was scared by the Dementors when he fainted at the beginning of school. He was publicized by Malfoy at Hogwarts. In the past few weeks, Harry always felt that the look in his eyes was a little wrong. Although Malfoy has disappeared a lot recently, Harry is still brooding about the incident, trying to prove that he doesn't want to fall as soon as Malfoy said, "By the way, Marx, can you tell us why Boggart became like you in class?" Hermione deliberately changed the subject so as not to continue talking about the things that made Harry unhappy. "Didn't I talk about it in class? Apart from this, there is nothing to be afraid of in this world." Marx's face didn't change as he ate dinner slowly, and said casually, "Hermione is reluctant to believe the reason for such nonsense, but nothing can be seen in Marx's expression." Harry looked at Marx quite enviously. He thought that Boggart had become like Marx. Probably because Marx had nothing to fear, so he confused Boggart. Chapter 378 Sirius who sneaked into the castle after dinner. Marx did not return to the Gryffindor lounge with Harry and others, but found a reason to walk towards the responsive room on the 8th floor, preparing to brew a new blood fusion potion. With the two previous experiences of brewing potions, Marx is already familiar with the road. He took the potion materials that Dobby brought back and processed them one by one before putting them into the cauldron. Potions and his level 6. He no longer needs to use grade points to temporarily improve his level of pharmacy when he makes blood fusion potions. But within half an hour, the mixed liquid in the cauldron began to boil under the action of magic power. Marx saw that it was almost done, so he closed the lid of the pot to prevent any debris from falling in and affecting the effect of the potion. Considering that the fusion and precipitation of the potion materials need to last for several days, Marx did not stay in the responsive house all the time. After asking Dobby to look after this place, he looked for Boggart in the entire castle. The Boggart that was in the faculty lounge before has been blew up by the little wizards, so Marx had to find another target. If he remembers correctly, there are other Boggarts in the school, and that is the one Lupin used to practice calling for God to protect Harry, but Marx has long forgotten the exact location. After all, after many years, Marx couldn't remember such details that he didn't pay attention to at first. If it doesn't work, he will have to write a letter asking friend Norizaya to buy one for himself or grab one, and send it back. In the next few days, Marx was making potions and looking for the traces of Boggart. The former went very smoothly, and it was getting closer and closer to the official completion of the fusion potion. But the latter made it difficult for Marx. He walked around the entire Hogwarts convenient place, leaving the offices and staff rooms of the professors, but Boggart was unable to find it. Is it really going to search in the offices of the professors? Marx has a headache. This is not a good idea. There is no other place to look for besides this place. It is impossible for Boggart to hide in any place. Secret road. Another thing that makes Marx feel strange is that since he exchanged the damaged time converter to Dumbledore, the old professor seemed to have disappeared from the school. He hadn't seen Deng on the map for many days. Blido's name is gone. Marx was thinking about things in his mind, until he went all the way back to the dorm when he was interrupted by Ron and Harry talking about Quidditch games. Seeing Marx push the door in, Harry turned his head and asked, "Marx, when practicing Quidditch this morning, Captain Wood asked me to give you a message and ask if you would like to participate in this year's Quidditch. It's too late to sign up." Wood said he will leave school next year, so he didn't want to leave any regrets in the last Quidditch match. "I should have told you that I would not participate this year, and if I were to be added, the Gryffindor team would have one more person. Marx rolled his eyes. He still feels that there is not enough time these days. In addition to the full course every day, he has to spend a few hours to find Boggart. How can he have time to practice Quidditch on the court? Harry shrugged and didn't care. He just passed a message to Wood. After a busy day, Marx, who was already a little tired, didn't talk to Harry and the others anymore, and soon fell asleep in the bed. But before going to bed, Marx faintly felt that he had forgotten something recently. At midnight, in front of the silent Gryffindor lounge, the fat lady is facing the mirror in the painting, humming a little song, and caressing her hair leisurely. At this moment, a steady and magnetic male voice sounded. "Excuse me, how about opening the door and letting me in?" Password. The fat lady, who didn't hear too clearly, stopped the action in her hand, ready to see which little wizard who went out at night in the middle of the night was so annoying. But when she turned her head to see the appearance of the person, a pair of squinted dodo eyes stared at the boss. Her body was shaking and she shouted. However, Sirius moved faster. He quickly raised his hand, and a white light hit the portrait. The horrified expression on the fat lady's face disappeared without a trace, and she suddenly became very confused. After hesitating for a while, the fat lady returned to normal. Under the influence of the confusion curse, Sirius in front of her had become a little wizard. "Why are you still hanging out so late? If you don't have a password, don't think I will let you in." The fat lady scowled and scolded with her brows. "Well, let me see. Today's password is the Light of Wonderland." Sirius pulled out a note from the wizard's robe, looked at it, found the corresponding item, and replied, "Okay. Go in. Remember to rest early." The fat lady nodded, and the door to the Gryffindor bedroom opened a gap. "Of course, madam." "You too." Sirius nodded slightly, opened the door and walked in, calmly like a tourist. However, after entering the dormitory, Sirius speeds up. Novel.com. Even if he sneaks in through a secret road, he cannot completely hide his figure. On the way here, he may be seen by some portraits. This adventure sneaked in completely because he couldn't wait. He wandered around Hogwarts for a whole month without waiting for Marx to come to him, so Sirius was a little worried whether Marx was encountering any difficulties, or he simply forgot about it. Sirius felt he had to remind him. Also, thanks to him, when he was stepping on the spot a few days ago, he met a funny big cat, willing to look out for him. Recently, the big cat even took a note to him. It was filled with a note with the password of the Gryffindor lounge for a whole week, which made his actions a lot easier today. Although he can fool the fat lady with the confusion curse, the password in front of the lounge door must be answered, otherwise the door cannot be opened at all. This should be it, right? Sirius strayed surreptitiously, and finally found the bedroom where Marx was. Araho cave is open. Sirius pressed his wand against the door and muttered softly. With a soft creak, Sirius entered the door smoothly. His dark grey eyes swept across the audience. He wanted to find the location of Marx's bed, but in the end he was frozen on Ron's bed. Sirius' face gradually became distorted. Even though the night was dim, he still saw the big grey mouse lying on the bedside sleeping loudly. That's what he thinks day and night. He can't wait to cranpit. Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 379. Peter the Little Dwarf, who was shocked the moment Sirius saw this mouse. Sirius's sanity was shocked, and he wanted to rush to tear the opponent into pieces. Fortunately, in the end, Sirius remembered that Marx had spoken to him, and it was very difficult to endure it, and it was too cheap to die like this. Peter. He felt that Peter had to be tortured, experiencing pain in Azkaban, and finally accepting a kiss from a Dementor is what Peter did. Thinking of this, Sirius extinguished the idea of killing Peter immediately. After giving him a vicious look, he walked quickly to the front of Marx's bed, ready to put the note in his hand on the side of Marx's bed. But unexpectedly, when he leaned down, Marx, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Almost instantly, the magic wand in Marx's hand was already on Sirius' neck, and the white light flickered at the top of the wand. A sense of crisis deep into his bones suddenly rushed into Sirius' mind, as if he would be killed in the next second. He hurriedly stopped. "McClown. It's me, Sirius." Marx was relieved to see the appearance of the person in front of him. Marx just opened his eyes and saw a thin figure with disheveled hair standing next to his bed. He almost thought it was someone who wanted to assassinate himself, so he subconsciously moved his hand. "Yes, it's me. I haven't waited until you come to me for this period of time, so I came to you by myself." Sirius raised his eyebrows and his voice was low, even though Marx was so close, able to hear clearly. Marx was very embarrassed, and he realized what he had forgotten these days. It turned out that he had forgotten Sirius, who was wandering near the school. But this can't be entirely blamed on him. After all, after school started, his affairs were one after another. First he was busy improving the compound decoction, and then he went back to 3 months ago and fought twice with Bock's men. Now, after finally coming back, I have to think about the fusion of the third bloodline. The castle is full of Boggart, so I forgot to go out and meet Sirius. Sirius can naturally see what's going on from Marx's expression, but it's not the time to talk such nonsense. Time is running out. Let's make a long story short. I stayed in Knockdown Alley for a while after you left, to help you inquire about the news. You will never think who I met in Knockoff Alley. Sirius said hurriedly. "Who is he?" Marx thought in his heart. At this moment, an unusually harsh sound came from the other side. Squeak! By the head of Ron's bed, the grey mouse had opened his eyes, looked at the figure standing in front of Marx's bed in fear, and let out a horrified cry. Harry, Neville and others who were fast asleep were awakened, and Ron yawned and cursed angrily. "Scaly, stop calling Scaly." However, the screaming did not stop. Ron did not speak again. His eyes were instantly attracted by the tall figure in the bedroom. A chill rushed into his heart, and he immediately thought of himself. The newspaper I read at school. That crazy man who always wanted to kill Harry. And only he will sneak in at this time. What? Ron's scream quickly echoed in the dormitory, causing a chain reaction. Harry, Neville and others in the same dormitory also screamed in shock. Sirius' complexion changed drastically. He knew his current identity as a fugitive, and he must not be caught until the truth is revealed. So when Ron found him, Sirius had already moved. Taking advantage of the chaos and dim night, he threw a small note into Marx's hand, turned his head and rushed out quickly. Before escaping, Sirius didn't forget to take another look at the mouse. His fierce gaze plunged Scab into great fear. It screamed frantically, and ran around out of Ron's control, turning the messy bedroom into a mess. "Scaly, where are you going?" Scaly. Even though Ron was frightened in a cold sweat, he did not forget to care about his beloved mouse. It's just that Peter Pettigrew, who was terrified, didn't dare to stay in the dormitory anymore. Because Sirius had just gone out of the door, Peter didn't dare to go there, and finally jumped from the vent of the window dazedly. "No, Shaban, come back!" Ron, who saw this scene, was heartbroken and yelled heartbreakingly. Peter, the dwarf who jumped out of the window, was awakened by the midnight cold wind, but he was not very worried. In his current rat form, he can't fall to death at this height. At most, he suffers some injuries. In comparison, Peter was even more afraid to stay in that dormitory, because he clearly remembered that when he just woke up, he vaguely saw Sirius seem to be talking to the little wizard named Marx McClown. Although he didn't hear the specific content, this situation is enough to make him feel uneasy. Mentalnovel.com. So I would rather risk a fall and choose freedom. Unfortunately, just as Peter was enjoying freedom in the wind, a voice faintly came from above. "Spots fly here." Pettigrew Peter was flustered to find that the speed of his fall stopped, and then he was pulled by some kind of force and flew upwards at a faster speed. Is a flying curse. When Peter Pettigrew realized that it was too late, it flew all the way back to the dormitory, and reached out a hand and grabbed his tail severely. Pettigrew Peter raised his head with difficulty, but Marx's delicate face looked like a devil's face in his eyes, and a sense of fear came to his heart. "A forgetting is empty," Marx whispered softly with his wand against the grey-black mouse. Marx's voice and movements were not obvious in the dark and chaotic bedroom, because Neville's screams did not stop from beginning to end, and the cluttered noise outside the door was also one after another, covering his voice. Peter, the dwarf star close at hand, could hear clearly, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came to his heart. Again. Before falling asleep, this thought flashed in Peter's heart, and he soon realized that he might not have been hit by the forgotten curse for the first time. How many things did I forget? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Peter took a deep breath. The biting cold wind at night couldn't compare to the chill from the bottom of his heart. Along with a white light flashing, the grey-black mouse's body was shaking and unconscious, and a drop of tears slowly slipped from its eye sockets. Chapter 380. Who is the prefect of Gryffindor? Ron, who was on the side, saw that the pet he couldn't imagine was about to jump was rescued by Marx with a flying curse. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried forward to take Shaban from Marx. What's going on with it? Ron noticed that the fat mouse in his hand seemed to be unconscious, and no matter how he swayed, he didn't have a clear consciousness. He immediately asked with some worry. It's okay, it's just too excited. I'm worried that it can't think about it, so I think it's better to let Shaban go to sleep first, Marx casually explained. Thank you so much, Marx, Ron said, very moved. Ron feels that Marx is the person who treats Zebra best besides himself. Not only does he often feed and care about his current situation, he even considers the mental health of Zebra. You must know that even his own master can't do it. At this point, Marx waved his hand and said that this was what he should do. He looked at the mouse in Ron's hand, but his frown did not let go. Although he has already imposed an oblivion curse on Peter Pettigrew to make Peter forget what happened tonight, Peter will always hear the news of Sirius sneaking in from other places. Peter's frequency of planning to escape will definitely rise sharply. Marx knew that he might have to resolve the spluttered matter as soon as possible and vindicate Sirius. Otherwise it would be no good if something happened with such delay. Just as Marx was thinking about it, the various noisy sounds outside the door kept getting louder and louder. What's the matter? What happened? Who hit me? Who is he? Someone rushed out. Which doesn't sleep in the middle of the night. What is the name of the ghost? Because Ron and others' screams were so violent that the little wizards in the entire Gryffindor bedroom were awakened. A large number of courageous little lions went out to check the movement, and soon gathered to Harry's place in front of the bedroom door. Quiet, quiet. Among the crowd, Percy Weasley, as the prefect, squeezed into the chaotic crowd, trying to maintain order, but it was too messy here. Everyone was guessing about what happened just now, and no one listened at all. His words. Marx, whose thoughts were disturbed, saw this, and used his magic wand to bless himself with a loud curse, and said loudly, "Be quiet." Blessed more than 10 times the sound and instantly overwhelmed those noisy sounds, shocked a group of little wizards covering their ears, and looked towards Marx. Marx lowered the volume and explained, "It's like this. A stranger sneaked into our bedroom just now. It must be Sirius. He's here to kill Harry." Ron interrupted eagerly before Marx could finish. The little lions in Gryffindor were in an uproar and panicked. All eyes were placed on Harry, looking at him with a worried look, as if Harry was about to die soon. Same. Everyone looked at Harry, confused. Although he saw from the Daily Prophet that Sirius was chasing him, Harry still doesn't know why Sirius did it. Cough cough. Marx coughed slightly, reattracting the attention of the little wizards, and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, everyone, Sirius who sneaked in has been taken away just now. As long as you don't stand alone, there should be no possibility of being attacked again." Marx knew very well that Sirius would not attack anyone, but other people would definitely not believe it. At this time, it was inconvenient for him to help Sirius say good things. Noting the panic and horrified look on everyone's faces, Marx sighed and continued. "As for now, we can go to the Gryffindor lounge together to wait for the professors to come over. It is more spacious and can accommodate all of us." Marx's words were accurately conveyed to everyone's ears under the effect of the loud curse. Because of the sudden incident of Sirius' attack, The little wizards who were at a loss suddenly calmed down. It's better to have someone directing what to do now than flying around like a headless fly. What's more, Marx has done a lot of things that even adult wizards can't do over the years, so they are still very convinced. Not to mention that Marx's suggestions sound quite reasonable. Strange, where's the prefect? After seeing everyone calm down, Yifan looked at the crowd in confusion. These things should have been done by the prefect. Gryffindor's little lions stepped away, letting in Percy Weasley, who was blocked in the doorway. Percy, why are you here now? Forget it. You take a few senior students to find Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Remember to be safe. Marx remembered the need to find someone, informed the professor, and simply threw this task to Percy. As the prefect, of course, he would do the most dangerous thing. At least it's dangerous to go out to find a professor at this time when others are watching. Me? Percy pointed to herself in a daze. Mentalnovel.com and looked at Marx strangely. No, who is the prefect of Gryffindor? Just as he wanted to confirm his authority, he suddenly grabbed his shoulders with one left hand and one right hand, dragging him away. George, Fred. I order you to let me go in the name of the prefect. Percy reprimanded loudly, but George and Fred didn't care at all, but said to Marx with a smile, "Come on, McClown. Let us take Percy there. Remember to protect Harry." Marx nodded, and then took the students of Gryffindor to the lounge. When he arrived at the destination, Marx waved his wand to point at the fireplace, and the hot flames suddenly burned in the fireplace. The cold of the night, when the billowing heat dissipated, calmed the chaotic mood of the students a little, and they discussed in twos and threes in a low voice. After a while, the door of the Gryffindor lounge was opened with a bang, and Professor McGonagall, with an anxious face, walked in with Percy and the others. After looking around, she set her eyes on Harry, and when she saw that he was okay, she was really relieved and turned to Marx, asking very worriedly, "McClown, George and the others just came over and told me that Sirius had just sneaked in, was that right? No one was hurt because of it, right? Everyone is here, everyone is fine," Marx said aloud first, and then continued. "In addition, we did see a stranger sneaking in the bedroom, but he has escaped now." Chapter 381. To treat a child. The words should be more tactful. Professor McGonagall nodded, and then asked some detailed questions, such as how they discovered and scared Sirius away, and how did the other party sneak in. Marx simply said that he heard the movement in his sleep, and he saw a tall figure appearing in the bedroom when he opened his eyes. Then Ron's pet mouse screamed, awakened everyone, and Sirius panicked, ran away. "It looks like your luck is good," Professor McGonagall said in fear. "After a desperado is discovered, he can do anything in a hurry. The bombed street and more than a dozen dead moles are proof." Fortunately, Sirius took his life very much and ran away in a hurry as soon as he was spotted. It should be because he was afraid of being surrounded by their professors in the lounge. Just as McGonagall interrogated the rest of the teaching professors who got the news, rushed over. "Where is Sirius? Has any child been injured?" Professor Flitwick asked anxiously. Lupin looked at Harry in the crowd for the first time to confirm his safety. McGonagall said the whole story to several professors, and then discussed with them to arrange all the students in the auditorium for protection, and then sent people to search the entire castle to see if he could catch the escaped Sirius. Last but not least, make sure that Sirius does not continue to hide somewhere in the castle waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Hermione on the side suddenly asked suspiciously, "Professor, how did Sirius sneak into the Gryffindor dormitory? He shouldn't know the password." "Let's just ask the fat lady at the door." Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized that this was an important clue. She was worried about the safety of Harry and others before, but couldn't notice this. When they arrived at the door, they discovered the strangeness of the fat lady in the portrait. Such a big thing happened, but the fat lady looked relaxed and contented. When McGonagall asked why she wanted to let Sirius in, the fat lady looked dazed and said strangely, "Sirius, has he come in?" "Why don't I know? It seems that the castle's defenses need to be strengthened," Snape said gloomily. then raised his wand. A dazzling light flashed, and the confusion curse of the fat lady was instantly lifted. After recalling everything, the fat lady's face turned pale, her lips trembled constantly. Ashamed and shameless, she screamed in shock. Gosh, how could I do such a thing? I actually put Sirius in it as a student. It's not to blame you, you are just under the confusion curse. Professor McGonagall uttered an explanation, and then continued to inquire. Can you tell us what happened? It's best not to miss any details. Oh. Of course, how can this help you catch him? The fat lady wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and told her all about the meeting with Sirius. When they learned that Sirius, who had escaped from Azkaban, already possessed a magic wand and was able to speak accurately, several professors were extremely surprised. Are you sure you are not mistaken, fat lady? Did you really see him take out a note and found the password on it? Professor McGonagall pursed his mouth, his face very ugly. Yes, I'm pretty sure. The fat lady remembered hard, and finally nodded sharply. It looks like a traitor has appeared among us and helped Sirius Black sneak in. It just so happens that our new defense against the dark arts class professor is one of Black's best friends. Snape sneered, staring at Lupin with a pair of hollow eyes. His meaning was obvious. For a while, everyone's eyes were on Lupin's body, and he looked at him suspiciously. Fortunately, because Lupin's defense against the dark arts class won the recognition of most of the students, the little wizards present were all dubious, waiting for Lupin's explanation. In the slightly dim night, Lupin smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Severus, I understand you have some bad opinions about me, but you should know that since Blake betrayed James. When Lupin said, things stopped abruptly. He glanced at Harry and changed his words in time. In short, after that incident, Sirius and I were cut off. I want to send him back to Azkaban more than you. Before Snape could reply this time, Harry said eagerly, Professor Lupin, you just said my father's name, right? And you mentioned betrayal. What happened? Sirius once betrayed my father. Shut up, Potter, Snape yelled, interrupting Harry's questioning. Then Snape leaned down again and stared at Harry viciously, reminding him word by word. If I were you, I wouldn't ask these stupid questions and add confusion to everyone. Don't forget who caused the whole school to gather here tonight without sleeping most of the night. So the most important thing you need to do now is to shut your mouth and stay under the nose of every professor at all times, so as not to be caught by the mad dog running around in the castle. He wouldn't be particularly kind to you just because you are the great savior of the magic world. Snape's mocking tone made Harry almost mad, but in the cold weather, he felt a hot flame burning in his heart, always inflating and bursting. Harry raised his wand and wanted to give Snape a grimace to prove that he didn't need Anon's protection. Luckily, Lupin stopped Harry's death in a timely manner, and said with a headache.mentalnovel.com, calm down, Harry. I will explain this to you clearly if I have time in the future. The professors on the side gave Snape a dissatisfied look, although they admitted that Snape was right, and Harry had better stay in front of them at all times, lest Sirius find a chance to catch him. But he should be more tactful with a child. However, Snape didn't mean to stop. His eyes were still on Lupin, and he said with a sneer, Remus, I think you'd better stay away from our Mr. Potter before clearing your suspicion. There is nothing to believe in what you just said. If it weren't for you to help him, it would be impossible for Black to get a magic wand and the note filled with recent passwords, and sneak into the tightly guarded castle. So I suggest that Lupin be detained immediately until we catch Black. Snape looked at McGonagall, Flitwick and others, and said in a deep voice, please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. For Fiction Net Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 382. Poor Neville. After all, Lupin was the defense against the dark arts professor appointed by Albus himself. I think he should be trusted. Professor McGonagall frowned, disagreeing with Snape's way of imprisoning Lupin. That's not necessarily the case. You must know that Lockhart and China were also appointed by Dumbledore himself. It's not the first time he has glanced at him. Snape raised his eyebrows and reminded everyone, recalling how incompetent the two Defense Against the Dark Arts class professors were. Snape's words made McGonagall not know how to refute it, and the other professors also hesitated. I have to say that Snape's analysis is still very reasonable. All signs indicate that there is a person in the castle helping Sirius Black, and Lupin, who was originally Black's friend, is the most suspected person. Lupin keenly noticed everyone's gazes. He wanted to explain, but in the end he sighed. He knew that no matter what he said, he could not clear his suspicion. I believe Professor Lupin didn't do this, Harry suddenly said loudly. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him in surprise, but Harry repeated it again, willing to believe that Lupin did not help Sirius. Potter, you better think about it before you speak. All of us are busy for your safety, Snape said with a black face. You also said it was for my safety, right? Harry interrupted Snape's words directly. Then I would trust Professor Lupin, so you can't lock him up. Snape was trembling with anger. He was just about to make a rebuke for Harry's remarks, but the rest of the little wizards in Gryffindor were inspired by Harry, and they began to support them. Yes, I also don't think Professor Lupin would do this. I want to trust Professor Lupin. It's the same with us. Thank you. Thank you. Lupin looked at the students who were willing to believe in themselves and stood up to speak for themselves, and he was very moved for a while. Marx was no longer silent. He knew very well that Sirius infiltration had nothing to do with Lupin, and of course he could not be allowed to carry the pot, so he spoke to McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, we cannot arbitrarily make a conclusion without evidence. Gryffindor's password is clear to every student, so it may not be the one given to Black by Professor Lupin. As for why Black got a magic wand, need to ask. Of course I gave it to him. Marx murmured silently in his heart, but on the surface he was calm and continued to analyze. I think it's been a while since Black escaped from Azkaban. Maybe it was a wizard who snatched it from the outside world. I think Professor Lupin's wand is not lost, right? Marx looked at Lupin, who nodded and took out his wand. It was a cherrywood wand about 12 inches long. The upper part was orange-yellow, the lower part was dark brown and straight, and the end was oval. After seeing this magic wand, the fat lady shook her head, saying that what she had seen before was not this magic wand in Bright's hand, but a wand with a slightly curved chassis, which was easy to identify. Immediately afterwards, Marx asked all the little wizards to take out their wands, confirming that none of their wands were lost, and let the fat lady identify them one by one. After the fat lady shook her head for the last time, Snape said impatiently, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe Lupin accidentally got the second wand from somewhere and gave him to Black. Otherwise, how should I explain the note? You don't want to say which Gryffindor student wanted to kill Potter, so you handed Black a note, Snape said with a sneer. However, at this time, a weak voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Yes. It's me. That note may be mine, Professor. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, and they saw Neville trembling, slowly raising his hands, looking at his expression as if he was ready to cry at any time. Mr. Neville Longbottom. Snape looked at Neville incredulously. His eyes narrowed. You said you gave the note to Black. McGonagall and the others looked at Neville with a stunned look. No one can believe that Neville, who is usually timid and inflated, would dare to do such a thing. Harry is also very strange. Will Neville help Black? Why? He remembered that he had never offended Neville. When Blake slipped into the bedroom and was found, Neville was still the loudest one. No. Not so. Yes. Poor Neville stammered, speechless under everyone's attention. That piece of paper should have been left by you accidentally, right? Marx helplessly explained. He guessed this when he heard the fat lady say that Black was holding a piece of paper when he entered the bedroom, because in the original time and space, it was Crookshanks that took away Neville's note, which caused Sirius to get the password smoothly. Yes. Yes. Poor Neville nodded quickly, expressing that he was just as Marx said, but was accidentally left out. The little wizards suddenly realized that Neville's poor memory has long been known to everyone, so they didn't doubt it. Snape's face was very ugly, and his plan to imprison Lupin would be ruined. Snape could only cast his anger on Neville, and said with a dark face, "Mr. Longbottom, because of your mistake, Black almost succeeded. All of us are going to gather here late at night to deal with this matter. You must find it interesting, right?" Gryffindor was deducted 50 points. Snape gave the trial ruthlessly. Novel.com. Neville's body trembled and he almost cried. He saw Gryffindor this morning in the pool of points, a total of only 60 to 70 points. Professor McGonagall shook his head when he saw this scene and didn't say anything. Although Neville could not be blamed for Sirius sneaking into the dormitory, he still had a part of the responsibility after all, and it was not excessive to deduct 50 points for warning. After Lupin's suspicion was temporarily lifted, all the teaching professors searched the entire castle according to the previous plan. The tasks of the three deans are heavier, and they are also responsible for notifying students from other colleges to go to the auditorium. McGonagall brought the students here to the auditorium to meet. This time the search is likely to last all night, so they have to rest there today. What puzzles Marx is that after such a long time, Dumbledore, the principal, hasn't been seen. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. For Fiction Net Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 383 Techniques for Batch Defamation. Professor McGonagall, where's Principal Dumbledore? Has he not come yet? Marx asked strangely. It is impossible for Dumbledore not to come forward with such a big event. Albus, he had something to go out in recent days. McGonagall explained aloud. At the same time, he was a little helpless. Sirius just sneaked in at this time. Coincidence made her wonder if Sirius was from Where Did I Hear the News. Hearing this, Marx confirmed his previous guess, but in this case things would be more troublesome. Marx originally wanted to go to Dumbledore with Scabbers. He said that when he was looking at this map accidentally last school year, he found Ron Mouse with a person's name on his head, and happened to meet Sirius during the summer vacation and figured out the truth. In the end, he can easily throw this troublesome thing to Dumbledore to deal with, and stay aside to watch the show at ease, just waiting for the extra points. Only Dumbledore has enough prestige to convince everyone that Sirius is innocent, and vindicates Sirius under the pressure of the Ministry of Magic. Then do you know when Professor Dumbledore will be back? Marx sighed and asked. It should be soon. I have sent an owl to inform him. Don't worry too much. Although Albus is not there, there are professors in various subjects who can protect your safety. If something happens, you can tell me. Professor McGonagall comforted. Marx shrugged. He was actually not worried about safety, but hesitated to explain Sirius to Professor McGonagall. In the end, he stopped talking and decided to meet Sirius first and discuss it. Marx hadn't read the note that Sirius handed him, but he thought it should have clearly stated the time and place of the meeting. After all, it is impossible for Sirius to explain to him in the dormitory about many things. It is too dangerous and easy to be heard by others, so finding a place outside to discuss slowly is the right choice. Marx kept thinking in his mind, and unknowingly followed the crowd to the auditorium. McGonagall swept the obstructive table aside with his magic wand, vacating a large area in the middle. However, McGonagall couldn't wave his hand like Dumbledore and turned into hundreds of sleeping bags. In order to save a certain amount of magic power against the possible attack on Sirius Black, McGonagall turned his head after thinking about it and faced Marx. Said, "McClown, come and help me, we need hundreds of sleeping bags." Marx nodded, walked forward and took out his wand and nodded. Some small objects such as cups and saucers flew over from the long table in the corner and landed on the clearing. Then, Marx thought of the sleeping bag in his mind, and these small objects twisted and changed one after another, elongated, extended, and expanded. In a short while, a dozen blue sleeping bags appeared on the open space. At the same time, Marx was also exhausted, and it was the first time he tried to deform so many objects at the same time. Very good, Your recent transformation spell level has improved a lot. Professor McGonagall looked at Marx's deformed sleeping bag with a very surprised expression. She asked Marx to assist herself, but she did not use this opportunity to teach Marx. However, Marx's growth has far exceeded McGonagall's expectations. It can be said that every school year has undergone some earth-shaking changes. She has never heard of such a speed of progress. It's too fast. Professor McGonagall couldn't help sighing that if 1 or 2 years passed, he might have nothing to teach him. But soon, Professor McGonagall sorted out his emotions and said to Marx, "McClown, it seems that you have no experience in batch-deforming items before, and there are still some lacks in this aspect. This is actually skillful. Your mind only needs to focus on one of the items that needs to be deformed, and then separate a trace of mind to use magic to drive the others. You will find that it is not difficult to practice a few times." Professor McGonagall waved some small objects, explaining the details that need to be paid attention to when deforming the batch, and demonstrated it to Marx. In a short while, 70 or 80 crimson sleeping bags appeared on the field. After doing all this, McGonagall is still calm and relaxed, not at all tired, not to mention the exhaustion like Marx. It's just that Marx can sense the delicate surface of these sleeping bags, but he doesn't really care, and he will be beaten back to his original shape if he lasts for at most 1 day. Obviously, this was done by Professor McGonagall deliberately. This kind of temporary deformation does not need to be made too fine, and the magic is wasted. Wanting to understand this, Marx tried again following the instructions given by Professor McGonagall, this time deforming 50 objects at once. A large number of dishes, candlesticks and other objects quickly deformed into sleeping bags under the action of magic. Although the number of deformed objects has tripled this time, since Marx doesn't need to do as much as the first time, he only makes inferior products that can only last for more than 10 hours. No matter, the consumption of magic power is basically the same as before. At the same time, the prompt sound of the system also appeared in Marx's mind. Ding. After a period of practice, your transfiguration level has improved. The current level is 6. Marx was very pleased. It has been a long time since his transfiguration technique was promoted to the 6th level. He did not expect to increase his proficiency so much after some guidance from Professor McGonagall. It seems that McGonagall's polymorphism is higher than he thought. When Professor McGonagall saw that Marx was able to integrate the knowledge he taught so quickly, reading www.uukanzu.com nodded with satisfaction. For such a student who is active in studying and can understand with just a little bit, which professor would not like it? Then, under the joint efforts of the two, hundreds of sleeping bags were neatly placed on the open space for half an hour. After all these were fixed, a mess of footsteps came from the entrance of the auditorium. Marx turned around and found that students from several other colleges had arrived. Professor McGonagall, what happened? After seeing McGonagall, the prefects of several colleges hurried forward to ask about the situation. When they received the notice, they ran over and informed their dean to save time and only talk to them about it, and asked them to pay attention to safety when they came, and did not say too many details. It was Sirius who sneaked in. Professor McGonagall explained the process in detail to the little wizards, and then comforted them so that they don't have to worry too much. The professors will take this matter dealt with. Chapter 384. Is that so? Why can't I remember anything? After explaining to the new little wizards, McGonagall gathered the others together, and then spoke. Okay, kids. I think you are all sleepy, right? Go to sleep. But the prefects need to work harder. You have to be responsible for the management and guarding tasks. Several prefects nodded. Although they were tired, they still forced their spirits up. Percy was even more like a chick in blood. He regarded this as his responsibility and right as a prefect! Just as a group of little wizards were preparing to get into their sleeping bags and sleep, McGonagall thought of one more thing and stopped Marx alone. "McClown, you did a good job this time." It calmed everyone's emotions for the first time and brought everyone to the lounge to stop a possible riot. "Professor, this is what I should do," Marx said modestly. "So as a professor, I also need to do what I should do, such as add 50 points to you." Professor McGonagall smiled, then patted him on the shoulder, and continued. "That's all I want to say. Go to bed. I have to go to class tomorrow." Marx nodded, turned around and found a sleeping bag in the divided area, and got into it. At the same time, he quietly took the note that Sirius handed him out of his pocket and placed it in the sleeping bag, opened and glanced at it. As he thought, the message left to him by Sirius was written on the back, and the specific content was to let him meet in the tunnel under the beating willow tomorrow evening. After reading the content written in the note, Marx hurriedly put away, lest he be found out, and fell asleep deeply after the sleepiness struck. One night passed in a flash. At 6 or 7 o'clock the next morning, Professor McGonagall called out all the little wizards who were sleeping in a daze. While cleaning the venue, they also searched HogWarts for the professors but could not find the little wizards. The result of Sirius was spoken. The little wizards who heard the news were so worried that even when they went to the toilet, they were accompanied by a large group of people, for fear that they would encounter accidents when they were alone. Although Sirius had come against Harry, everyone knew that he was a vicious criminal. Maybe he would attack others if he killed him. This caused HogWarts to be shrouded in a tense atmosphere throughout the day. Everyone was writing about Sirius, guessing how he sneaked into Hogwarts Castle. All kinds of the argument is getting more and more bizarre. For example, Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott boldly guessed that black would become a flowering bush. But when others asked how a bush came to school with long legs, Hannah supported it. The vacillating answer can't come out. On the contrary, Seema's remarks have been recognized by most people. He thinks that black is an unsentimental killing machine, a complete lunatic, so the Dementors do not perceive his existence. In his spare time, Ron enthusiastically told interested little wizards how terrifying the infiltrating Sirius was and how they were taken away by them. In Ron's story, the greatest hero is naturally his baby rat Scabs, and its terrible cry awakened everyone in the dormitory, which made Sirius' evil assassination plan fail. For a time, this grey-black mouse almost became a hero of Gryffindor in Ron's mouth. The little wizards of Gryffindor still listened with gusto at first, but when Ron told the story the 7th time and changed and exaggerated it, when he said that his mouse scared Sirius away by staring, everyone just heard it as a joke. Peter the dwarf is even more confused. "What? Did you scare Black away?" But why doesn't he remember anything? Even the news of Sirius' invasion, Peter only heard from the conversations of the little wizards in the morning. Ron's exaggerated remarks made Peter think that Ron was just making up stories, but he soon realized that something was wrong. There was such a big thing last night, and he shouldn't have slept so badly. Peter thought more and more deeply, but did not notice that a pair of orange eyes were staring at it. After a while, a cat's paw slowly stretched out and slammed its tail. Scared, Peter turned his head and saw a fluffy cat face. He didn't have time to think about the messy things. He let out a scream and hurriedly tried to escape. But Crookshank's cat's claws pressed its tail firmly, making Peter unable to move. His orange-yellow eyes looked at his streaked body, as if he was wondering where to put his mouth down. "Hey you cat." Fortunately, Ron discovered this in time, and quickly slapped Crookshank's cat's claws and rescued his mouse. Crookshanks reluctantly wanted to rush up, and just jumped up. She was hugged by Hermione in her arms, and she could only wave her limbs weakly in the air. "Stop it, Crookshanks." Hermione patted Crookshanks on the head angrily, and then looked at Ron's mouse. When he was worried about asking, Ron became angry. Burning scolded, "Hurry up and take care of your stupid cat. It almost killed Scabbers just now. You'd better keep it away from me. Crookshanks is just doing what it is supposed to do, you know. Cats like to catch mice." Hermione snorted softly. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, www.mentalnovel.com Harry hurriedly uttered a word of consolation, Ron finally let out his temper, but still kept a straight face. Hermione was even more reluctant to bother him. Hermione was originally dissatisfied with Ron's promotion of his pet mouse as a hero who scared away Sirius. From what she learned from Harry, Ron and his mouse did nothing but scream! And Marx was awake long before Scabbard yelled. She felt that the reason Sirius escaped in panic was probably related to Marx. Otherwise, just a few barking little wizards can't help the cruel Sirius Black, who has spent so much effort sneaking in and can kill Harry before running away. Strange, where's Marx? Hermione looked around but unexpectedly didn't see Marx. I don't know, maybe he went to the library? Harry shook his head, guessing. The puzzled two did not notice that a grey-white owl was passing by the window, glanced at them, and then flew towards the big banyan tree not far from the lake. Chapter 385 Meeting with Sirius over Hogwarts. Marx, transformed into an owl shape, was flapping his wings and flying out of the castle quickly. The Dementors scattered around the school flicked in midair from time to time, but turned a blind eye to this weird owl. Because the Ministry of Magic gave them an order to catch a wizard who escaped from prison, not to catch some flying animal. Not to mention that there are too many owls in and out of the castle every day, no Dementors will pay attention to this. This makes Marx's actions much more convenient. After flying only a short time, the beating willow erected not far from the lake is already in sight. From afar, Marx can still see a black one. The big dog was crouching silently beside the tree trunk. When Marx approached, the dog also noticed the grey-white owl in the sky. Having seen the shape of Marx animagus, it naturally recognized it at a glance, with a humane expression of joy on its face, yelled a few words in a low voice, and then got into the one below the beating willow in the big hole, and motioned Marx to follow. Marx nodded, waved his wings and followed. Inside the big cave is a very deep and long passage that continues to extend forward. At the end of the passage is a messy room that seems to have been abandoned. The walls on all sides are pitted, the white wallpaper is peeled off, the bricks and stones underground are covered with stains, the furniture is all broken, and you can vaguely see what has been damaged. The bite marks. Before Marx could take a closer look, Sirius, who had turned back into a human form, walked over. "McClown, it seems that you didn't let me wait too long this time," Sirius said jokingly. "You know, when I first started school, I was busy with a lot of things. I really can't get away, and I can't spare time to see you." Marx was embarrassed to explain, and he let Sirius wait near. January is indeed a bit unauthentic. Fortunately, Sirius didn't care about this, and after a casual joke before, he turned serious. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Last time I was pressed for time, I didn't have time to tell you some things. I guess you must not have thought of who I saw in Knockdown Alley. Is it my mother Raya, right?" Marx guessed. "You know?" Sirius was stunned, with a very surprised expression. He originally wanted to tell Marx about this incident as a surprise. In order to confirm the authenticity, he was almost beaten by a group of werewolves who didn't know where he came from. Fortunately, his animagus form ran so fast and slipped away in time before being blocked. At the same time, Sirius also noticed that today Marx looked much calmer than he was a few months ago, and there is no such gloomy air on his face. "I said earlier, I will have a way." Marx didn't give too much explanation, but simply mentioned. Sirius took a deep look at him. He did hear Marx say this, but at that time he felt that these words were just Marx's self-comforting words, so he didn't care. "But I didn't expect that." Marx seemed to have really done the incredible thing to bring the dead back to life. Sirius was puzzled. In the months before school, Marx had a gloomy appearance, and that expression could never be a disguise. Based on this, Sirius combined the confessions of the 4 black-robed wizards to confirm that Asa was dead. So after Marx went to Hogwarts for class, he was still investigating the cause of Asa's death in private, but he accidentally met Asa himself during an investigation. Had it not been for the small changes in Asa's appearance in the past 10 years, he would almost think that he had admitted the wrong person. Sirius wanted to ask how Marx rescued a person who was deemed dead within a month. After all, Marx's attitude just now undoubtedly shows that Aia's resurrection is related to him. But seeing Marx shut up and didn't want to say more, Sirius didn't ask any more. Marx also moved the topic along with Sirius and learned about Aia's current situation. He still wanted to know what happened in Knockout Alley after he left, and what happened to Asa and Furin. Your mother looks good, and your magic shop reopened soon after you left, Sirius briefly said to Marx. He actually didn't know much. After learning that Asa was still alive, Sirius could not wait to sneak up to Hogwarts to find Marx to explain the situation, but he did not wait until Marx took the initiative to contact him. Then, Sirius suddenly remembered something and said again, "By the way, do you remember the Bock store we searched for? The brand of that store was recently taken off, as if it had changed the owner. Do you know who the new boss is?" Marx asked aloud with a thought. "I'm not familiar with that person, but the sign that I hung up is quite interesting, called Street Mungo's Magic Hospital." Speaking of this, Sirius was also very speechless. It was the first time he saw someone delete the two words of Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital, and he dared to put up a sign upright, and the other party was not worried about being troubled. Duped, Marx heard the name of the sign and instantly guessed who the new boss is, and said with gritted teeth, if he remembers correctly, the old man clearly told him 3 months ago that Bock magic shop was being spotted by many tricky people, so he had better not be bothered by it. I didn't expect this to do it himself now. What's wrong? That person is one of your enemies. Sirius looked at Marx's angry look very curious. Mentalnovel.com. No, nothing, just being cheated. Marx shook his head, and soon adjusted his mood. The location of Bock magic shop is very good, and it is also a transit point in Knockdown Alley. It is better to be taken by Duped than by others. Besides, he accidentally blown up Dujat's house before, so it's not good to go to Xingxi to inquire. Sirius raised his eyebrows. He skipped the topic without knowing the inside story, and continued. In that case, let's talk about Peter. I remember you told me at the beginning, as long as I help you solve your mother's affairs with Aya, you will bring Peter here. Of course, I am not wrong in saying that, but now I have a little trouble. I can give you that mouse at any time, but I want to clean up you and live in the magical world with integrity. It's more difficult, Marx said helplessly. Chapter 386. We must do something. Why? Sirius frowned deeply and asked in a puzzled voice. Perhaps you don't know that Professor Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts recently. You should be very clear that no one except him has the ability to help you out of crime. Having said that, Marx paused, and then continued to explain. The Ministry of Magic and the Inquisition will not easily admit their mistakes, telling everyone that because of their mistakes, a war hero was imprisoned in Azkaban as a vicious Death Eater for more than 10 years. And he also promoted betrayers like Peter as a hero, Marx silently added in his heart. This is definitely a shocking scandal. If the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic do not want to be sprayed to death by the roaring letters written by those angry wizards, they will definitely try their best to cover up this news. Sirius was fidgeting and pacing in this small house. Naturally, he knew it very well, but this is not the way to wait. Who knows when Dumbledore will come back? In case it will take a month or 2 longer, anything can happen during this period. What if Peter finds a chance to escape? The most important thing is that he sneaked into Gryffindor's bedroom yesterday and saw the mouse, and has been holding back the killing intent in his heart. Now he is almost at his limit. How about this? You bring Peter here at this time tomorrow and let me kill him. After a while, Sirius stopped and said viciously, you better calm down. Don't try to get rid of sin by killing Peter. Marx noticed that Sirius' mood was a bit wrong, and said with comfort, how can you calm me down? I've waited long enough. Sirius shouted angrily. Compared to killing Peter, Sirius feels that his affairs can be put aside for a while, and he doesn't even care whether he can get rid of the crime. Do you want to live in the shadows for the rest of your life? Make Harry hate you so consistently, treating you as a mean betrayer? Marx asked aloud. It was Peter who betrayed James, not me, Sirius said word by word. Who knows? Marx looked at him and asked mercilessly. I ask you, who knows you are innocent? If Peter Pettigrew is dead, who can prove it to you? Sirius stared at Marx fiercely, and the latter did not back down. After a long stalemate, Sirius finally sighed and said bitterly, anyway, we have to do something, and we must not wait like this forever. Marx was not forcing him either. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, in a while, it will be Halloween. Students in 3rd grade and above will go to Hogsmeade Village. Where will Peter and Harry be? We can first find an opportunity to take Harry to a secluded place and explain the situation to him. In addition, I will try to contact Lupin during this period. He is now a professor at Hogwarts and a friend of yours. Just use the live point map to let him know that Peter, who has died, is still alive. I believe Professor Lupin will be willing. Listen to your explanation. Marx remembered that Professor Lupin had clearly chosen to stand on Sirius' side after seeing the map of the point of life in the original time and space, and then he wanted to win him over. Now that Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts, it really doesn't matter if he speaks to Sirius. If you add the testimony of Harry and Lupin, the credibility is much higher. In this case, before Dumbledore returns, something accidentally made a mistake in the middle, and it will not face the worst result. Okay, then he'll wait a few more days. Sirius hesitated for a long time, but still agreed. Before killing Peter, he at least needs to explain clearly to Harry and Lupin. Marx breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Sirius would act privately, and then sneaked into Hogwarts to kill Peter. That would be really bad. Although Peter's death had no effect on him, Sirius himself could only be wanted by the Ministry of Magic like the original time and space, and could only hide and live in the shadows. Before in Knockdown Alley, Sirius helped him a lot. If possible, Marx certainly hoped that Sirius would be able to clear his grievances. Later, the two discussed the details of the operation in this dilapidated room. Marx did not dare to stay here for too long, fearing that he would be found out of school for a long time, so after discussing the countermeasures, he ended this short meeting. Before leaving, Sirius suddenly said as if thinking of something. "McClown, do you know what kind of gifts Harry likes? I accidentally scared him on Harry's birthday, so I wanted to make up a birthday gift as an arms. Harry? He prefers to play Quidditch. Maybe you can start from this aspect." Marx thought for a while and suggested, "Quidditch? I should have thought of it. After all, James was an excellent Quidditch player when he was in school. It seems that Harry has inherited his father's talent very well." Sirius said a little. The look of nostalgia. "Of course. He is now Gryffindor's best seeker," Marx said with a smile. "In this case, give him a flying broom. If I remember correctly, a good new broomstick called the rocket crossbow has just been released recently. Harry will definitely like it." Sirius immediately decided, "Tau, rocket crossbow." The corners of Marx's mouth twitched. Local tyrant. If he remembers correctly, the price is negotiable as a concept broom just launched. It must be amazingly expensive. Although he can't afford it with his current financial resources, Marx has never used Jinjialong in such a place. Anyway, he doesn't play Quidditch. What was the gift Sirius gave to Harry in the original time and space? It seems to be a rocket crossbow. Marx was thinking about things in his mind. Mentalnovel.com. The action did not stop. Using animagus to become an owl, under Sirius's gaze, he flew all the way through the circular channel back to Hogwarts Castle. After finding a remote classroom with no one, Marx turned back into a human form, and at the same time looked at the clock next to him. "It's only been more than half an hour. Shouldn't you be discovered?" Marx muttered secretly, looking for the nearest underpass and preparing to take a shortcut to the library to pretend, so as not to arouse people's suspicion. Thinking about this, Marx walked out of the classroom and lit the groove on the side wall, and opened an underpass entrance. At this moment, The faintly blue Peppy ghost happened to float over from the other side of the corridor. He saw a little wizard in a Gryffindor uniform about to get into the dark tunnel. His eyes glowed and he clapped his hands and yelled, "Aha! Look what I found!" A student opened the secret tunnel, but at this moment, let me guess, you must go to see Black, right? Tell him today's password. Right? Pippi giggled while raping. But when he got closer, he suddenly felt that this figure was so familiar. Chapter 387 Harris. You lie to me. Pippi had a vague premonition. And when the little wizard in front of him turned his head, this vague premonition turned into reality. Pippi, hasn't anyone told you that too much talk can easily cause trouble? Marx frowned and warned. At the moment when he saw Marx's face, Pippi instantly remembered his miserable appearance during the previous meetings, and suddenly let out a scream, turned sharply and ran away. However, it was too late. Marx threw a button and raised his wand and pointed it lightly. Under the action of transfiguration, the button stretched into a long rope under the influence of magical power, which automatically wrapped the body of Pippi Ghost as if possessing life, and bound it up. Pippi is different from other ghosts wandering in the school. Although he has some ghost characteristics, he is a special kind of prank ghost. It has a physical body and can pick up lighter things. Naturally, he cannot escape Marx's transformation. Rope. McClown. I actually don't know anything, I don't see anything, Pippi said in a flustered manner as Marx got closer and closer. Marx doesn't believe Pippi's remarks. If he has listened to the nonsense of the other party for a while, the news of where he is going to open the secret tunnel alone the next day will definitely spread throughout the school. Although this does not prove that he has been in contact with Sirius, it may have a certain impact on his next actions, so of course Marx cannot easily let go of this annoying prank ghost. So Marx waved his magic wand at Pippi, ready to give it a forgettable. Since he used the fear spell to affect Pippi, then the forgetting spell that eliminates memories should also work. No, don't do that, McClown. I can assure you that I won't say anything to the outside. Pippi shook his head quickly and said tremblingly as he watched the magical rainbow light on the top of the wand. Perhaps it was Pippi's pleading that worked, and Marx slowly put down his wand, and hesitated while touching his chin. Why don't you answer me a question and I will help you untie the rope and let you go? Pippi was overjoyed and nodded sharply. You wander around the school every day. Do you know where there is Boggart in the school? Marx asked. Boggart, what are you doing with that stuff? Pippi was very surprised, and then felt that Marx might be teasing someone, and immediately became interested, so he didn't mean to conceal it, and continued carelessly. I saw one in Filch's filing cabinet before. You can go there and find. Marx thought for a while, and felt that Pippi Ghost was not deceiving himself. After all, in Hogwarts, apart from some secret passages he didn't know, there were only a few professors and that hadn't searched. Erk's office is gone. If Pippi wanted to trouble himself, he might as well lie to himself that Boggart was with Snape. Okay, I have already answered all the questions you have to ask, so don't let me go. Pippi twisted his body uncomfortably and yelled. It was very worried that Marx would not keep his promise. Of course, I'm a trustworthy person, but I will visit Filch's place. You'd better not deceive me, or if I think you should understand. Marx waved his wand and bound the skin. The leather ghost's ropes were taken back, and they were turned back into buttons and put them in his pockets. If that Boggart hasn't been dealt with yet, then it must still be there. Pippi Ghost seemed very happy after regaining her freedom, giggling weirdly. However, Pippi Ghost is a prank ghost after all. Even if I have promised Marx that I will not say anything to the outside world, but the previous few contacts with Marx have been deflated, and this time I finally grasped Marx's handle. Of course, I won't let go of this opportunity to make things happen. Pippi's blue eyes turned grunting, and his mind was full of crooked ideas. As for Marx's follow-up revenge, it doesn't care. It's a big deal. It finds a place to hide for 10.5 days, and it will just go around when I see Marx. Just as Pippi Ghost thought about it and happier, A familiar voice rang behind him. "Forget it all, McClown, you lied to me." Peppy Ghost only had time to let out a sharp yell, and was hit by a white light, and then dazed and stayed still. "This is not a breach of contract. I only promised to help you untie the rope and let you go, but I didn't promise other things." Marx put away the wand and murmured secretly. "At the same time, the reminder of the system in my mind also rang. After a period of practice, your forgetting spell has been upgraded. The current level 521,600. Marx was a little surprised. Unknowingly, his forgetting curse had risen to level 5. No wonder he has recently felt that this spell has become more and more handy. After cleaning part of Peppy Ghost's memory, Marx took out the map of the Point of Life to find Filch's movements. After noticing that Filch was patrolling on the other side of the castle and would not return to the office for a short time, Marx walked directly towards that side, ready to confirm whether Boggart was still there. As soon as Marx walked out of the corridor, Peppy Ghost came back sober, looking around in a daze, wondering why he appeared here. It's just that this bit of doubt was quickly forgotten by pippi.mtlnovel.com and turned to think about which college kid to toss about today is better. Marx on the other side had sneaked into Filch's office quietly. "It looks a little messy here, with an oil lamp hanging from the dark ceiling, and rows of cabinets on the surrounding walls. On the right side of the room is an original wooden table for office use. There is a small iron basin not far away. A messy grilled fish is left in the basin, and a faint smell is passed on." Due to time constraints, Marx walked directly to the filing cabinet and opened the cabinets one by one to find them. Most of the cabinets contained parchment papers for recording student violations, as well as strange small objects that were confiscated. Marx also saw many familiar pranks such as big dung eggs, booming fireworks, and quick-acting skipping candy in one of the cabinets that said confiscation of supplies, high danger. Obviously, it was George and Fred who turned over when they were engaged in something. "I got the car and was caught by Filch." Finally, when Marx opened the cabinet on the far right, there was no longer any portfolio or mischievous goods in it, but a flat human head, looking at him with his eyes open. Chapter 388 Fusion of the Third Bloodline. As soon as I opened the cabinet, I saw such a horrible scene. Although Marx was not scared, the corners of his mouth still twitched, because it is his head in the cabinet. Obviously this thing was made by Boggart. Perhaps because the cabinet was so big, Boggart couldn't convert his whole body, so he simply showed a head, as if it had been run over by a roller. Same. It looks flat. The head of the person in the cabinet blinked at him with an apologetic look on his face, and then said, "Sorry, I have been hiding something from you. The real McClown is dead. It's just a counterfeit. It's useless to tell me these things." Marx curled his lips. He had guessed that Boggart would say that when he heard the first half of the lesson. After all, one of the things he fears most is the exposure of the identity of the Traverser, so that he will immediately lose everything he has now. Funny. Marx sighed, tapped the head with his magic wand, turning it into a Halloween pumpkin lantern, and left Filch's office just like that with his hand. All the way to the 8th floor of the castle smoothly. Since it's Halloween soon, Marx is eye-catching with a pumpkin lantern, but no one doubts it. "I need a place to make potions." After Marx walked back and forth 3 times on the opposite wall of the tapestry, he meditated in his heart. The door to the responsive house was opened. Marx walked into this potion storage room, and at a glance saw that the crucible on the central round table was blowing bubbles, and the blood fusion potion could be finished in a while. But when he looked at the pumpkin lantern in his hand, Marx was in trouble, wondering how to start. How about cutting a knife or two to see if it will bleed? Marx picked up a knife from the table and tried to cut a knife on the skin of the pumpkin lantern. The thick, light yellow sap flowed down the gap in the skin. Just when Marx was holding the reagent bottle and preparing to collect it, the dripping juice was sucked back along the wire, and again, Marx angrily used a knife to pierce the pumpkin lantern into a few holes. This time more juice came out, but he tried all kinds of methods to collect it. In the end, Marx could only guess that these juices were also Boggart deformed. After so long delay, the magic that was originally imposed on Boggart has been broken over time. Boggart quickly changed from a jack-o'-lantern to a little wizard who looked like Marx, trying to use this method to stop the little wizard in front of him from tossing himself. After all, very few people will be cruel to a creature that looks exactly like themselves. Even if they did, they would definitely hesitate again and again when they started. But Marx didn't eat this set at all. Not only did he not intend to keep his hands, but he even intensified, brandishing a knife and insisting on cutting off something from Boggart. It is a pity that after trying to turn Boggart into his own broken hand, broken foot, and even cut his waist into 2 pieces, Marx still has nothing to gain. Because no matter how much you toss, even if it is cut into several pieces, the injured part of Boggart will quickly turn into smoke and return to its original state. Marx is very helpless. It seems that Boggart cannot be harmed by conventional things. Only laughter can affect them. Why don't you give it a try? Ha ha. Just do as he thinks of it. And Marx tried his best to brew feelings and smile. Just after Marx made the sound, the miserable Boggart he was playing with suddenly shook his body violently. After a while, it exploded with a bang and turned into puffs of smoke floating in the air. Seeing that Marx's face turned black. Are you kidding me? Is my laughter so scary? Obviously the last Boggart suffered the laughter of more than a dozen little wizards, and was tossed for a whole class before he collapsed. Why is this Boggart so poorly able to bear it? Marx couldn't help but spit out in his heart, but when he saw the scattered blue smoke, he thought about it. He tried to use the magic wand to collect the smoke into the reagent bottle, and then tried to open the magic inventory of the system. Check it out. Magic items, Boggart's remnants. Explanation. This is the wreck left by Boggart after his death. It contains some kind of magical power. This thing should be able to replace blood? Marx said hesitantly. He remembered that Slytherin's research notes stated that some key things from magical creatures could be used as blood substitutes. Now the Boggart residue in the reagent bottle is not critical, but it definitely contains Boggart's power. After all, this thing is considered Boggart's corpse. Coolio. At this moment, the cauldron in the center bubbling and boiling, Marx turned his head and took a look, and found that the fusion potion in the brewing turned into chaos, which proved that the brewing was completed. Marx walked to the cauldron without hesitation and tried to blend the cyan mist in the reagent into the potion. If it doesn't work, he has to give up fusing Boggart, find other magical creatures, and make a new fusion potion, but it will cost a lot of Jinjialong. Fortunately, the situation was not so bad. The mist was absorbed soon after it came into contact with the fusion potion. The 2 sides continued to blend, and the chaotic fusion potion seemed to be infested by the fog, slowly turning into a light blue color. Magic item, improved fusion potion. Boggart. Features unknown depending on the fusion effect. Explanation. This is a unique potion researched by Salazar Slytherin. MTLnovel.com, which allows wizards to gain powers that belong to magical creatures. But if the user lacks the corresponding protection, there will be a great probability of dying because of the magic runaway. After seeing the properties of the fusion potion, Marx was relieved, and his method of replacing the blood with the remains of Boggart was indeed correct. As for the death reminder in the description, Marx did not care. The protection mode that consumes 5 legendary value exchanges is to eliminate the risk. Thinking about this, Marx filled the potion in the cauldron into a bottle, ready to drink it. The reason why he chose Boggart as the target of blood fusion, rather than other more powerful and dangerous magical creatures, is because Marx has realized that he is different from ordinary wizards, and the power he possesses may be able to bring Boggart the ability to deform is strengthened. In that case, Boggart's deformation is more than just a fancy. Chapter 389 Boggart Deformation System, Exchange Protection Mode. Marx said, 5 legendary points have been deducted. The current legendary points remain 0, accompanied by the system prompt in his mind. The world in Yifan's eyes suddenly changed, and the magic in his body became extremely active. and he had an inexplicable feeling of controlling everything. Marx, who was no longer the first experience, was not immersed in this feeling, and immediately drank the fusion potion. The cyan liquid flows into the esophagus along the mouth. It is very mild, and it is almost like plain water when it is drunk, without any taste. However, it was only a moment of effort. Sour, sweet, bitter. All kinds of tastes burst out all at once, and Marx's face was a little distorted while holding his stomach, so he didn't directly spit it out. What made Marx even more shocked was that after the liquid was poured, under the protective mode of internal vision, Marx clearly saw that the liquid gradually turned into a blue mist, spreading from his stomach to the whole body, and finally caught the brain, got into his skin. The numb and itchy feeling passed from every part of his body to his mind, making Marx unbearable. But at the same time he was extremely worried about whether he would turn into something strange after fusing Boggart's blood, because his body suddenly became limp, as if he had lost the support of his bones. Under the influence of gravity, his head felt that it might sink into the body at any time. At this moment, the other powers in the body were also awakened, which represented the magic of the unicorn escaping from the blood, defeating the cyan mist steadily. The magic power of the basilisk in the brain is also at work, expelling the cyan fog from the brain. Under the three-way battle, his body is gradually returning to normal, but Marx was not happy at all. If this continues, his plan to integrate Boggart's blood will probably fail, so Marx quickly adjusted the magic power that can be mobilized within the group, and forcibly suppressed the power of unicorns and basilisks. After getting rid of the suppressed situation, the cyan fog made a comeback. There was no interference this time, and all the mist smoothly merged into the skin and bones. Marx faintly felt that he was about to become a slime with a Q-bomb, and his body was constantly changing. Time just passed by every minute, and every once in a while, news of the magical power increased sharply in Marx's mind. It's just a little bit different from the previous 2 times that the interval period suggested. This time is longer. I don't know if Boggart's power is far less powerful than that of basilisks and unicorns, or because of multiple times. Fusion causes the effect of increasing magic power to diminish. About a minute later, a few seconds before the protection mode disappeared, this transformation finally came to an end. Everything returned to normal again, and the body was no longer soft as if it was about to collapse into a pie. Marx moved his hands and feet to get used to it a bit, and then immediately waved his wand to create a full-length mirror, carefully observing whether his appearance would change. It would be bad if fusing a Boggart disfigured oneself. Very good. Looks as handsome as before, Marx said with a sigh of relief as he looked at himself in the mirror and said with certainty. In the end, he had the time to open the status bar of the system to see what changes would happen to his own third bloodline. Marx McClown. Occupation: Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 37. Magic Scale, 124. Magic Bar, Transfiguration Curse, Level 6. Occupational Brain, Level 6. Thunderbolt, Explosion, Level 5. Calling God, Guarding, Level 5. Shenfeng Yu Ying, Level 5. Blood Magic, Unicorn Shadow, Basilisk Eye, Boggart Transformation. Legendary Value, 010. Grade Point, 296. Sure enough, it's the ability to transform. Marx was not surprised to see the extra Boggart deformed in the bloodline magic column. After all, Boggart's most obvious ability is to detect fear and transform at will. In contrast, the latter is obviously better, because just perceiving fear is not as good as learning by yourself. At the same time, Marx discovered that his animagus polymorphism had disappeared in the status bar. This shows that the bloodline magic he obtained this time is likely to be the same as the shadow of the unicorn, which is integrated into a kind of magic and greatly enhances the ability of this kind of magic. And this time the enhanced magic is the transformation of animagus. Another major change is that the total amount of magic power has increased a lot. From the display on the status bar, the magic power scale has increased by more than 20 points. and the total value has surpassed the magic power possessed by ordinary adult wizards. But compared with the professors of various subjects and the eliters of the Ministry of Magic, there is still a significant gap, and it is even more incomparable with Dumbledore. Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help feeling when he would live a life with sufficient magic power and big moves casually. If he had the magic power of Dumbledore, he wouldn't be able to stare at him to death. After fantasizing, Marx quickly adjusted his mentality and returned to reality, and began to explore his new ability to transform. Marx tried to construct in his mind the creature he needed to transform, and finally chose that he had seen a giant monster. After the confirmation, the magic power began to flow all over the body, and Marx felt that his body was like plasticine, constantly stretched and expanded, becoming higher and higher, and his body became stronger and stronger. This feeling is as if animagus deformed. No, it's more magical than that. After the transformation was over, Marx stared at the waiting mirror that had just been transformed. What the mirror reflects is a behemoth 12 feet tall. Until novel.com. The skin on the whole body is white, and the figure is very burly and sturdy, but the small head on the head looks a little funny. Gurula Wakaka. Marx Zern sounded out some weird notes, and then he was confused for a long time before he found out how to pronounce it. Very well. This transformation looks perfect. Marx spit out these characters very hard, raised his arm to hold it, and he could feel the full sense of power. And with his current 6th level transformation technique, he couldn't see any flaws in his transformation. As for why it was transformed into an ugly creature like a giant, it's just that he wants to confirm one thing. Thinking of this, Marx raised his fist the size of a sandbag and slammed into the cabinet on the side. The cabinet that was more than 2 meters high was directly smashed out of a hole, and amid a sour sound, it swayed and collapsed, raising a cloud of smoke. Chapter 390 Advantages and Limitations of New Capabilities. Seeing the power of his punch, Marx nodded with satisfaction. His tendon flesh is not an ornament. Immediately afterwards, Marx tried to move a taller locker that was erected not far away, wanting to test how powerful he is now. Only this time it seemed a little strenuous, and it was very difficult for Marx to lift this thing up. If it is replaced by a real monster, it should be easier to move a locker. After all, according to the description in the book, and personal experience with him in the 1st grade, the power of the giant monster is quite terrifying, and it can be said to be a strange power. Obviously, although his transformation into a giant monster will greatly increase his strength, it still does not reach the level of the original version. When he noticed this, Marx wasn't very discouraged. This was what he expected, but he was only slightly disappointed. After turning back to his original shape and resting for a while, Marx turned to try to transform into other things, such as powerful creatures such as Phoenix, Thunderbird, and Night Sky. Finally found that he can rely on Boggart's transformation to make these creatures vivid, and even restore the power of the deformed creatures to a certain extent. But this power is too weak. For example, the Phoenix he turned into can expel a fist-sized flame with a certain amount of magic power, and it can ignite a few books. Other than that, it is no different from a Scottish red-haired long-tailed chicken. Even so, being able to retain the ability of the transformed magical creature is enough to make Marx full of joy. After all, besides Boggart, his body also has the power of basilisk and unicorn. If Marx remembers correctly, when he first used animagus transfiguration, the unicorn bloodline contained in his blood had been activated, but it quickly fell silent. If he could directly become a unicorn and a basilisk, he might be able to reactivate this bloodline power. Because the characteristics of the basilisk are more obvious, after careful consideration, Marx began to construct the image of the basilisk in his mind. The difference is that at the moment Marx started to deform this thought, the magic power in his body was suddenly drawn out, and it continuously penetrated into all parts of the body. Marx was immediately taken aback. Although he needed to consume mana when transforming other creatures, he didn't look like he would be drained as he is now. Fortunately, the worst case did not happen. When his magic power was about to bottom out, He finally calmed down slowly. After that, Marx's figure began to swell and grow uncontrollably, and was pulled more and more like gluten. It's getting longer. The skin has also become extremely hard. The dark green thick scale armor is faintly glowing with magic power. The head has become extremely hideous, and the blood basin mouth is full of long and sharp fangs. The most important thing is that Marx found that the scene he saw had changed. The grey, black and white world was all around him. Although it did not prevent him from judging the surrounding objects based on the shape of the objects, he still felt a little twisted. Is this the world in the eyes of the basilisk? This kind of special vision made Marx very tickled. He wanted to try whether he had the ability to kill by looking directly at the opponent. It's a pity that there is no living thing here for him to experiment. Marx can only experiment with other data first, and with a light wave of his tail, the wooden table next to him is immediately shot and flew out. Then Marx rushed to the cabinets, bookshelves, tables and chairs in the potion storage room to vent his destructive power. After some experiments, Marx was quite sure that his transformation retained most of the power and characteristics of the basilisk. For example, the scales covering the epidermis are extremely hard. Even if he swings his tail with the greatest strength to make a hole in the wall, he doesn't feel any pain. In terms of magic resistance, Marx can't release magic, so he can't try, but from what he knows before, the basilisk's magic resistance is definitely not low. Only a powerful spell such as Shinfeng can hit him, cause a certain amount of damage. But this does not mean that after he is transformed, he will be able to rampage unscrupulously. After all, the powerful black wizards are familiar with Avada's life curse. The size of the basilisk is simply a living target. No matter how high his magic resistance is, it is impossible to be unscathed by a frontal hit. At the same time, Marx also discovered that the basilisk is different from the normal snake, and has no heat-sensing ability, otherwise the blinded basilisk in the original time and space will not find Harry's accurate position. Instead, perception and hearing have been greatly enhanced. He can clearly perceive the vibrations that come when the wooden table hits a distant wall and the debris falls on the ground, and he can also hear very subtle sounds. As for the shortcomings, of course, it is not without it. It is much slower to transform into a basilisk than other creatures. If you can't find a way to increase the speed of transformation, you may be caught in the battle. And in the state of basilisk, you can't use magic, which means he can only fight melee or stare at each other to death. What worries Marx the most is that his deformed basilisk is almost the same as the original, and I don't know if it will be affected by the sound of chickens. While thinking in his mind, Marx slowly changed back into a human form. During this process, part of the magic power consumed by the previous transformation returned to the body, and Marx secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, so that at least he did not have to worry about getting into an embarrassing situation where there was no magic power available after one transformation. Next, he needs to experiment to see where the laughter can affect his deformation. www.mentalnovel.com and the flaws of the basilisk are still there. However, when Marx turned his head and looked at the clock above the wall, he noticed that unknowingly, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Considering that he had been missing for a long time, it would have been noticed by others that something was wrong. So Marx put out the idea of staying in the responsive room to test new abilities. Anyway, experimenting and mastering the newly acquired abilities is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, nor is it in a hurry. Thinking of this, Marx took some time to clean up the messed up potion storage room with magic, and then left straight away and walked towards the Gryffindor lounge. Along the way, HogWarts looked a little empty, and there was no Haperson figure at all. Marx realized what was going on after thinking about it. Sirius sneaked into Gryffindor's bedroom just yesterday, so few wizards will stay outside at night. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. For Fiction Net Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 391. Why are you still outside so late? Just as Marx was about to return to the Gryffindor lounge, he accidentally ran into Professor McGonagall in the corridor, who was in charge of patrolling tonight. "McClown, why are you still outside so late? I remember Professor Flitwick should have reminded you during dinner that it is best for you to stay in your dormitory at night." Seeing Marx running around alone in the castle, Professor McGonagall's face was very serious, and he asked aloud with dissatisfaction, "But I haven't eaten dinner yet." Marx silently complained in his heart. Except for a meeting with Sirius this afternoon and one night, he spent the rest of the time testing his newly acquired abilities in the responsive room. He had no idea what Flitwick had said in the auditorium during dinner. It's just that these things are not convenient to tell Professor McGonagall, so after Marx hesitated for a while, he apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I'm more used to finding an open place to practice magic after dinner. I was so fascinated today that I didn't notice the time." Listening to Marx's words, Professor McGonagall's serious face suddenly eased a lot. "McClown, although it's a good habit to take time to practice magic every day, it's more dangerous outside recently. You'd better pause for a while. What if Black is still hiding in the castle and you accidentally hit it?" Professor McGonagall spoke earnestly and consoled, and then emphasized the danger of Black, worried that Marx would take it lightly because of his superior strength. After all, in her opinion, even if Marx's magic level is far superior to that of his peers, or even comparable to adult wizards, in the final analysis he is still a 13-year-old child with inexperienced combat. It is difficult to face the vicious Sirius Black. There is a chance of winning. Marx didn't mean to refute. He was very humble and promised to pay attention next time. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, let go of Marx after a few simple words, and was about to continue patrolling the castle. But before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated and said, "By the way, McClown, remember to persuade Harry more after returning to the dormitory so that he should not be too impulsive." "Harry? What's up with him?" Marx was confused and wanted to ask what happened to Professor McGonagall. When he opened his mouth, Marx stopped again, because he didn't know if this matter was also mentioned in the auditorium. By the way, if he asked, he might reveal most of his disappearance. Thinking of this, Marx replied casually, and he knew it by going back to the bedroom and asking Ron and Harry, "Hey, kid, password." When he walked to the door of Gryffindor's dorm room, a voice rang out. Marx looked up and saw that the portrait of the fat lady hung in the doorway was gone, replaced by a portrait of Sir Cadogan and his fat grey horse. Previously, Blake used a confusing spell to easily sneak into Gryffindor. It hit the fat lady a great deal. Although no one blamed her, the fat lady was very self-blaming and insisted that she could not bear the responsibility of a goalkeeper. After the professors failed to persuade them, they had to give the fat lady some time to calm down and replace him with Sir Cadogan, the only one willing to serve as a goalkeeper. Compared with the conscientious fat lady, the newly appointed Sir Cadogan is not so likable, often teasing others to fight him without saying, and changing the password is very diligent. It's a cunning liar, right? "If you haven't had time to change your password," Marx said helplessly. He could only pray that his luck would be better, or else he would have to learn Blake to cast a confusion spell on the opponent. "Yes, you are right. Remember to be wary of this, and go in." Sir Cadogan mounted his fat horse and wielded his sword to open the door. Marx breathed a sigh of relief and walked straight into the Gryffindor lounge. The raging flames burned vigorously in the fireplace. The billowing heat quenched the cold of the night, and a few sleepless little wizards could still be heard laughing and chasing in the lounge. Marx deliberately moved a few steps closer so that he could hear clearly. All kinds of playful laughter continued to reach his ears, and soon, Marx confirmed that, at least in the non-transformed state, the laughter did not affect him. This discovery made Marx very happy and returned to the bedroom happily. He just opened the door and heard the quarrel between Harry and Ron. "Calm down, Harry. The Ministry of Magic will catch him sooner or later, you don't have to die for it." Ron looked at Harry beside him worriedly, and said, but Harry's face was very ugly, he didn't appreciate it at all. and said hysterically, "How can you calm me down? They knew why Black was chasing me, but they kept hiding from me for so long. Do you know what I saw and heard when I met a Dementor on the train? I heard my mother screaming and begged Voldemort again, begging him to spare my life. If you hear your mother screaming like before she was killed, you will also want to find the betrayer. To revenge yourself." Ron had a helpless expression, but at this moment he heard the movement at the door, turned his head to look at Marx, and greeted with joy. "Marx, you just came here. Please persuade Harry." "What happened?" Marx was very surprised. From the words of the two, he guessed a general idea, but he didn't know if it was right. Ron did not hide the cause and effect and explained it again. Marx then learned that since Lupin accidentally missed his mouth last night, Harry had always been concerned about it. Today, in his spare time today, he kept pestering the professors of various subjects to inquire about the situation. McLenovel.com. Although the mouths of McGonagall and others were very strict, however, it was not only the professors who understood the situation. In the end, Harry got the news from Malfoy's mouth. The price was being mocked by Malfoy, saying that he was a coward who only dared to hide in Hogwarts and didn't dare to find Black for revenge. Naturally, Harry was so angry that he would go to Sirius Black to fight to the death when his mind got hot. Fortunately, Ron stopped him in time, and Hermione even quietly notified Professor McGonagall to stop him. "Are you planning to prevent me from going to Black for revenge?" Harry said with a cold face, really angry. However, Marx shook his head slightly and said, "No, I don't plan to do this." Harry was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Marx to say that. Ron even stared at Marx. He suddenly felt that it was a mistake to let Marx come to comfort Harry. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. For Fiction Net Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 392. 1. Forget everything. Shaban, who had been hiding in Ron's pocket, poked out his head quietly, listening to the conversations of several people. "So you support me to find Black for revenge?" Harry also recovered from his surprise, and said happily. Marx didn't nod or shook his head, but asked seriously, "Then are you really ready to fight the opponent? Let's not mention failure for the time being. Assuming you successfully defeated him, what would you do if the betrayer was standing in front of you now?" Harry fantasized about this scene, with a hint of delight flashing across his face, and when he was about to speak, he heard Marx continue to speak. "Cut off his hands and feet, and then cut them into pieces, or use a heart-cutting curse to watch him wailing in pain until he died." Marx talked about the cruel punishment one by one, and Harry was stunned, looking at Marx in fear. Scabbard hiding in Ron's pocket, his two paws pulled hard at the mouth of the bag, and was trembling with fright. "Would you like to be so cruel?" Of course I wouldn't do this. I'll catch Black and send it to Azkaban. Let the Dementors deal with him." After a long while, Harry ended. Barbara said. Marx couldn't help sighing that there was no meeting with Tom Riddle in the second grade and the experience of facing the basilisk. Now Harry is more naive than him in the original Time and Space, so he couldn't help but reminded him. "But you should be very clear that if you lose in the battle with the other party, it is possible for the other party to treat you this way, isn't it?" "So what? As long as I have a chance to kill Black, I have to try it." Harry gritted his teeth. "But what are you going to rely on for fighting? Disarming curse? Stupefying curse? Petrifying curse? Be sober. You have no chance of winning at all." Marx shook his head. "Reality is not a fairy tale drama, just like in the original Time and Space. If Voldemort was not obsessed with the content of the prophecy, he insisted on killing Harry himself every time, and because of the protagonist's halo, all sorts of sorrows continued. Harry would even be 10 lives are not enough to die." Harry fell silent. He wanted to retort, but in his heart he knew that Marx was right. He couldn't be Sirius Black's opponent with his own strength. But it was impossible for him to sit back and watch Black, who had betrayed his parents and caused them to be killed by Voldemort, was so free. But he did nothing, which Harry couldn't bear. After learning what happened from Malfoy before The thought of revenge eroded his heart like a poisonous snake. Obviously his father, James, trusted Blake so much, regarded him as his best friend, and chose to make Blake the secret of his hiding place. However, this shameful betrayer did not hesitate to betray his parents and fell into the arms of Voldemort. Harry couldn't imagine that his parents thought they were safe hiding in the refuge, only to be attacked by Voldemort, and how disappointed they would be when they figured out that their most trusted friend betrayed him. Marx saw the change in Harry's expression in his eyes, and roughly guessed what he was thinking, and then he thought of the sentence and said, "Harry, I've said that I didn't mean to stop you from taking revenge, but we must at least have a plan instead of going to death excitedly, not to mention that you don't even know where Black is, don't you?" Speaking of this, Marx was also a little helpless. He didn't expect Harry to learn about these things at this time. With the preconceived impression, it would be more troublesome for him to defend Black again. The questions he asked just now, in addition to encouraging Harry to stay in school recently, waiting for his own plan, also had a sense of temptation. It turned out that Harry had no intention of killing his father and enemies indirectly because of his age and kindness, but his prejudice against Sirius Black was already deep. Marx even suspected that he was able to quickly gain Harry's trust by revealing the identity of Peter Pettigrew. Ron would definitely protect his mice, and refused to admit that the pets he had raised were actually a bald old man who became a bald old man. And in everyone's impression, Peter Pettigrew is now an out-and-out hero, the winner of the Merlin Medal of the first class. Even if he reveals the identity of Peter Pettigrew, this guy will most likely pretend to be a victim and find a chance to bite him back. At that time, there will definitely be a riot that will attract many students and professors. Even if he can talk to the Confucianists and convince everyone with the black mark on Peter Pettigrew, this matter cannot be hidden. Then the next day, people from the Ministry of Magic rushed to imprison Peter, and on one night, Peter Pettigrew died unexpectedly because of the out-of-control behavior of a Dementor. Even a little harder might even make the corpse inexplicable missing. So it's better to find a secluded place in Hogsmeade Village, gather Harry, Sirius, Lupin, Peter and others together, put the facts in front of them, and then slowly explain them. After getting Lupin, Harry and the others, consider whether to try to persuade McGonagall and others. While Marx was thinking about things in his mind, Ron, who had listened for so long, finally realized that Marx was persuading Harry not to act rashly, and hurriedly agreed. Marx is right. You can't fight Black. Remember what we saw in the Daily Prophet. Black used a spell to blow up a whole street, killing 10 many muggles. Even if we are tied together, we can't beat him. In addition, tomorrow is the first game of Quidditch. Think about these normal things. Wood and the others are still waiting for you to catch the snitch and get this year's trophy together. Ron was very witty to think of Harry's favorite Quidditch game, and emphasized that Harry, as a seeker, has assumed the hope of the entire Gryffindor Academy and must not lose the chain. Although Harry has no intention of playing, as Ron said, the Quidditch game is not his work alone. If Gryffindor loses the game because of his personal problems, then he is the sinner of the Academy! I'm even more sorry for the other players who have worked so hard during this time. Thinking of this www.mentalnovel.com, Harry stopped thinking about finding Black for a duel. Instead, he devoted part of his energy to the upcoming Quidditch match, working hard to adjust his state so that he could play tomorrow. Time will not affect performance because of distraction. Marx and Ron were relieved to notice that Harry finally stopped being stubborn, and after a while deliberately deflecting the subject, they went to bed and prepared to go to bed. Lying in the bed in a daze, Marx always felt as if he had forgotten something today. He tilted his head just to see a mouse with his eyes open and motionless by the window, as if lost in thought, and then he remembered what he was going to do. After waiting until late at night, after confirming that everyone was asleep, Marx slipped out of the bed quietly, came to the window, and raised his wand. "You know too much today. Forget it all." After Marx finished speaking, There was only a light squeak in the silent bedroom. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. For Fiction Net Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 393. What did you do last night? The next morning, Marx woke up from the bed with a yawn, and the first thing to do was to observe the movement of Scab and confirm its state. This grey-black mouse is lying by the window blankly at the moment, dumbfounded as if his brain is not bright. Seeing this, Marx couldn't help but feel a little worried. If he used the forgetting charm on Peter too frequently, it would hurt his brain. It would be bad if he accidentally caused Peter to be insanity. While thinking, Marx gets up and washes routinely. Harry on the other side changed into Gryffindor's uniform early, but his mental head looked a little bad. He vaguely heard a slight scream in his sleep yesterday. Harry felt that this might be some kind of prediction from his mother, and the voice still echoed in his ears, as if his parents were constantly questioning himself why he didn't seek revenge on Sirius. Just as Harry was thinking about things, Marx stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, exhorting, "Don't think so much, let's go. There are many people on the field waiting to give you cheers and applause." Harry reluctantly nodded. Ron grabbed Scabble and stuffed it into the wizard's robe, and then several people went out together to the Quidditch match. Strolling in the corridor and looking through the windows outside, Marx realized that the weather today seemed not so good. The wind was strong outside. The sky looked grey, and the dark clouds were constantly surging and showed signs of increasing. Obviously a storm is coming. Harry was also keenly aware of this, and silently prayed in his heart that it would never rain. At least not to rain during this time. However, the matter is willing to do. Just as they were about to leave the castle, a thunder pierced the sky. The majestic heavy rain fell one after another, and there was a trend of getting worse. This weather. It's terrible. Harry looked helplessly at the sky and said aloud, he felt as if everything was against him these days. Playing in a storm is not a good choice. Heavy rain and wind will affect the line of sight and make the golden snitch harder to find. Although the opponent will also be affected by the heavy rain, he is wearing glasses after all. If the rain wets the frame during the game, it will be more troublesome. Harry sighed and complained to his two friends. Marx thought about a countermeasure, and when he was about to say something, a voice rang behind him. In fact, this situation is easy to solve. Just add a waterproof magic to the glasses, isn't it? Marx turned his head and looked over. The little brown-haired witch holding a big cat was walking from behind them. Ron subconsciously covered his pocket, and Scabbard, who had just poked his head out to let the wind, also consciously got into his pocket and hid. "No, that's all right." Hermione didn't bother to pay attention to Ron, and walked to Harry on her own, stretched out her wand and tapped Harry's glasses, adding a waterproof magic to them. Marx turned Harry's glasses into windshield mirrors, so that during the game there is no need to worry that this thing will fall off because of the excessive movements. This is really great. Harry touched the new glasses that had been blessed with magic, and said happily. In this way, his glasses would no longer be a burden, but a magic item that blocks storm and rain from getting into his eyes. By the way, Harry, there is one more thing I need to remind you. It is best not to fly too high during the game. Marx suddenly thought that Harry would be interfered by Dementors in the original time and space. When he fell from the sky, he reminded him. Why? Harry was a little strange. Because those Dementors often patrol in midair. If you accidentally touch them, it may affect your state of the game. Marx said vaguely, "It should be impossible. How dare those Dementors run into the school and interfere with the game openly? The professors won't allow them to do so." Hermione couldn't help but interrupted. "Yeah? And my ability to endure is not that bad. I will insist on finishing the game when I meet those Dementors." Harry felt Marx underestimated his abilities, and he was not a good one. Touch it and fall. Not so fragile. Seeing the disapproval of everyone, Marx shook his head and said, "You better not overestimate their endurance." After the reminder, Marx no longer persuaded him. Now it is not certain whether things will develop like the original time and space. It is possible that those Dementors will learn a little better after being taught twice by him. Coupled with the fact that there are professors on the field, even if the Dementors really can't think about it, Harry's life is not in danger. At best he is frightened, and it can force him to work hard and learn to talk to Lupin's court. When Marx and the others were chatting all the way to the arena, Wood was already waiting there, and when he saw Harry, he hurried to greet him and said with some dissatisfaction, "Harry, why are you here so late? Everyone is waiting in the locker room. You are the only one." "I didn't sleep well last night. I got up a bit late today." Harry didn't explain much, saying those unhappy things, but just casually replied, and then said to Marx and the others, "Then I'll go prepare first, and see you later." Marx nodded, and Ron said encouragingly, "Go, Harry, I believe you will be able to catch the snitch and finish the game as soon as possible." "Of course, Harry is the best seeker at Hogwarts, I never doubted that," Wood said with a smile, then turned to look at Marx and said, "McClown, have you really decided not to participate in this year's Quidditch?" "I've said it many times, right? I'm very busy this year, I don't have time to practice, and the Gryffindor team is already full." Marx shook his head helplessly. "Then you are going to miss this year's trophy," Wood joked, but a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Marx is the best chaser he has ever seen." MentalNovel.com. The last time he played against the Slytherin team, he even set a record for scoring goals in a Quidditch match. If Marx is willing to participate, the Gryffindor team will win this year. But Wood quickly adjusted his mood. He was still very optimistic about the players he trained. Even without Marx, there is no problem in winning this year's game. "Harry, let's go. It's about to start." Wood took Harry by the arm and led him into the lounge. Marx and others sat down in the stands where they could not see the rain, and were ready to watch the game. Hermione looked around and saw that no one was looking to this side. She leaned forward and asked quietly, "Marx, what did you do yesterday? We looked for you for a long time and didn't find you. You didn't even come after dinner in the evening." P.S. Some people may not be able to see what is written in this chapter. Let me mention it again. It is not difficult for the protagonist to debunk Peter, but he can't do it now. Peter is imprisoned, and find another reason to secretly die, so as to cover up his mistake. Chapter 394. Elf in the Rain. If it weren't for Harry and Ron to help you cover, the professors would have discovered that you were not in the castle yesterday, Hermione added. "Is that so?" "Thank you very much, Hermione," Marx said gratefully. No wonder Professor McGonagall didn't know that he didn't go to the auditorium last night. It turned out that it was Hermione and others who helped him cover. "So where did you go?" Hermione looked at Marx very dissatisfied. Yesterday, Marx hadn't come back for a long time. She almost thought that Marx had encountered Sirius, and suffered an accident. If she hadn't seen how powerful Marx was, and easily dealt with a large number of Dementors and those dark wizards, she almost couldn't help but want to tell the professors about Marx's disappearance. "Wait. You won't go to Sirius, are you?" Hermione suddenly thought of something, lowered her voice, and asked. Hearing Hermione's guess, Marx's pupils tightened. Fortunately, he had experienced strong winds and waves, and his acting skills were trained in front of Dumbledore, so even if he was surprised, his face remained the same. "Why do you think that?" Marx asked, pretending to be puzzled. "I remember you told George and Fred a few days ago that you would find a way to earn back all the college points we deducted, so I think you must have gone to Sirius and wanted to catch him alone. Isn't it right?" Hermione stared at Marx closely, analyzing it endlessly. Marx couldn't laugh or cry for a while. He didn't expect Hermione to doubt himself because of those few words. After thinking about it, Marx shook his head and vetoed. "I just went to find a place to practice magic yesterday. Don't think too much." "Really?" Hermione suspiciously wanted to see something from Marx's expression, but Marx was very disguised. She didn't notice anything, so Hermione had to give up and stop asking. Marx sighed insecretly. The thing about Sirius and Peter was not that he didn't want to disclose it to Hermione, but that she was worried that Hermione would not be able to hide after learning that Ron's pet mouse Scab was actually a vicious thug. Staying in the emotions and being seen by Peter, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Marx turned his head and glanced at Ron again. Because Crookshanks had been thinking about his dappled body, Ron deliberately took his baby mouse to sit far away from them, and it should be impossible to hear him and Hermione's deliberately low-voiced dialogue. When Marx looked back again, the Quidditch match had already begun. The players of the two teams flew out of the passage on broomsticks, and there was enthusiastic applause around the stands. Numerous colored flags fluttered in the wind and rain, and the little wizards shouted to cheer for their college team. Encouragement, even no matter how hard it is, the enthusiasm of everyone can't be quenched. Gryffindor, come on. Harry Potter will win. Diggory, you are the best. There were constant shouts on the field and even overwhelming the thundering lightning. Marx was stunned no matter how many times he watched it. As a traverser, he simply couldn't understand why the Wizards were so passionate about Quidditch. It's about to catch up with the Mull's football game. However, it is normal to think about it carefully, because the entire magical world seems to have only such a large-scale magic movement, and wizards have no other choice. Hey, why did someone cheer me up? I didn't participate in the competition. Marx glanced over, and suddenly found that one of the wooden boards held high actually read Marx McClown, come on, with some strange pictures on it. Ifan squinted his eyes, looked in the direction where the wooden sign was, and found a familiar figure. Luna, Marx said unexpectedly. Luna, who hadn't seen her for a long time, was sitting on a high platform without a baffle, and she was not wearing a raincoat or hat. The endless raindrops flowed from the tips of her hair and the top of her head over her delicate side face, and then dripped onto her clothes. The little witch was soggy but completely indifferent, holding the big wooden sign in a leisurely manner. The torrential rain raged by the squally wind. It looked like an elf in the rain. Marx didn't know what to look at for a while. Luna's behavior was always so unexpected. But Marx soon discovered that Luna was not unprepared. Her clothes looked thick and warm, and most likely they were waterproof. But who would take the initiative to sit on a high platform to get wet in a stormy day? Perhaps she realized that Marx was not in the Gryffindor team. Luna quickly put down the sign she was holding high, and hugged her in her arms. Her bright eyes scanned the stands curiously. Then, after a while, they looked at each other with Marx. Because it was so far apart, Marx had to try to use her mouth to try to get Luna to go to shelter from the rain, but don't catch a cold. Immediately afterwards, Marx thought it was impossible for Luna to see what he was trying to express at such a distance, so she stood up and went over there to remind her. However, before Marx acted, she saw that Luna had left the original position holding the sign and waved at him before she left. She should have been sheltering from the rain. Marx, what's the matter? Hermione noticed Marx's movements and looked at him strangely, but saw nothing. I happened to see an acquaintance. Just say hello, Marx said casually. Acquaintance? That weird Ravenclaw girl. Noting that the place Marx was looking at was the area where the Ravenclaw students were, Hermione instantly thought of who the acquaintance was referring to in Marx's words. That second-year girl named Luna really impressed her when she first started. At this moment, Ron on the side suddenly yelled with excitement. Quick ... Look! Harry found the golden snitch. Ron's voice attracted Hermione's attention. Mentalnovel.com. Marx also looked up to the sky. A golden light leapt in midair, wandering in the field. Harry followed closely behind, galloping through the storm, and everyone's eyes were on the golden thief and Harry. Because of the strong wind and heavy rain blocking the view, the golden light appeared from time to time in everyone's sight. They need to concentrate hard to see where the golden snitch is vaguely. If they are distracted, they will not be able to find it. Ron even noticed that a Gryffindor player nearly hit the wall while wiping because of rain water seeping into his eyes, and he complained loudly. Damn Slytherin. No wonder they temporarily switched games with Hufflepuff. They must have expected the weather today. No matter what, Harry will definitely be able to catch the snitch, Hermione said confidently, but Marx was faintly disturbed. because in the distance Harry's figure kept rising as he chased the golden snitch, but the sky was strangely dim like night, and something seemed to be surging in the dark clouds. Chapter 395. That day the Dementor recalled the fear of being dominated by the patron saint. Do you think the sky seems to be getting darker? Not far away, a little wizard in Gryffindor looked at the sky and asked with some confusion. Hermione thought about it, and suddenly remembered the scene that she and Marx had seen in the sky above Hogwarts, which was very similar to now. Thinking of this, Hermione felt a chill in her heart. She already understood what those things were surging in the dark clouds. It's Dementors. They are in the sky. Harry is in danger. Let him come back, Hermione shouted loudly. What? Ron was still at a loss to understand what was going on, but the next moment he saw Harry's figure trembling high in the sky, and then suddenly fell from the sky. Hundreds of little wizards throughout the Quidditch arena watched this scene in horror, and what made them panic was that a large number of Dementors suddenly floated down from the sky, and the darkness was heavy, like a dark cloud. That dilapidated and rotten body caused countless little wizards to scream harshly. It's really a Dementor. How dare they come in? Harry fell from the sky. Who will save him? For a while, the Quidditch arena became very chaotic, and various shouts and screams continued. Marx stood up all of a sudden and looked at the Dementor floating in the sky, not surprised. He knew very well that the Dementors broke into the school. In the final analysis, it was the negligence of the Ministry of Magic. They did not consider the food of these Dementors at all, and put the Dementors in Hogwarts, where there is food everywhere. It's strange if nothing happens. Suddenly smelling so much happiness in the Quidditch arena today, these Dementors naturally couldn't help it. But Marx doesn't worry much about the Dementor, because this farce will soon be ended by angry Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Marx suddenly realized a problem, and that was that Dumbledore didn't seem to be in school at all. Thinking of this, Marx's face changed drastically, and he drew out his wand as quickly as possible to use the slow fall technique to save Harry. It was just that before he could do anything, Harry's rate of falling from the sky had slowed down. Marx glanced around and saw that Snape, with a gloomy face, was wearing a raincoat and standing on the Slytherin stand. It was obvious that the slow fall technique was released by him just now. Quidditch is of course impossible without a professor taking care of the order. Miss Hooch, who was the referee, rushed to Harry as soon as she recovered, and picked him up and flew towards the ground. The Dementors who lost their target were very angry, but fortunately, they soon had a new target: all the students in the Quidditch arena. Snape frowned and raised his wand in disgust to cast a spell, but in the end he hesitated for a while and didn't do it. At this point of delay, the Dementors are getting closer and panic is spreading. Several senior students shouted loudly and released their patron saint. A buffalo, a few moles, a crow and other fluorescent creatures bucked the trend, trying to stop the Dementors from moving forward. But the number of Dementors is too much. There are hundreds of them, and the defenses built by these patron saints can't play any role at all. Seeing Snape standing still, Ron was suddenly furious, and he cursed loudly. Why didn't Snape get rid of these Dementors? Do you want to watch us get attacked by Dementors to be happy? Maybe Professor Snape wouldn't call God's guard? Maybe, Hermione guessed. Of course she didn't believe Snape dared to make any small actions in the public. Besides, there are Slytherin students here. Snape would never stand idly by if he could handle it. Hermione once saw in the book that people whose minds were corrupted by black magic could not be protected by the gods. She thought this might be the reason why Snape was unable to expel these Dementors. But how could Professor Dumbledore let a person whose mind was corrupted by black magic come to teach them potions lessons? Marx also set his eyes on Snape, knowing that Snape could summon the patron saint, so he was even more puzzled as to why Snape was so reluctant to do it. The puzzled Marx keenly noticed the struggling color on Snape's face, and suddenly remembered something, and realized that Snape probably didn't want to reveal his patron saint curse, let alone reveal his patron saint. After all, most Death Eaters cannot release the patron saint. At the beginning, Dumbledore was willing to trust Snape's words. One of the important reasons was that Snape summoned his patron saint, the deer. The patron saint exactly like his beloved Lily. If the patron saint's appearance is rashly exposed to everyone's sight, it might make someone think of something, which will have a certain impact on the possible future espionage work and increase the risk of death. Marx, you can get rid of these Dementors, right? Seeing that the Dementors were about to rush down, Ron panicked, thinking of Marx, who had expelled a large number of Dementors on the train, and hurried. Asked aloud. The rest of the little wizards of Gryffindor also seemed to have grasped the last straw, looking at Marx expectantly. No one wanted to have a close contact with those disgusting Dementors. Of course it's okay. Marx nodded, knowing that the emergency is not a time of concealment, so he held up his wand and shouted loudly, "Hush and guard." The next moment www.mentalnovel.com, the dazzling light spread across the dim Quidditch arena, and the little wizards who had been flustered and at a loss all cast their eyes in the direction of the light. Not long after, an invigorating neighing sound rang in everyone's ears, and the light and white fog spreading in the air gathered together in a short period of time and turned into a unicorn. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this sacred and proud unicorn. The fear of just looking at the bottom of my heart gradually faded, and a calm and peaceful mood gradually poured into my heart. It screamed again and stepped on the white fog, behind which was flickering light and shadow, rushing straight to the Dementors gathered in the sky. There are so many Dementors like a black wave, but when the two sides touch the battle is completely one-sided. The powerful and terrifying Dementors are no different from the paper in front of the shadow of the unicorn. The shadow of the unicorn rushed all the way, dispersing the body of a large number of Dementors, and fleeing wildly. The weird cries were constantly resounding in the air. It was the angry and helpless wailing of the Dementors. Chapter 396, Dementors Nemesis. Although the brains of Dementors are not easy to use, they still have memory. This powerful and unique white behemoth quickly reminded them of the tragic situation of being hanged twice before, and immediately lost the idea of resistance. Anyway, they can't be beaten. Realizing this, countless Dementors fled hurriedly under the pursuit of the shadow of the unicorn. Afraid to stay on the court for a moment, the patron saints who were originally suppressed by the Dementors have regrouped, and the fox followed the shadow of the unicorn and beat down the dog. Snape was secretly relieved when he saw this scene. If Marx takes a few seconds later, then he can only choose to expose his patron saint. After all, there are a large number of students who are unable to resist the Dementors in the Quidditch stadium. No matter how he is a professor at Hogwarts, it is impossible to sit back and watch. Just staring at the patron saint who looked like a unicorn, Snape was a little surprised. He is still quite familiar with the magic of the patron saint curse, and he knows that the patron saint summoned by the wizard will show different animal forms according to the heart and spirit of the summoner. Although strong emotions can also change the form of the patron saint, generally speaking, no matter how it changes, it is impossible to look like a ready-made magical creature. The only exception he had seen before was Dumbledore's Phoenix patron. Snape didn't expect Marx's patron saint to be so special, and it seemed that the patron saint of this magical creature form was much stronger than normal, otherwise he would not be able to expel hundreds of Dementors so easily. On the other side, Miss Hooch, who had just rescued Harry, slowly put down her wand, and her eyes were full of emotion when she looked at Marx. The little wizard who was aspiring to become a Quidditch champion in class was already so powerful unconsciously. You know that in the face of hundreds of Dementors gathered together, Miss Huochi thinks that she is not sure to drive them away. The little wizards of Gryffindor looked at the Dementors who were eager to attack them just now, but now they were defeated by Marx's patron saint. They suddenly gathered here, cheering loudly, and even people from other colleges are no exception. "You are amazing, McClown. You are our savior." The hero of Gryffindor? No, it's the hero of the entire Hogwarts. As soon as Marx put down his wand, Several senior Gryffindor wizards put it up and threw it into the air. Listening to the cheers coming from my ears, Marx was somewhat helpless. Didn't he just drive away a group of Dementors? It's not a big deal. Ding. A new legendary event has been generated. When Marx was thinking about it, a system sounded in his mind. Marx looked at it unexpectedly. Legendary title, Dementor's Nemesis. Legend. 1. Legendary event. You used a powerful patron saint to defeat a large number of Dementors several times in a row, so that they will be remembered and feared. Note: your appearance and unique patron saint will circulate among Dementors, and they will never want to see you again. That's not bad. It just so happens that I don't want to see these evil guys again. Marx curled his lips and murmured silently in his heart. He unexpectedly got a little legend and made him feel very happy. However, these happy moods didn't last long before they were interrupted by another reminder to activate the task. When I heard the name of the mission, Marx had an unfamiliar hunch. After opening the mission interface, it turned out to be the same as he guessed. Task: Dark Minions. Mission objective: have a Dementor army. Mission reward: 3 legendary points. Mission description: after teaching these Dementors who dared to offend you, the kind you decided to forgive their ignorance and foolishness and give them a precious opportunity to swear allegiance. You need to form an army of Dementors. They are dark minions, the embodiment of fear, and can help you punish your enemies and spread fear. Note: think about it, idiots. Tell me, who is your allegiance? Marx McClown. After a simple glance, Marx closed the taskbar blankly, leaving this task behind with other unreliable tasks. Are you kidding me? He hates Dementors and doesn't want to spread fear. Just after Marx was distracted, a patron saint with the appearance of a tabby cat suddenly flew towards this side from the castle in the distance, and disappeared after wandering in midair for a while. Before long, Professor McGonagall appeared at the gate of Quidditch Stadium. Seeing the little wizards gathered together and Marx, who was thrown high in the sky by the crowd, McGonagall had some guesses in his heart, but he said in a deep voice, "Someone came over just now to inform me that the Dementors guarding the school have rioted. Is it true?" "What about those Dementors?" Seeing Professor McGonagall approaching, the enthusiastic little wizards finally let go of Marx and stepped aside. Marx sorted out some messy clothes, and then briefly talked about what happened just now to Professor McGonagall. When it was learned that a group of Dementors took advantage of the Quidditch game to break into here to attack the students and caused Harry to fall from a high altitude, McGonagall's face was full of anger. How do they have the courage to do such a thing? Professor McGonagall was furious, and immediately promised Marx and others that he would explain to the Ministry of Magic what happened today and ask for an explanation for everyone. At the same time, some of the little wizards in Gryffindor remembered the bad behavior of the Dementors just now when they rioted. www.mentalnovel.com. Snape was clearly on the court but didn't make a move, so they enthusiastically beat Professor McGonagall. Small report: you said Severus didn't save him and didn't care about you? It's impossible. Professor McGonagall shook her head categorically. She didn't believe Snape would do it. Professor, that was what we all saw with our own eyes. If Marx hadn't driven off the Dementors, then we would have been killed by those Dementors. Ron angrily told Snape's black shape. Since the fallen Harry had attracted all the attention, Ron didn't know that Snape had saved Harry. He only saw Miss Huoki riding up on the broom to hug Harry down. Ron thought Snape had been watching the Quidditch Stadium, letting Harry fall off his broom, and witnessing them being attacked by Dementors. While talking, Ron looked around, seeking support from other students, so that Professor McGonagall could understand that he was not lying. However, no one of the surrounding little wizards responded. Instead they looked behind him with a little fear, and George quietly gave him a self-seeking look. Chapter 397. You definitely think this is interesting, right? What's wrong with you? Ron didn't understand at first, but he shivered quickly because Snape's gloomy voice came from behind him. You must have mistakenly thought that defamation of professors is a very interesting thing without any punishment, right? Weasley. Hearing this sound, Ron swallowed, feeling a chill behind his back. and turning his head tremblingly, he saw Snape's gloomy face. "Professor Snape," Ron stammered with a stiff face. He just remembered that Snape had always been in the Quidditch arena, and that what he said before was almost in front of Snape. Marx on the side couldn't help but mourn for Ron's encounter for a second. He even wondered if Snape had any special abilities, such as being able to automatically appear behind the person who spoke badly about him. Ron always gets caught upright every time he speaks badly about him behind his back. However, Marx then remembered that there seemed to be exceptions. For example, when Ron and Harry in the first grade filed a complaint in the principal's office, Snape was not there and could not hear it, so it should be purely Ron's bad luck. That's it. Fortunately, at this time, Professor McGonagall made a sound to relieve Ron in time, and he didn't embarrass him too much. "Severus, are things like Mr. Weasley said." Professor McGonagall didn't believe that Snape, who had been a colleague for many years, would be a person who ignored the lives of students. But when Ron spoke just now, even the Slytherin students didn't mean to defend Snape. Instead, they acquiesced to Ron's words, which also made her a little suspicious. "No, that's just because Mr. McClown, who likes to be pushy, is one step faster than me," Snape said casually. His gaze rested on Marx's body, and then continued. "But I can't use the Hushian Guardian. If I do it, it may be a little more troublesome to solve." "You can't use the protection of the gods." "Why? As far as I know, only only those people will have this situation." Professor McGonagall looked at Snape suspiciously. Snape's answer went far beyond her expectation. After all, in McGonagall's impression, only the dark wizards with evil thoughts in their hearts would be unable to use the guard of the gods. "Whatever you think," Snape said coldly, and stared at Harry, who was pale in Miss Hooch's arms. After confirming that he was not injured, Snape flicked his sleeves and left, not caring about the little wizards who pointed him. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and looked at Snape's leaving back for a long time. She felt that after Dumbledore came back, she had to tell him about it. There are not many people who can understand the conversation between the two professors, but this does not prevent them from guessing in private. Almost no one wants to believe that Snape is powerless to drive away Dementors. Most of the little wizards in Gryffindor, we all thought Snape did it on purpose. Ron even suspected that Snape left in such a hurry. He must have absconded in fear of sin. Marx couldn't help shaking his head when listening to their remarks. Snape was really good enough to conceal the appearance of the patron saint. "Harry, you finally woke up. How are you feeling? How are you?" Miss Hooch's excited voice resounded, attracting everyone's attention. "What's the matter? Why am I here?" Harry opened his eyes blankly, lying in her arms, and looking around. There was a muddle in his mind. He asked suspiciously. Harry only vaguely remembered that he was flying high in the air, feeling colder and colder, as if he heard Hermione's screams, and then he didn't remember anything. But this feeling, Harry is very familiar with. Have he experienced? It's a Dementor. There are more than 100 of them. You must have fallen if they attacked you in the sky. Ron answered Harry's doubts. Dementor again? Harry's heart was cold, and she couldn't feel the warmth when being held by Ms. Hooch. Come on, we've all seen it. The Dementor just got close to Potter. He was so scared that he fell. Malfoy pulled the crowd and walked out, jokingly at Harry lying on the ground. Faced with so many Dementors, it's impossible for anyone else to be unaffected, Marx explained, and then looked at Malfoy. I remember when those Dementors rushed down, Malfoy, you ran very fast. Malfoy choked instantly, his face turned red and white, and he was not the only one who ran. But Malfoy couldn't refute this, because Marx, who was also a third grader, couldn't help but didn't run away. Instead, he cleaned up all the Dementors who made trouble. What about the game? How was the game? We didn't lose, right? Harry ignored Malfoy's mockery, but broke free from Miss Hooch's arms and asked anxiously. Of course not. Ron shook his head and was about to say that he would definitely pass the comparison again, but a few Hufflepuff wizards in the crowd retorted and shouted. No, you have already lost. Diggory has caught the snitch. Just when Potter fell from the sky, Many people saw it. Harry and the others looked over, and Hufflepuff's seeker Cedric Diggory walked out from the other side and stretched out his right hand. A golden ball with wings lay in the palm of Cedric Diggory, cleverly trying to fly away, but it was firmly grasped by a few fingers. "You caught it." Harry stared at the scene blankly. His mind was a little dizzy. Mentalnovel.com, but he knew the game was over. If it weren't for those Dementors, Harry wouldn't have fallen from the sky. He would have caught the snitch. "It's not fair. We need to compare it again," Ron said angrily, very much for Harry and feel worthless. Some of the Gryffindor wizards also supported Ron's statement, clamoring that they wanted to compare. "Unfair." Diggory was brave to catch the golden snitch surrounded by Dementors. "This proves that not everyone is as vulnerable as Potter." Weasley, "It's impossible for the next game." Potter was blown down by a gust of wind, so let everyone compare it again, right? Malfoy dragged his weird tone and looked at Harry mockingly. Ron glared at Malfoy. Harry opened his mouth stiffly, trying to say something, but in the end he couldn't speak, because he felt that Malfoy was right. Diggory was a seeker like himself. The opponent was able to overcome the influence of the Dementor to catch the golden snitch, but he could not. What face does he have to question the opponent's courage? Chapter 398. In fact, it is just a deformed horse with horns. Under everyone's attention, Cedric Diggory was a little embarrassed. After thinking about it for a while, as the captain of Hufflepuff, he proactively proposed to Miss Hooch that this result should be invalidated, and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff could be compared again in a few days. Cedric Diggory's generous actions made Harry, Wood, George and others faceless to answer. Although they were eager to win, they still had their own pride, so they refused Cedric's proposal with little hesitation. After confirming the wishes of both parties, Miss Hooch as the referee announced on the spot that Cedric Diggory had caught the snitch and ended the game. The results were real and effective. Hufflepuff won. Although everyone was very hard-hearted when they gave up, when Miss Hooch really announced the result, Fred, George and others became frustrated one by one. Wood turned away in despair, even ignoring the shouts of everyone behind him. He wanted to be quiet. Looking at Wood's back, Harry blamed himself incomparably. It was the first time he lost the game. What's more, he passed out in a coma on the court very badly. The other Quidditch players besides him were all fine, and Harry couldn't help wondering if he was really as vulnerable as Malfoy said. "It's over. We are behind by more than 100 points this time. Unless Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw next, we can beat Ravenclaw and Slytherin in succession to have some chances of winning." Angelina sighed and calculated, feeling that the probability of winning this year is very slim. It is not a good choice to pin the odds of winning on the opponent's mistakes, and Ravenclaw and Slytherin are very strong. It is not easy to play a beautiful winning streak. Friedla pulled on Angelina's sleeves and shook her head at her, beckoning her to stop saying this and put pressure on Harry. "All right, Harry. You have never missed a snitch before. This time it was just an accident. When anyone made a mistake, no one will blame you." George grinned reluctantly and patted Harry, said comfortingly on his shoulder. "Yes, it's not a big deal to win or lose once. Are there 2 more matches next? I believe you can win in the end." Marx also said to cheer them up. If he remembers correctly, it is the Gryffindor team that won the Quidditch trophy this year in the original time and space. Although Marx can't remember the specific process anymore, it is impossible for them to be defeated by this setback, and they will soon regain their strength and win the final victory. With the comfort of everyone, Harry's mood improved a little, but he was still a little bit brooding about what he had fallen from the sky. George and Fred suddenly remembered something after Marx finished speaking. The two looked at each other, and a light of hope suddenly burst out of their dim eyes. Both of them thought of Marx's incredible flying skills and pitching skills. Not to mention the more than 100 points lost in a game. Even if I add 100 with Marx's ability, it can easily be done. However, neither George nor Fred spoke, because Marx has repeatedly expressed his refusal to participate. Asking now, Marx is highly likely to refuse, so they think it's better to wait for Wood and others to discuss privately how to persuade them. "Okay, everyone stay quiet. I have one more thing to say. At this time, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded on the Quidditch court, attracting everyone's attention. Professor McGonagall cleared his throat and looked at Marx and said to everyone, "This time the Dementors riot, thanks to McClown timely action in times of crisis, prevented possible personnel damage, so I will add 100 points to Gryffindor Academy." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the audience fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes were on Marx. The next moment, thunderous applause resounded on the Quidditch pitch. The little wizards from any academy all clapped together. Hundreds of Dementors wandered over the Quidditch stadium before, and the impact on them was not negligible. All the happiness seemed to have been deprived at that time, and only the painful memories were left. And Marx's powerful patron saint curse was like the sun breaking through dawn, saving them from pain and despair. So even the Slytherins gave Marx applause. The happiest thing is the little wizards of Gryffindor. They swept away the depressed mood just now, their palms were red, and Marx saved the whole school's behavior and made them feel proud. More people gathered around enthusiastically and asked questions. "McClown, what is your magic to defeat those monsters? I saw a glowing unicorn. Did you summon it?" "God, that's so beautiful." "That's a patron saint curse. A deep curse that only a few wizards can master. Many adult wizards can't," a senior Slytherin said proudly. He released the patron saint of the crow who fought against the Dementors on the field before, but the patron saint in the form of the crow is far less handsome than the unicorn of Marx, and the power is not worth mentioning. Professor McGonagall also asked curiously about Marx's unique unicorn patron saint. Among the many wizards he has seen, only Dumbledore's patron saint can show the appearance of magical creatures. Of course, it is impossible for Marx to tell the secret of his blood fusion. You reading www.uukanzu.com shrugged indifferently. "Professor, I don't know why this happens, so I always suspect that it might just be a deformed horse with horns." If possible, Marx didn't want to expose his patron saint. It was just an emergency, and there were many friends on the Quidditch pitch that he cared about. As Quidditch players, George and Fred were very close to the Dementors who swooped down. More people were injured and a large-scale riot was caused. Marx had to take the initiative, and this time is different from the previous one. He can try the eagle-headed horse with a winged beast to teach those evil creatures in the sky. So if you want to drive these Dementors, you can only show the shadow of a unicorn. Fortunately, the current situation is very different from the previous 2 school years, and it is not a big deal to expose it. There are not many wizards who know the fusion of blood, and coupled with their young age, in the eyes of some insiders, at most, they feel that their talents are exploding, and the ancestors have awakened some blood power. Chapter 339. Because we are friends. Marx knew that with the increase in the number of times he used the shadow of the unicorn, there would be more and more people who knew that his patron saint was special, and it was impossible to hide it completely. He deliberately hid it before, mainly because he routinely likes to keep one hand for the convenience of the yin person in the future. Listening to Marx's explanation, Professor McGonagall's expression was very strange. According to Marx's words, "Isn't Dumbledore's phoenix-like patron saint a Scottish long-tailed chicken with golden red feathers?" Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly, knowing that Marx didn't want to say it, so he didn't have the idea of continuing to ask. Seeing a group of little wizards gather around Marx, McGonagall did not disturb the noise of the people, and instead left silently to deal with the matter. She also went to the Ministry of Magic to ask for an explanation. Marx was squeezed in by a large number of enthusiastic little wizards. He was a little tired to deal with, and answered various questions with a headache. In the end, he could only sneak away with the excuse of going to the toilet, avoiding the crowd and walking into the trail. I knew I should be Loke. Marx couldn't help but reflect, but soon felt that he was Loke enough. I can only say that excellent people are so dazzling no matter how they hide themselves. Marx, why are you here? Don't you celebrate with them? Behind him, an ethereal voice rang, and Marx turned his head to look over, but saw Luna, who was holding a wooden sign, walking over from the corner on one side. As the distance got closer, Marx could see that Luna was wearing a thick coat with Ravenclaw's robe inside. Because of the rain, the little witch's body was wet, and water was dripping on her pale blonde hair, but she didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. Celebrate? What to celebrate? We Gryffindor lost the game, Marx said helplessly. But you saved everyone, didn't you? Without you, we would have been annoyed by those Dementors. They always remind people of some unpleasant things. Luna looked in a trance, as if thinking back to the previous scene. Then, before Marx could answer, Luna continued with some chagrin. I wanted to thank you for driving them away, but too many people have done so. I think you may not lack my share. No. Why? We are friends. Marx shook his head and said with certainty, yeah? My friend. Luna pursed her lips and laughed when she heard Marx say this, as if humming some kind of ballad in her brisk tone. Marx didn't quite understand why Luna was so happy. But soon, he thought that the little witch did not seem to have any friends in the school. It was only 2 years later in the original time and space that he and Harry and the others met, which means that he is probably her only friend now. Thinking of this, Marx looked at Luna with pity, and at the same time noticed that the little witch was still dripping with water, so he drew out his wand and touched Luna's clothes. Clean up. As the spell was spoken, the storm of magic power blew the thick coat that Luna was wearing, and the remaining rainwater was drawn out as if there was life, and gathered into a ball of water, and then turned into a mist of water in the wind. Is this a cleanup spell? I still can't. Luna looked at the dried clothes and whispered softly. She hadn't learned this kind of spell now in her 2nd grade. However, noticing that Marx's clothes were also stained with some dust, Luna also took off the wand that was behind her ears with great interest, and released the spell just like Marx just now. Clean up. There was a breeze of magic, and nothing else happened. Luna tilted her head and looked at Marx in confusion. You need to adjust your gesture just now, so we'll show it to you in slow motion. Marx smiled and waved his wand to show Luna. The two of them were learning magic while walking on the way back to the bedroom. Halfway through, Luna also showed the wooden sign she was holding in her arms. Marx found that in addition to the slogans he had seen before, there were 2 little people holding hands painted on the wooden sign. Although it is in the style of simple strokes, it is very good. Marx can even easily recognize that the 2 villains are himself and Luna. How? Do you like it? Luna asked gently, holding the magic wand in her right hand, and drew a circle between the 2 villains, and the light golden magic connected together to form a word friend. After Luna showed it for a while, she took the wooden sign back into her arms and sighed. It's just a pity that it's useless. It took me a long time to find a suitable piece of wood in the Forbidden Forest to make it. Marx was a little lost looking at the picture on the wooden sign, and was even more surprised that Luna would go to the Forbidden Forest specifically to make this. Perhaps she was aware of some of Marx's thoughts, and Luna quickly said that she had gone to the Forbidden Forest to find the horned snoring beast. She just made this wooden sign by the way, and she could also exercise her transfiguration skills by the way. Even if it is not used in the end, it can be hung as a decoration in the bedroom, so Marx doesn't need to care. But there might be a chance to use it next year. Right? Luna said suddenly. Well, there will always be this chance. Marx smiled and nodded. But he knew in his heart that the Triwizard Tournament will be held next year, and there will be no Quidditch competition. I am afraid I will have to wait for this thing to be used. 2 years. Just chatting all the way, it didn't take long to get to Ravenclaw's lounge. The eagle-shaped bronze knocker on the door opened its mouth, and a mysterious sound rang. Which is fire or phoenix first? Of course, Luna couldn't help but think about it. She said, This is a cycle, there is no beginning. It makes sense. Mentalnovel.com. The answer is correct. The sound of the eagle-shaped knocker came out again, and the door to the Ravenclaw lounge opened automatically. Marx looked at the knocker quite speechlessly. He remembered that when he answered the question, it wasn't this kind of brain-teasing question. Is there such a difference? It will always be stricter to outsiders. Luna chuckled lightly and said jokingly, Forget it. I don't care about knockers. Marx shook his head, feeling that he didn't need to be angry with a dead object. Okay, let's talk about it today. I have to go back, Luna said while looking at the open door. Then Luna seemed to think of something again, turned her head, stared at Marx's eyes with bright A's, and said again, also ... Congratulations on running away those harassing horseflies. I wish I had this day. P.S. I have something to do today, so it will be updated. Please forgive me. Chapter 399. Because we are friends. Marx knew that with the increase in the number of times he used the shadow of the unicorn, there would be more and more people who knew that his Patronus was special, and it was impossible to hide it completely. He deliberately hid it before, mainly because he routinely likes to keep one hand for the convenience of the in-person in the future. Listening to Marx's explanation, Professor McGonagall's expression was very strange. According to Marx's words, isn't Dumbledore's phoenix like patron saint a Scottish long-tailed chicken with golden red feathers? Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly, knowing that Marx didn't want to say it, so he didn't have the idea of continuing to ask. Seeing a group of little wizards gather around Marx, McGonagall did not disturb the noise of the people, and instead left silently to deal with the matter. She also went to the Ministry of Magic to ask for an explanation. Marx was squeezed in by a large number of enthusiastic little wizards. He was a little tired to deal with, and answered various questions with a headache. In the end, he could only sneak away with the excuse of going to the toilet, avoiding the crowd and walking into the trail. I knew I should be Loke. Marx couldn't help but reflect, but soon felt that he was Loke enough. I can only say that excellent people are so dazzling no matter how they hide themselves. Marx, why are you here? Don't you celebrate with them? Behind him, the ethereal voice rang, and Marx turned his head to look over, but saw Luna, who was holding a wooden sign, walking over from the corner on one side. As the distance got closer, Marx could see that Luna was wearing a thick coat with Ravenclaw's robe inside. Because of the rain, the little witch's body was wet, and water was dripping on her pale blonde hair, but she didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. Celebrate? What to celebrate? We Gryffindor lost the game, Marx said helplessly. But you saved everyone, didn't you? Without you, we would have been annoyed by those Dementors. They always remind people of some unpleasant things. Luna looked in a trance, as if thinking back to the previous scene. Then, before Marx could answer, Luna continued with some chagrin. I wanted to thank you for driving them away, but too many people have done so. I think you may not lack my share. No. Why? We are friends. Marx shook his head and said with certainty, yeah? My friend. Luna pursed her lips and laughed when she heard Marx say this, as if humming some kind of ballad in her brisk tone. Marx didn't quite understand why Luna was so happy. But soon, he thought that the little witch did not seem to have any friends in the school. It was only 2 years later in the original time and space that he and Harry and the others met, which means that he is probably her only friend now. Thinking of this, Marx looked at Luna with pity, and at the same time noticed that the little witch was still dripping with water, so he drew out his wand and touched Luna's clothes. Clean up. As the spell was spoken, the storm of magic power blew the thick coat that Luna was wearing, and the remaining rainwater was drawn out as if there was life, and gathered into a ball of water, and then turned into a mist of water in the wind. Is this a cleanup spell? I still can't. Luna looked at the dried clothes and whispered softly. She hadn't learned this kind of spell now in her 2nd grade. However, noticing that Marx's clothes were also stained with some dust, Luna also took off the wand that was behind her ears with great interest, and released the spell just like Marx just now. Clean up. There was a breeze of magic, and nothing else happened. Luna tilted her head and looked at Marx in confusion. You need to adjust your gesture just now, so we'll show it to you in slow motion. Marx smiled and waved his wand to show Luna. The two of them were learning magic while walking on the way back to the bedroom. Halfway through, Luna also showed the wooden sign she was holding in her arms. Marx found that in addition to the slogans he had seen before, There were two little people holding hands painted on the wooden sign. Although it is in the style of simple strokes, it is very good. Marx can even easily recognize that the two villains are himself and Luna. "How? Do you like it?" Luna asked gently, holding the magic wand in her right hand, and drew a circle between the two villains, and the light golden magic connected together to form a word friend. After Luna showed it for a while, she took the wooden sign back into her arms and sighed. "It's just a pity that it's useless. It took me a long time to find a suitable piece of wood in the Forbidden Forest to make it." Marx was a little lost looking at the picture on the wooden sign, and was even more surprised that Luna would go to the Forbidden Forest specifically to make this. Perhaps she was aware of some of Marx's thoughts, and Luna quickly said that she had gone to the Forbidden Forest to find the horned snoring beast. She just made this wooden sign by the way, and she could also exercise her transfiguration skills by the way. Even if it is not used in the end, it can be hung as a decoration in the bedroom, so Marx doesn't need to care. "But there might be a chance to use it next year. Right?" Luna said suddenly. "Well, there will always be this chance." Marx smiled and nodded. But he knew in his heart that the Triwizard Tournament will be held next year, and there will be no Quidditch competition. "I am afraid I will have to wait for this thing to be used." 2 years. Just chatting all the way, it didn't take long to get to Ravenclaw's lounge. The eagle-shaped bronze knocker on the door opened its mouth, and a mysterious sound rang. "Which is fire or phoenix first?" "Of course." Luna couldn't help but think about it. She said, This is a cycle. There is no beginning." "It makes sense." .mtlnovel.com. The answer is correct. The sound of the eagle-shaped knocker came out again, and the door to the Ravenclaw lounge opened automatically. Marx looked at the knocker quite speechlessly. He remembered that when he answered the question, it wasn't this kind of brain-teasing question. "Is there such a difference?" "It will always be stricter to outsiders." Luna chuckled lightly and said jokingly, "Forget it. I don't care about knockers." Marx shook his head, feeling that he didn't need to be angry with a dead object. "Okay, let's talk about it today. I have to go back," Luna said while looking at the open door. Then Luna seemed to think of something again, turned her head, stared at Marx's eyes with bright A's, and said again, "Also ... congratulations on running away those harassing horseflies. I wish I had this day. P.S. I have something to do today, so it will be updated. Please forgive me." Chapter 400. Nasty bronze door knock and damaged broomstick. Luna's tone was a little sad, but she quickly adjusted her mood and stepped into Ravenclaw's lounge. The open bronze door slowly closed. Seeing Luna's back disappear in front of him, Marx was stunned for a long time, and finally smiled bitterly. Of course, he understood what Luna was talking about. But did his emotional changes be so obvious? Marx always thought that he had a good disguise. Harry, Ron, and Neville in the same bedroom as him never noticed anything wrong. Marx, who had stayed in front of the door for a long time, made the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker mistakenly think he wanted to go in. The eagle's mouth opened and closed, and a mysterious voice rang. "Excuse me. What is the nature of magic?" The sound of the bronze knocker interrupted Marx's thinking. Hearing this familiar question, Marx rolled his eyes, took out the magic wand and put it down again, resisting the idea of removing the door knocker, and decisively turned and left. All the way back to Gryffindor's lounge, Marx opened the door of the bedroom, and everyone except him had returned. Ron, Neville, and others gathered around Harry and were talking. "Marx, where did you go? We waited on the court for a long time and didn't wait for you to come back." Hearing the movement outside the door, Ron turned his head and said, "You know, I always don't like lively, they are so enthusiastic." Marx shook his head, explained casually, then closed the door and walked into the bedroom, saying curiously, "By the way, what are you all here doing?" "We're looking at Harry's broom." When he fell from the sky, the broom was blown away by the wind, and it happened to hit the beating willow by the lake, and the beating willow has never liked being hit by things. Body ... So this broomstick becomes like this, Ron said helplessly and stepped aside. Only then did Marx see that the broom wreckage that had been beaten into pieces was placed on the table next to Harry's bed. It was obviously impossible to use it with such a degree of damage. Harry also had an expression of disintegration. This light wheel 2000 was a gift given to him by Professor McGonagall when he entered the Quidditch team in the first year. He has been with him for more than 2 years and has experienced countless ups and downs. Harry even remembered every time he caught the golden snitch on a broomstick. But it was a pity that this broomstick could no longer accompany him. More importantly, everyone in their mortal enemy Slytherin team has a smooth wheel 2001. If he rode an old Comet broomstick, he would be at an absolute disadvantage in speed when he competed with Malfoy for the golden snitch. It's even harder to win the Quidditch trophy. In response, Marx had to shake his head and said that he was powerless, and he wouldn't be able to repair the flying broomstick technology. In addition, the firebolt that Sirius, a local tyrant, sold to Harry, should have arrived in a couple of days. So after Marx casually comforted Harry with a few words, he didn't care anymore, and turned his eyes to scattered body. This fat mouse is still very moisturized, does not seem to be endangered, or can't remember anything. It will be lying on Ron's bedside eating a piece of multi-flavored beans. Nothing like the original time and space ran around in panic like that. Marx nodded in satisfaction, but recently he was indeed trying to solve Peter's matter. After all, it was not a problem to wait for Dumbledore to come back after such a delay. He thought he might be able to wait for tomorrow's defense against the Dark Arts class to finish, and talk to Lupin. Try to persuade Lupin to speak first. The next day, in the morning, in defense against the Dark Arts class, Lupin, who was a little pale, pointed a few ugly creatures in the cage to explain to everyone. In this lesson, I will tell you how to deal with red hats. As you can see, they look a bit like elves. But I need to remind you that they don't have the wisdom of elves, and they are cruel by nature. They especially like to lurk in places where blood has shed. For example, staying in the dungeons of the castle and the tunnels of the abandoned battlefield waiting for an opportunity to attack those passing by. Lupin talked freely to a group of little wizards about how to deal with the red hats. From time to time, they were mixed with one or two interesting legends or short stories, which roused everyone's interest. Then Lupin opened the cage and grabbed a red hat out, asking every little wizard to try to deal with this creature, either by chanting the spell to expel them, or stunned by the coma spell. In short, the secret to dealing with them is not to be afraid. As long as you can overcome the fear, you will find that the red hats are actually very easy to deal with. Lupin reminded aloud. For a prepared wizard, most magical creatures in the magic world are not a threat, otherwise the wizard will not be the master of the magic world. Although the young wizards here are all third-grade little wizards, the red hats do not have weapons in their hands, and the threat level is not high, so they are suitable for actual combat practice. McClown, it's up to you to demonstrate for everyone this time. Lupin looked at Marx and said. Marx nodded and walked to the center. Lupin yelled to make everyone back, then waved his wand to untie the rope that bound the red hat. After this ugly, strange creature like a goblin broke free from its restraints. It screamed and screamed, rushing towards the nearest Marx. For Marx, such a small scene is naturally to be dealt with calmly. After waiting for the red cap to get closer, Marx raised his hand freely as the movement of the red cap was correct. All petrochemicals, the light of the spell immediately hit the red cap's body, setting it in place, and even the red cap's face still retains a twisted and hideous look. Great petrification spell. Gryffindor adds 5 points. Lupin walked out with a clap www.mentalnovel.com and said to the people behind him, "Did you see it? As long as you stay calm, this thing is not that difficult to deal with." The little wizards who have seen Marx easily subdue the red hat are immediately eager to try, and can't wait to deal with this magical creature personally. Considering that the two colleges are attending classes together this time, The number of people is relatively large. I am afraid that there will be no rounds of Inetoon sessions until the end of the get out of class. Lupin asked Marx to temporarily serve as his assistant, and was responsible for supervising the little wizards of Gryffindor against the Red Hat, so that two people could be on board at the same time. Lupin is still very relieved of Marx's strength. Yesterday evening he heard that Marx had driven away hundreds of Dementors who had broken into the school and saved the entire school. You must know that many adult wizards can't do this. Harry, Malfoy, it's your turn now, Lupin said. The two who were spotted stepped forward together. Harry looked a little nervous, staring at the petrified Red Hat, while Malfoy looked confident.